Chapter 604, Commander, 1. Aura isn't used like that. Though the words had sounded so arrogant, when I saw the slash of the village chief's sword, I realized that he wasn't being arrogant at all. It wasn't the power of any essence. He just used his pure skill with the weapon and slashed once at the enemy. He slashed his target, more precisely than I had ever seen anyone do before. Tisk. I couldn't kill him. After the blinding white light of the aura had slowly faded away, I noticed that the archbishop was surprisingly still alive. The trajectory of the sword had slashed away half of his body, but tentacles wriggled out from the sliced surface and began to move toward each other as if trying to stitch the two parts together again. It was quite a disgusting scene, but the village chief didn't even blink and asked me directly, "What will you do?" Well, I guess it was a way for him to say that he had done his part. "You won't be able to go through the portal if you drag this out," he warned. I needed to quickly make a decision. If the village chief had completely failed, I would have jumped into the portal without a second thought, but I just couldn't see this situation as a complete failure. I walked past the village chief and stepped in front of the archbishop, then used my strength to push apart his body that had started to rejoin before ripping a scroll with high-ranking fire magic on it, burning his body. "You didn't hesitate. Now that I think about it, didn't you clash with the archbishop once at some point?" The village chief seemed to have some sort of weird misunderstanding. The reason I didn't try to save the archbishop wasn't because I hated him. It was because I thought there was no point in trying. It'll be difficult for him to return no matter what we try. Even after thinking about this multiple times, the result was the same. The transformation of the archbishop into priest of Karu was preventable because after one advanced, they would never be able to return to being a regular priest. However, a huge event like that being set in stone as soon as we entered the rift? There's no way. The dungeon in stone that I knew wasn't like that. Although this game seemed like complete bullshit when you didn't know anything, the more I played, the more I realized that the only reason it seemed that way was because I didn't have enough information. Whoosh. Looking at the body of the archbishop that began to crackle with fierce flames, I looked back at the things we experienced. I made a mistake. I could make excuses and say that I didn't have enough information, but a mistake had definitely been made. When our mental state had been contaminated, when I saw the archbishop and the village chief not being affected by it, I didn't question it deeply and just ignored it. Really, though, he already hadn't been in his right mind. Even with that flower as well, a flower existed in this field that decreased a mental pollution level. However, at some point, the archbishop, who had taken it gratefully at the beginning, suddenly said he could endure by himself and gave us the flower instead. That should have been the sign I watched out for. If we gave all our flowers to the archbishop and cared for him as much as possible, then what would have happened? Maybe then, but it was pointless to question it now. Unless we entered this rift again in the future, this was something we would never learn for sure. Anyway, still, I guess I got some new information now. If I was still just playing this as a game as I did in the past, these pieces of information would be added to my notes about basement floor 1. When entering as a priest, it is possible to advance to priest of Karu. For sacrificing my allies, most skills are learned from the beginning. I'll think about how to use this later. Alright, then are you done confirming everything? Not yet. I glanced at the portal that continued to shrink before looking back down at the archbishop. The tentacles that had wriggled as hard as they could in the flames had slowed their movements at some point. Are you thinking that perhaps something will happen when the archbishop dies? Yet, at my honest answer, the village chief let out a dry laugh. It may not be my place to say this, but you are not of sane mind either. Can I take that as a compliment? Well, you are free to have your own interpretation. The village chief suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his joke. I didn't need to ask him why. You have defeated the priest who had fallen to temptation. The burning archbishop finally stopped moving. Special condition, third record has been met. His body turned into an array of light. No, flower crown of anguish, is created. Then, an unknown item was created where he had just been. It really did go as you said it would, the village chief mused. It was a flower crown you would wear on your head made of black and white flowers. The colors weren't split down the middle, but alternating between the two. Do you know what this is? I don't. I thought it was a numbered item at first, but to my knowledge, there were no numbered items that took on the form of a flower crown. Then what was this? I'll look into this later. After grabbing the flower crown, I checked in the portal. Thankfully, we still had time. The red portal hadn't shrunk at all, and the blue portal was about a third of its original size. If you would take my advice, the village chief began, I suggest you take the blue portal. I am useless at this stage. Useless. I don't have time, so I'll give a short explanation. The way I moved my mana to use aura just then is far and away different from how the original owner of this body used it. Due to a dissonance in technique, my entire body is broken. So the power did come at a cost. Even while feeling a little relieved, I was also a bit frightened of him. If he put in the time to alter his body to how it had been, he would be able to use this technique whenever he wanted. Anyway, I can think about that later. The advice the village chief gave me was simple. it would be possible for me to take the red portal, but after I did, I would need to endure all the trials by myself. Will that be possible? I assessed my situation with cold logic. The priest who had infinite divine power had become corrupted and died, and the wizard became unfit for battle and had to be sent out first. On top of that, the knight who was stronger than anyone lost his power. Vroom. We had somehow ended up opening the portal. Yes, but it was only because we got lucky. It was far from a proper execution of a strategic rift clear. I needed to accept this. Honestly, since this was the first time I had attempted this rift, it may have been expected. I will leave this place, but I failed in clearing the rift of basement floor 1. It was just in the blink of an eye. When I opened my eyes again, I had already returned, not to the middle of the great demon realm where the air itself was stagnant, but instead, the space filled with the guardian stone statues, Yandel, Bjorn, Captain. As soon as I left the portal, everyone called me in their own way and approached me. Thanks for your concern, but we'll talk later. It was nice to see them welcome me back, but I had something I needed to check first. Mister, how could you throw me like that? Firstly, Erwin was fine. Her shrunken stature had returned to normal as well. What about Galhoon? I asked. He's being healed by the priests. Thankfully, it seemed Galhoon was fine as well. I didn't know how badly he was injured, but it was still just physical damage. It shouldn't be so severe that he would die under the attention of several priests. Your lordship. At that moment, someone called for me. What about the commander? Where is the commander? Zylan Ebist, the younger brother of Baron Ebist, and the deputy commander of this expedition group. Why is he not out yet? I cut the deputy commander off and told him the reason the village chief wasn't coming out. Count Saintard has died. It was what he wanted as well. He said something like this was the most natural way for him to exit the scenario. This is honestly better. I was hoping I could return to the city soon, but I needed a reasonable excuse to do so. When I first heard him say that, I couldn't truly believe him, but after some thought, I realized it was an important issue for the village chief. I mean, he couldn't just kill himself for no reason, and dying to a random monster was pretty difficult as well. Everyone would have a hard time believing it. Even if they did, this would remain on his record as something suspicious, and the village chief had no intention of letting go of the life that Jerome Saintard had created for him. Our opponent was a priest of Caru who held immense power, enough to single-handedly defeat a lord of the floor. He fell after buying us time to escape. From the perspective of the village chief, facing an overwhelming enemy and dying honorably was the best outcome. A priest of Caru? Is this perhaps connected to why Archbishop Ischia isn't coming out as well? I'll discuss the details later. Before that, I'm curious about something. I didn't look just at the deputy commander but at everyone else near me. How much time has passed? Today is the 30th day on the dot. A month. It did seem like everyone looked completely different when I returned. But this isn't too bad. A month was a long time. Unlike the upper floors, considering the underground floors time flowed the same as the cities, it was even longer. However, it was still better than the worst-case scenario. Excluding Erwan and I, the others stayed there for over half a year. To think about it another way, I could take this as us saving 5 months worth of time. Though, of course, it was a definite loss on my end. From my perspective, it had only been around a week inside the rift. Then please tell me, what happened inside? Hey, why was this guy so impatient? I need to check something before that, I stated, pointing with my finger. Although it had dropped lower on my list of questions due to its relative level of importance, I had been curious about this as soon as I returned. Has that stone door remained closed this entire time? Yes, as soon as the 5 of you went into the portal a month ago, the portal disappeared and the stone door also closed. I had woken up in the middle of the stone chamber. The small portal that had transported me had disappeared as soon as it spat me out. So I'm sure that I came out here after defeating the Guardian. So why did no exit open up? It was quite a conundrum for me. I'd believed wholeheartedly that when we cleared the rift and came out here, a way out of this stone room would be created. What is it? Is it because I didn't choose the red portal? Then do we need to start over from the Guardian stone statues and attempt that all over again? My swirling emotions combined with many different theories that complicated my mind. Rumble. But then, as if to make fun of my impatience, the shut stone door slowly began to open. There was a secret room beyond the stone door. 3 stone statues about the size of large figurines were lying on the ground, and there was a singular portal floating in the middle of the room. Seems like that portal will lead us to the outside. And honestly, the wizards who walked in after me, and everyone who was standing behind them, looked on at the portal with desire and hope. I supposed it was to be expected since they had stayed here for over a month at this point. Raven, I'll give you the authority, so take the wizards and investigate this place. Check what that portal is, what these statues are, and if there is anything that's hidden here, and Deputy Commander, go and gather the leaders together. I'll tell everyone what happened inside the tent. It was such a natural overreach of my authority, but no one challenged my orders. A few people who were adept in politics just looked at me with worry in their eyes. It may be obvious, but Raven was one of those people. Is this okay? Don't worry, and just do what I told you to do." That silent conversation happened with just the looks in our eyes as I left the stone room. While the deputy commander was facilitating the leader meeting, I spoke with my allies. I also didn't tell them anything about the rift during that talk. "Why are you hiding it from us?" "I'm not hiding it. I just can't be bothered saying the same thing twice. You will be coming with me to the meeting and listening in as well. Is that something you can just do?" Amelia understood that I was only the leader of the temporary squad 4. "We'll know when we get there. So, how about you guys? Did anything happen?" After hearing their side of the situation, the time soon came for the meeting to begin. We went over to a huge military tent that could hold over 30 people. "Ah, Lord Baron, you're here." But the deputy commander's words trailed off as he spoke from his usual seat. "I told them to come in with me. Is there a problem?" No, it's fine. The goal of this meeting is to just hear what happened inside that place. But please understand that there are no more seats that can be given." I guess he was still a noble even without a noble title. He was saying he would kick them out as soon as the meeting officially began. "That's fine. They can just listen in while standing. Are you guys fine with that?" I waited a beat, then declared, "Seems like they are." With that, I stepped into the tent, and the empty seats grabbed my attention even more. There were 2 left for the taking. Step 1 was the commander's seat at the head of the table, and the other was my designated seat opposite the deputy commander's. Step. It may be very obvious, but the seat I would sit in today was already decided. Clack. As soon as I put my butt down onto the seat, a shockwave went through the eyes of the other leaders. The same went for the deputy commander. He tried his best to remain calm as he asked, "Can you explain what you mean by this, Lord Baron?" I responded with a smile. "What do you mean?" "You already know, Deputy Commander. You already know what this means. It was time to use the true barbarian commander mode." Chapter 605, Commander.To. There were reasons silence could fall in place with so many people gathered together. They could all be focusing on something, or the mood could be solemn, or perhaps everyone was simply shocked. For this particular silence, that latter one was the reason. All the leaders who had been sitting in their seats looked at me with shock at what I said and did. However, no one spoke up to say anything and rather all looked in the same direction. Zylan Ebist, the deputy commander of our expedition group, who had all the right to obtain the authority of the commander in the current commander's absence. To be honest, I held this man in higher regard. Even when an unexpected monster entered the body of the commander Jerome Saintard, the expedition proceeded without a problem. This man was the oil and engine that operated this expedition group smoothly. He was probably thinking of announcing his promotion after I told everyone during this meeting what happened in the rift. That plan would have proceeded without any opposition, and he would have become the commander if not for my sudden intrusion. Everyone was waiting for his response, but the deputy commander himself also remained silent. It seemed that he was calmly collecting his thoughts. I don't need to give him the time. I looked at the deputy commander and spoke again. "Do you truly not understand what this means?" When I let a hint of mockery sneak into my voice, the deputy commander couldn't help but finally respond. "I do understand. I understand exactly why you sat in that seat, and I was only thinking about the words I should use to make you understand, your lordship." "Make me understand. Could I take that as you not accepting me sitting in this seat?" The eyes of the other leaders opened wide at my provocative question. "Are you being serious right now, you barbarian?" They seemed to want to shout, but they weren't able to say anything due to my noble title and my reputation. Unfortunately, however, that went for my allies as well. Even Amelia, who I considered my right hand, stood further away while looking at me with eyes that said, "Has this guy lost it?" Of course not. The deputy commander chose that moment to answer my question. "You do not have the right to become the commander of this expedition group," he informed. "Why is that?" "Because you are the leader of the temporary squad 4, your lordship. Not even the leader of an officially created squad, but only the leader of the temporary squad 4. Under the military law of the palace, if the highest-ranking officer dies in battle or cannot further carry on with their duty, the next highest-ranking individual will take over the position." The deputy commander even brought up military law and invoked the name of the palace as well. "Hey now, do you think I don't know all this? Then there isn't a problem," I deadpanned. "The one with the highest rank after the count is me, the Baron." Although this was an expedition group filled with all types of elites, the only people here with noble titles were the Count and me, the Baron. What sort of nobility would go into the labyrinth, let alone to this underground floor which hadn't even been fully mapped out properly? The only reason Count Saintard was here was because they needed someone to lead the rest of the people in the expedition. The deputy commander let out a sigh as he looked at me. "Your lordship, you need to understand the difference between rank and nobility." To be honest, it was a milder response than I was expecting. If I were in his shoes, I would have shouted at him and lifted my hammer first, saying I wouldn't go along with his nonsense. No matter rank or nobility, it's still a status. "No, I am the one with the highest status after the count," I pushed back. The deputy commander merely responded calmly again, talking about the difference between military rank and noble title, and even about the military system. He also talked about the political problems my obstinance would cause and gave me a lecture on military law as well. Pardon, so why can't I be the commander? I demanded. Not even a sage would be able to hold back their embarrassment when they realized they had been talking to a stubborn bull all along. The deputy commander finally stopped speaking, realizing that he wouldn't be able to persuade me with anything he said. Xylan Ebist. I looked for the right opening and spoke. It was pretty laughable for a barbarian who had only recently created a barony to say this. I have no intention of listening to someone who doesn't even have a noble title, but I finally figured out what kind of person the deputy commander was. This method would work best for him. And in the first place, I continued, do you think you can command me? Do you really think that you can treat me like one of your subordinates? The deputy commander didn't answer. It was quite striking to remain steadfast and honest and not hear him say empty words to try and oppose me. But this appearance also didn't fit the image of someone who would potentially take on the position of commander. But it was fine for a deputy commander. The deputy commander remained silent for a while. Only then did I take my gaze off him and take a look at the others. Surprisingly enough, they didn't show any expressions of worry or nervousness. They just looked curious and were remaining quiet to see how this would play out. So they don't care who's in the position of commander. Honestly, my insistence probably only seemed excessive from the perspective of the deputy commander. These guys seemed fine with it. A baron who had been officially approved and given the title by the palace. This truth was too impactful in the city of Raftonia. Well, I did suspect that there were probably other reasons for their reactions. Everyone, hear me. Sensing that this was the right moment, I adopted a more serious tone and spoke to all of them. We are now at a crossroads. The crossroad wasn't about which person to pick as the commander. We could complete the mission given by the palace and return triumphantly to the city, or we could remain trapped here forever, never being able to escape. The more time we spent here, the more people would worry about this thought at least once. After bringing this back to everyone's awareness, I continued. However, if you all trust me and follow me, I didn't need to say much, then I will definitely return you all to your homes. I had shown this through my actions all this time. Even inside the crystal cave when the Lord of the Abyss appeared, inside the Goblin Forest, and even during the Ice Rock expedition, even during this Basement Floor 1 expedition, on Library Island, I was the one who had fought the hardest against the Rank 1 monster. I was the one who had entered all the Guardian Stone statues and had cleared all those rifts. What did the deputy commander do during that time? He had maintained the stability of the expedition group, but that was all he did. How long do we need to stay stuck here? It was clear what these expedition members, who had begun to worry about that question, would see as a trustworthy commander. Everyone here, including me, knows that you are a smart individual, your lordship. What do you want? What do we need to do to make you accept this situation? The deputy commander asked me directly, and I grinned. Let's get everyone together and put it to vote. Democracy was always the answer. Majority vote. This was a democratic process that was far removed from the strict hierarchical nature of the military. However, the deputy commander accepted this process without much pushback. He probably concluded that there was no way for him to dissuade me from my persistence if we didn't go through with a vote. Of course, he probably had some confidence in himself as well. Even if he didn't have a noble title, he was still a member of a noble house and a high-ranking official respected by the knights. I guess it's about 50-50. His subordinates would all vote for him. On the other hand, my temporary squad 4 would all vote for me. Since both of these numbers were similar in size, I couldn't dismiss the possibility of defeat. The most important thing was the majority feeling of the rest of the expedition group. The results are in. The vote results of everyone in the expedition were compiled. It was pretty close. I was given the majority vote by a slim number and was elected as the commander. It seemed that the people were thinking they needed a strong leader to lead them out of this floor, and this result was good for both me and the deputy commander. Now, I wouldn't need to go with a plan B that I had formulated just in case I didn't win. Alright, then since the results are out, I sat naturally on the commander's chair and gave my first order. Xylan Ebist, you will be the deputy commander. Your work will be the same as before, so I'll trust you with it. Good. Yes, it was a formality to show everyone the hierarchy of the group. After that, I smoothly transitioned to the real meeting. Looks like we'll finally be able to talk about the rift. Only then did I start talking about what happened in the rift. I didn't tell them everything. My account mostly centered around the Archbishop's final moments, the thing everyone was curious about. So he ended up becoming a priest of Karu. Wait, then the reason the Count died in combat was because of the Archbishop. The religious members of the leaders' meeting couldn't hide their shock and unrest. Although it was because of the Archbishop's death, it was also because the monster who killed the commander ended up being the Archbishop. Don't worry, I won't ask the Three Gods Church to take responsibility for what happened here. This was a completely unexpected variable. We went on a mission that dangerous, yet only the Archbishop died. I comforted those who were worrying that they would receive some punishment, and this may have been a real problem if Count Sainter truly died, but that's not even the case. No, you won't suffer any troubles even when we return to the city. That's relieving to hear. These people weren't your typical pious individuals. They all held decent positions of power within the Three Gods Church, meaning even though they were deeply religious, their sense of power and interest was clear. In any case, let's start the meeting officially now. Deputy Commander, has the investigation into the room beyond the stone door finished? If it's about the stone statues, the investigations aren't complete yet. So you're saying you've figured something out about the portals? We'll need to look deeper into them, but many opinions suggest that it's a portal that'll lead us to the outside. I see. However, I believe that it will be wise to postpone taking that portal anytime soon. Why is that? It should currently be the rainy season outside. I hadn't done the time calculations yet, but it seemed that it was already the rainy season again. Then we can continue to investigate the room and wait here until it passes. With those words, today's meeting ended. I'm hungry, so leave me. After saying something I wanted to say at least once in my life, everyone left the tent like water draining from a sink. Except one person. Deputy Commander, do you have something to say to me? It was my signal for him to tell me any dissatisfaction he had with me. However, the deputy only smirked at my question. Did you know, your lordship? I'm one of the people who is truly relieved that you became the commander. What? I could tell that these weren't empty words to just get on the good side of the new commander. In truth, I voted for you as well. Why is that? Because I know my place. A position where I need to be responsible for hundreds of people isn't where I should be. But weren't you the one who opposed me the loudest? I mean, that's the only way I'll have an excuse, right? This is the only way for me to not have a social suicide when we return to the city. The deputy commander gave me a sincere salute as he continued. So I will be in your care in the future. You need to lead the expedition group well so that I'll have fewer things to be responsible for, right? Then, he put a bag of jerky in front of me before leaving the tent, tossing out, "Oh, because you said you were hungry." I felt like I had been bamboozled for some reason, but I took the jerky the deputy commander had left me and put it in my mouth. It's good. This expedition group was now mine. The true barbarian commander mode was pretty comfortable for me. To be honest, it was pretty troublesome to get my orders through the village chief who was the dummy leader. That process had now been eliminated. And that wasn't all. Are you saying you will redistribute the members of the squads? Yes, no matter how I look at it. Separating the expedition group into 4 squads and just telling each squad leader to look after themselves isn't an effective process. I was now able to give out extreme orders that the village chief, who had to act like Count Saintard, could never give. Ineffective, you say? Oh, and I'll be altering the members of people joining the leaders' meetings going forward, so keep that in mind as well. Of course. Still, the deputy commander was a pretty helpful man. No matter what order I gave him, his first action was to try and think of a way to effectively carry out my order instead of complaining. It was a downside in a sense as well, however, in that he never talked back to those in higher positions than him. You really took up the position of commander, Amelia said gravely. Why? Are you disappointed you didn't become the deputy commander? I wouldn't do it even if you gave me that position. In Amelia's case, however, I wouldn't mind her talking a bit more sweetly. Be careful. There might not be any problems here, but we don't know what the palace will try and fault you for when we return to the city. She had a habit of picking on everything I said, no matter what I said. Well, that was why I liked her. Do you want anything? With my authority as the commander, I can. I'll be going now. Go and call for Raven on your way out. Amelia left the tent without saying anything. However, Raven came to my tent not long after. You called for me, Commander. You don't have to call me Commander. Sit. Raven looked at me sitting in the commander's seat with a look of disbelief, but she walked up and sat next to me. So, why did you call for me? Is this about the investigation? No, I am curious about that as well, but I have a request to make of you. Can I just leave now? You think you can? This is an order of the commander. She sighed. I should have put Sir Ebist's name in the box. It was too late for regret. This expedition group was already mine. So tell me, what is this request? Looking at Raven's resigned expression, I took out the object I had carried secretly. A flower crown? What is it? I don't know either. But this is what appeared when the Count killed the Archbishop. It wasn't from a monster. No. That's why it's that much more suspicious and special. Raven then picked up the flower crown and looked at it curiously. It's not a numbered item. I've never heard of a flower crown like this either. Can I take this with me? It looks like you called me here to look into this. Anyway, that's true. But don't tell anyone about this flower crown. Research it by yourself. Why? This is a secret research project that no one can know about. You're the only one who knows about this flower crown. I'm telling you, and only you, because I trust you. I spoke with these intentions that Raven especially liked. Only I know about this. Unfortunately for me, Raven was intelligent and quick-witted as well. This is embezzlement. She immediately dropped the flower crown as if she were afraid to become an accomplice. Of course, that wasn't a big problem. Embezzlement? This is the decision made by the commander. Don't even joke about that. So, are you not going to do it? Even though it's a mysterious object that was discovered in the rift of basement floor 1. I didn't say I wouldn't. After quickly whipping her head around to check her surroundings, Raven bolted forward like lightning to take the flower crown into her subspace. Chapter 606, Commander. 3. Tradition had it that a commander was always busy. They never had an opportunity to settle for an excuse. If someone died, if the plan went awry, if anything at all went wrong, the commander needed to take responsibility for all of it. I'll learn about the flower crown when she comes back with it. That was why, after leaving Raven to deal with the flower crown, I immediately went back to focusing on reformatting the expedition group. Clack, clack. The current layout of the expedition group was simple, just 4 big squads. That was it. Priests, wizards, and knights were distributed to each squad in relatively equal numbers, so the combat capabilities of each squad in turn were similar, and the roles they could fulfill were all pretty similar as well. Honestly, it felt like the expedition was randomly split into 4 groups so that they could each go and do their own thing. Said arrangement had its benefits as well, of course. When necessary, a squad could operate effectively by itself, and if one squad was annihilated, the main expedition group could still function without a problem. But it's too militaristic. We were currently inside the labyrinth. Although sacrifices were unavoidable, that didn't mean we needed to assign our human resources with those sacrifices in mind. Problem is, I don't have the time to assign everyone properly. I honestly wanted to combine the 4 groups and assign each individual their role, but there were far too many things I would need to change if I did that. It would take too long for everyone in the new groups to get familiar with each other, and more accidents were bound to happen while they did. Let's just deal with the ranking system as originally planned. The most effective way to deal with low-ranking individuals was to get a suitable person in charge of them and then drill that person instead, a command structure handed down from ancient arts of warfare. With that, I erased the names of all the current leaders from the roster and rebuilt everything from scratch. Wizards, priests, ranged attackers, melee attackers, knights, tanks, support, non-combatants. After separating all members into their classes, regardless of their current squad, I elected overseers to be in charge of them and assigned them their duties. Court Wizard, Saintess, Bowmaster, Master Warrior, Knight Captain. I just wrote down the titles that came to my mind. The names weren't the important thing here, anyway. Then I've decided on each of them. After deciding who the overseers would be, I created the subdivisions as well. For example, the wizards had research, investigation, and combat subdivisions. Knights had combat and administration, as well as an overseer for each, and so on. Which one would Raven like more, research or investigation? I could ask her and decide on this later. Bjorn, are you busy? Miss Shah, why are you here? It's just, you always look so busy recently. I brought the fruit tea that you like. Oh, honestly, I was starting to crave something sweet as well. After drinking about half of it in one gulp, Miss Shah looked at me with expectant eyes for some reason. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be nice if I took her goodwill and didn't give her anything in return. Thanks for that, Miss Shah. For that, I'll give you a position. I don't need something like that. You are now the chief secretary. Your duty is to do everything to increase the efficiency of the commander, and you can decide what that entails on your own. Oh, so you're just saying you want me to bring you more tea later? Well, that was one way of looking at it. When I nodded, Miss Shah blushed a little after trying to refuse the position. Well, if it's something like that, okay. I now had a cat secretary. After formulating the new hierarchies, I opened a new leaders meeting. There wasn't anything important to discuss, and it was more so that the new overseers could familiarize themselves with one another. I was curious if my system would work properly as well. Not to say that there was literally nothing to discuss during the meeting, of course. How long until the research into the stone statue in the portal is done? While I had been stuck in my tent ripping apart and gluing together the expedition group, the wizards had diligently carried out their mission, and today was the day of their report. I will speak to that issue. The head overseer of the wizards, Gahun Versilius, stood at my question. Are you feeling all right now? I asked. I'm feeling well after those few days of rest. As he said, he had been limping just a few days ago, but he was walking fine today. That's good to hear. So, speak, court wizard. How long until the stone statue research is over? So, one thing before I give that report, Gahun Versilius asked me directly, just why am I a court wizard? This place isn't even a palace to begin with, he continued to protest. It's just a title, so don't think about it too much. I need something to call you by. No, sure, but why did you choose that as the name? He mumbled with a hint of dissatisfaction. But I didn't have any intention of changing the name. I also didn't get why he wasn't that fond of it. Court wizard. Honestly, it sounded like a cool profession. When I shot Gahun a glare to stop complaining, an old man with gray hair and wearing a white robe spoke gently. Sir Versilius, it's as the Baron says, it's only a name. What is important is its essence, and isn't a court wizard better than a saintess? Bahua. The person who had spoken was the Archbishop of the Tavaret Church and also the one who is in the position of saintess for the expedition. Since the Archbishop saw no reason to complain about his own worse position, the court wizard lost all excuse to complain and began his report instead. I will now deliver an update on our progress. First, we didn't find anything more in the stone room, just the 3 stone statues and the portal. And the portal remains unchanged from what was reported previously. As in, there's a good chance it connects to where we entered, but it's too early to be sure. That's right. Even as we investigate the nature of the portal, we have no way of knowing where the other side will be. However, we have learned quite a few things about the stone statues. Go on. Gadhoon Versilis took out 3 stone statues the size of large-scale figurines and put them on the table. One of the stone statues was dyed black. Again, I prompted what happened. During our research, we used one of the statues, used, to skip to the result. This statue is similar to those guardian stone statues. A rift is open when it is used. You mean the small rift where only the guardian appears? That's right. Do you see this indent here? If you put in a rift stone here, a portal will open for around 30 minutes. Have you entered it? The portal disappeared 30 minutes after being produced in the middle of our research, so we weren't able to confirm what was on the inside. So I guess we just wasted one? I felt a wave of disappointment for an instant, but I felt better after Galhoon's explanation continued. It doesn't seem like these statues are one use only. Do you see this black one here? As time passes, color is returning to it from the bottom up, like this. Oh, so it was an item with a cooldown? And although we didn't enter the portal, we learned quite a number of things from the outside. This is just a theory that hasn't been tested yet. He went on to wax eloquent, explaining everything to me in difficult words before ending off. And at the end of all that, we learned something. The portal that opened from this statue was very similar to the coordinate waves that the Bloody Citadel produces. The conclusion was as thus. The rift stone we used to activate this stone statue was the rank 9 rift stone obtained from the first floor rift. We believe that this isn't a coincidence. In a nutshell, the rank of the guardian would be determined by the rank of the rift stone sacrificed to the stone statue. Of course, that was all just a theory. Deputy Commander, do we have more rift stones among our reserves right now? We checked the rift stones we had, but unfortunately, the only ones in our possession were below rank 6. There weren't many cases where you needed to take rift stones into the labyrinth, so it was understandable. Honestly, just having those few around proved how much the palace had prepared for this expedition. I guess it's a lower quality rift maker. Speaking of, there was something similar to the stone statues among the numbered items. No. 18. Rift maker. The item could open a rift when a rift stone was put into it. Put around 10 rank 9 rift stones into it, and it would randomly open a rift in the floor you were on. You did need to be on the floor whose rift you were looking to clear, but even with that downside, high-ranking rift stones weren't required. Also, it opened a real rift, so it was overall a net benefit to the user. Well, there is a possibility that this thing will also open a real rift. However, I had a hunch that these stone statues operated like the guardian stone statues and would open a smaller rift with only the boss inside. I see. Good work. I understand the basics of how it works, so I'll hold on to these stone statues. After putting the 3 statues into my pocket, I checked on the other reports. What about the essence of the Soul Eater? We didn't make any new discoveries. As it's an essence, we really can't know until someone absorbs it. So you're saying we need to feed it to someone if we want to figure out what it does? Got it. I'll think more on this. As you wish. I'm getting hungry. Everyone other than the research department head can go and rest. After ending the meeting there, I sent everyone out other than the research department head. Mr. Yondell, the reason you sent everyone out other than, not Mr. Yondell, but Commander. Although we were still in a professional setting, the research department head didn't even care about what I said and just pushed forward. Other than me because you're curious about how much I figured out about that item, right? Yeah, so did you get anything? At my question, the research department head, Raven, cast voice control magic before saying, to be honest, I got a lot of research done. Oh, really? First, this flower crown is a numbered item. A numbered item. It was a hard fact to accept. I had memorized all the numbered items from number 1 all the way to no. 9,999. A flower crown like this didn't exist among the numbered items, and Raven should know that just as well as I did. In the end, I commanded, tell me more. Since this is the first time anyone has come to this floor, the research equipment of the expedition group is really good. So, when I researched its nature, this flower crown does have the unique quality that all numbered items possess, and that's why I decided to categorize this flower crown as a numbered item as well. But it's missing the most important thing, the number. That's true, so I tried to give it a suitable name. What are you embarrassed about? Just say it out loud. How about calling it a secret numbered item? The name was pretty tame, considering it came from Raven. For some reason, I feel like as we explore more of the first underground floor, we'll find more numbered items like this all with unknown numbers, she rushed to explain. Sounds good. Then can I have that be the official name for these? Sure. Raven's expression brightened in an instant when I nodded. She looked to be imagining a future where people continue to use the name secret numbered item to refer to these. I mean, I couldn't understand what was so important about naming things, but whatever. The name's fine, so tell me how it can be used. I was honestly worried she had come here after only brainstorming what to call it, but thankfully, Raven was as serious about her research as she was about fame. I'll only tell you what I am sure of. There might be a few things I haven't figured out about it, so please keep that in mind. I got it, so just tell me. First, as soon as you equip this flower crown, you become immune to all negative mental effects. Oh, the item's effect was better than I expected. One piece of headwear that could give you complete mental resistance. Many high-level raids required adventurers to have high mental stats or equipment to bolster them, so this would be a pretty useful item. Can I just go around wearing it? A flower crown on the head of a mighty barbarian went against the fantasy, but as a gamer, the effect was more important than appearance. And one more thing. However, after hearing the next thing Raven said, I let go of my desire for the flower crown. When you wear it, you become immune to divine power. You won't be harmed by divine spells, but you can't be healed by them either. Naturally, you become unaffected by blessings as well. I honestly did expect a drawback. I can't use it. I was a tank that needed to be healed on the regular, so I couldn't use this gear. That's all I could figure out for now, Raven concluded. I haven't been able to figure out what using it does, but there is a higher chance that it doesn't have much use outside that. Good work. I'll take it with me and do some more research on it, just in case. That's fine, right? Of course. You can name it as well. If it's a numbered item, it'll need a name as well. She paused. Can I really name it? Of course. Motivating a subordinate was also the duty of a high-ranking official. Right. Mr. Yondell, I told you to call me Commander. There were 3 stone statues in that stone room. You already know that it activates when you use a rift stone, and that the rift open will most likely depend on the rank of the rift stone used, right? Yes. At that moment, Raven whipped out a rift stone. I couldn't tell what rank it was, but I could immediately see that it was pretty big. This is the rift stone we got after we defeated that vampire guardian at the first variant rift, the place where we met. From all the way back then. Yes, I didn't really want to sell it, so I just held on to it. So, Raven looked at me and pure curiosity laced her voice as she wondered, what rift will open if we put this one into one of those stone statues? No clue. After a long moment's hesitation, I suggested, shall we try? I was pretty curious as well. Chapter 607, Commander, 4. My suggestion to try was met with a moment of silence. Raven looked at me with beseeching eyes before finally giving her head a shake. No, it's still a little reckless to test it right away, right? The only way to learn new things in the labyrinth is to try. That's true, but this is something I treasure quite a lot. I think I'll regret it if it disappears without amounting to much. Since the rift stone's owner was the one saying it, there was not much I could say in response. Also, it would be a problem if it caused a hidden secret to activate. We were planning on continuing with our expedition as soon as the rainy season was over, so dragging our feet here because of this gamble would ultimately be a problem. And with how long everyone's been stuck here, people are getting pretty antsy as well. With that, we postponed our plan to use the rift stone of Kinbormir on this stone statue for another time. Then I'll be going. Raven went off to think of a name to give to the flower crown, and I was finally left by myself in the tent. Many thoughts circled my mind, though they didn't center on the stone statues and the rift stone. Everything makes sense. The effect of the flower crown as Raven described still echoed in my mind. So the item we obtained after defeating the Archbishop turned Priest of Karu gave the wearer mental effect immunity. It's obvious that this item exists to be used in that chapter. The red portal that I had no choice but to ignore still lingered in my mind. What was beyond it? With a flower crown, I might be able to personally check the next time we challenge the rift. Well, it wasn't like I could attempt it again immediately. No way I can re-attempt it right now. The rift was deemed cleared. The guardian statues of the 5th floor and lower that were needed to open the rift didn't activate anymore, even when we put our hands on them. The only thing we could do now was to take the portal in the stone room and leave. How long is the cooldown going to be? I got the sense that I would only learn that after we left. There was a possibility that I could re-attempt as soon as we left and return here, but we might need to wait until the cooldown was over. Considering the mysterious nature of this underground floor, I couldn't ignore the possibility that this rift might never be able to be attempted again. While still mulling over my thoughts in the empty military tent, I took out a bag from my subspace, the bag I had gotten from the village chief before we entered the rift. The village chief had said that there was a notebook in the bag and that it would answer all my questions. That was why as soon as I did everything I needed to get done, I took it out and read it. What the hell? Is he cursed to always tell me everything in such unsatisfying ways? The notebook was written in such cryptic language that it only made me more and more confused. If you sense a presence while on the library island, go outside for about a day before going back in. If you do, the books that were thrown on the ground will be put back in their proper places again. That was probably about Hamzik. If you find a different dimensional headstone, do not take an interest in it. I'll say this now, but the exit you are looking for is the one at my village and that one alone. That was probably about the headstone on Giant Island. However, the things written after these two were also cryptic. If a huge shadow suddenly blankets the land during your adventure on the Giant Island, do not ever look up. If you wait a moment, the shadow will disappear and you'll be able to continue on your way. The island that you call Tree Island doesn't have anything at its peak. If you see something or suddenly hear something, sleep while wearing an eye mask or earmuffs. If you do, you'll be safe there. If waves start to approach you during the rainy season, immediately stop whatever you're doing and look for a place to hide. There will be at least one place on any island that you can use to hide. However, do not go to the stone island that you first opened your eyes to when you came to this place. That island is the only island without a place to hide. The golden book won't be particularly helpful in helping you achieve your goals. If you see a horse running through the sky during a period that is not the rainy season, do not act rashly. If you don't attack it first or approach it recklessly, you won't encounter any problems. At this point, it wasn't a transfer of information, but just him sharing strange stories with me. However, it was easy for me to understand the last thing written inside. At some point, if a dimensional collapse occurs and the floor itself starts to crumble, head to the island that had our village. The portal that connects to the ground will be opened. We could escape the first underground floor during a dimensional collapse. That also let me infer something else. Looks like this is the only way the village chief knew of how to escape this place. He was merely waiting for the dimensional collapse. It was the only method available to the village chief for escape. It also made me realize why he didn't try to escape with us, but instead used a heretic altar to do so. The village chief had no idea when I could escape. If I had to survive and endure until the dimensional collapse occurred, and if only then could I escape, then we had no idea when that time would come. He didn't say anything about Rainbow Island. Even after flipping through the notebook multiple times and searching through the bag he had left me, he left no mention of Rainbow Island. My idea was that Rainbow Island was the key to our escape. Did he not write it in on purpose, or did he not know? I currently had no way of knowing. It wasn't as if I could go and shake the village chief by the scruff of his neck, since he would be awake and walking about in the city by now. I'll know when I get there. In the end, the only thing I could do was continue with the expedition, like an adventurer should. As soon as the rainy season ended, we used the portal to escape. The stone gate stood tall in the middle of the ocean. We couldn't see the boats that we used to get here, and in the end, we had people unfortunately fall straight into the ocean. Ag, what a pain. After a troublesome process, we got every member of the expedition group safely onto the summoned ships and learned something new in the process. That stone gate wasn't always open. The door is sinking into the ocean. The moment the final member exited the portal, the huge stone door closed and began to sink into the ocean. Looks like I won't be able to attempt it right away. I was a bit disappointed, but I was determined to re-attempt it some other time. When the cooldown was over, it would resurface above the ocean. That was unless this was a one-try-only sort of deal. Lord Baron, we are ready to set off. After watching the stone door disappear beneath the waves at the bow of the ship, I looked around at the ships around me. 3 ships floated around my boat in a protective barrier. Raise the flag. Upon my order, the boat began to move, and a flag was hoisted on top of the crow's nest. Splash! My boat broke through the waves and sailed at the front as 3 other ships followed behind. A reversal of position, perhaps, from a certain perspective, but even on our way here, our boat was always behind those 3 and simply trying its best to follow. Bjorn, are you hungry? Thanks. As I walked around while munching on the snack that Chief Secretary Michelle gave me, Amelia came to talk to me. What's that? This? It's the snack that my Chief Secretary got me. How long are you planning to keep up this nonsensical commander roleplay? Oh, if you say that, even I would get hurt. Are you saying that because you don't like your search captain position? For reference, the search captain position was one where it oversaw all members related to scouting and patrols. I had prepared quite a prestigious position for her. However, Amelia just shook her head multiple times with a sigh and disappeared to do something. I have nothing to do now. I went about patrolling the boat for a while, but there wasn't anything in need of my attention, so I ended up just resting in my room or chatting with my allies. I'll go by myself for a little bit. After finally arriving on Library Island, I got off the boat by myself and went down to the island. The books we had messed up were now shelved, and it was so quiet that my few steps inside echoed throughout the place. It's quiet. For now, I couldn't sense Hamzik's presence. Was it sleeping in its house? Hamzik, I bellowed. A furry little creature carefully peeked from the bookshelves in response. What? Why are you there? Why aren't you in your home? Are you really asking me that? Right. We had completely destroyed it right before we left. Sorry. So what are you doing here? By yourself at that? I came here to see you for a bit. My allies are waiting above, so come here for a second. Maybe my visit was pretty sudden, but Hamzik looked to be on guard as it looked left and right before walking up to me. You came here to see me? Yet, why? The reason was simple. I had seen it in the rift not long ago. My name isn't Hamzik. The other Hamzik I met in the cave didn't even know it was a Hamzik. After meeting Hamzik too, it occurred to me that there was a big secret behind Hamzik. Maybe it itself didn't know. Don't ask that, I rebuffed, laughing loudly to hide my thoughts as I went to approach it. Why would I need a reason to come see a friend? However, Hamzik only seemed to put up its guard even more. Don't lie. There's no way you're here for no reason. You definitely have a reason for coming here. Wow, it had changed a lot. It was so easy before when it was more innocent and naive. I smirked and admitted the truth of what I wanted. Yet, I do have a reason. HMPH. I knew it. Hamzik, leave this place with me. What? Hamzik looked completely caught off guard, taking me in with bewildered eyes. I knew this would happen, so I was going to try and ease Hamzik into it. Leave with you? What do you mean? It's as it sounds. If you stay here, all you're gonna do is organize books, right? And if we're not here, there'll be no books to organize either. Displeasure crossed Hamzik's face. It seemed angry. However, to change one's life, one needs these shocks. You've been here for a long time at this point, so let's get out here with me, I coaxed. What even changes if I leave? Many things. Even when I said that, it seemed that Hamzik still didn't believe me. That was why I went into a bit more detail. You'll be able to see what's outside with your own eyes. You've stayed here for so long that you don't even know what's going on the outside. I'm not that curious. An expansive silver ocean, unknown islands. You're not curious about any of that. I'm not. That caught me off guard. I could tell that it wasn't just messing with me. It genuinely did not seem interested. Then what about this? You lost all your memories, right? So you don't even know who you are. Maybe we'll be able to find your memories if we go around outside a bit. How are you so sure of it? Oh, that response was a bit slower, so that seemed to have tempted it a little. When Hamzik responded half a beat late, I immediately seized the opportunity and said, what about you? Can you be sure that it won't be possible? Hamzik went speechless for a long while. You're forcing it. Well, it wasn't wrong. However, I could talk with confidence. But if you stay here forever, it won't change the fact that nothing will change. It was by the way by which I lived my life as well. Starting was half the journey. 0 was different from 1. Even though they may seem similar at first, the difference between those two would become immeasurable as time passed. However, Hamzik didn't take my hand easily. I think it'll work if I just push it a bit more now. But answer me one thing. Why are you trying to take me out of here with you? Wow, it was pretty persistent. After letting out a sigh in my heart, I looked away from Hamzik at the empty air. How could I just sit by and let you be? My friend is just sitting alone at home without being able to do anything. It was another reason that I was trying to take Hamzik with me. It seemed that I had grown fond of it over time. Hamzik answered me after a very long time had passed. I'll go with you. I'll follow you outside. It seemed that what I told it during our last visit, about how I would let it return here whenever it ever changed its mind, helped convince Hamzik to come with me. Good thinking, I praised. But there'll be trouble if I'm nearby. Other people are terrified of me. You just need to hide yourself, right? Just stay in my cabin for the time being. Then nothing's changed, right? The place you're hiding in? You don't even have a home anymore. The cabin has a bed, a super soft one at that. Noting the silence, I continued, saying, what are you hesitating for? You've already decided, so let's go. We don't have time to waste. Just in case Hamzik changed its mind, I quickly took it and left the island. Tell everyone to go inside for a moment. After emptying the deck for a moment, I took Hamzik into my quarters without anyone seeing it. How is it? I asked. Isn't it nice? There's a window here so you can see the ocean as well. HMPH. What's impressive about that? I've already seen it a few times. Oh, looks like you came up by yourself a couple of times. Didn't you say you weren't interested in the outside world at all? Anyway, I'll come back later. I need to tell the other guys to come back out and tell them to start moving as well. Do as you wish. After hiding Hamzik in my room, I went back outside and returned everyone to their original stations. Set sail. We resumed our voyage. Our current destination was the mysterious Rainbow Island that was around a month's travel from our current location. Splash. Our 4 ships sailed through the ocean, cutting through the waves. But not long after setting sail, a commotion occurred from the deck. As I went out to see what was up, I saw everyone staring up at the sky in a daze. A horse, right? It looks like a horse no matter how you look at it. A horse? As I lifted my head to see what it was, I could really see what looked like a white horse galloping through the sky. I quickly took out a notebook filled with the village chief's strange tales. If you see a horse running through the sky during a period that is not the rainy season, do not act rashly. If you don't attack it first or approach it recklessly, you won't encounter any problems. I never expected to encounter it this quickly. Chapter 608, Mystical. 1. A horse that galloped through the air when it wasn't the rainy season. The notebook of strange stories that the village chief left me didn't mention how much it sparkled, but that wasn't important. As this was a sudden encounter, I had to think fast. The notebook did advise me that nothing bad would happen as long as I didn't attack or approach it. But doesn't it mean we'll just have to let it go? To be honest, I couldn't help but gulp with anticipation when I saw the horse. It felt as if I had witnessed a legendary monster. What do I do? Since the village chief had gone out of his way to warn me in the notes, this thing was probably dangerous. However, if we could successfully hunt it, our reward would be proportional to that danger. Such was the law of Dungeon and Stone. With great risk came great reward. Oh, it's getting further away. Shouldn't we do something? It's definitely a new type of monster. Stay in your positions and wait for the commander's order. In the end, I made my decision. There was a chance that the horse held a clue to help us escape that not even the village chief knew about. Let's let it go for now. However, this was neither the time nor the place. We weren't on solid ground, and our forces were even divided over 4 different ships. Since I didn't know how dangerous this horse was yet, I concluded it would be wiser to try and attempt a raid later when we were better situated and had planned for it. BZZT. BZZT. I gripped the message stone as if I were holding a walkie-talkie and said, "Do not attack the monster you see up in the air. Commander's order." The moment I spoke, the command of the barbarian commander echoed out to all the leaders of the expedition group. It went without saying, but no one ignored my order and tried to act independently. Tap. After standing at the bow of the ship, I clicked my tongue as I watched the horse recede into the horizon. Still, I hoped to see it again in the future. One piece of advice you would need to know to live a frugal life in Raftonia was that 99.9% of the money that circulated in the world was put into the market via the Dimensional Square Inspection Office. It was the same reason its currency was named the stone as well. A coin worth 100 stones was worth that much in mana stones. Splash. To put it another way, we were currently spending about 500,000 stones per hour by constantly fueling the mana propulsion system at maximum capacity. And that only went for one boat. Using money does make this a lot faster, I mused. Even the aquatic monsters we sometimes encountered couldn't even attempt to board our vessel because of how fast a boat was going. All in, at this pace, how long will we take? I think the estimated time has been halved, Commander. We had cut down the month of travel to just 15 days. Well, if we hadn't gone to Library Island first after exiting the stone door, we wouldn't be so pressed for time. But what's the point of regretting it now? Still, thanks to the engine operating at full capacity, we were able to make up for the few days spent on the detour. It did, however, drain quite a bit of our mana stone reserves. Ha. Did you see that? We've already burned 1 million stones. I guess it's 3.78 million since there are 4 boats. It's 4 million stones, Ms. Fenelon. Ha. By the way, this is fun. Aina was given the role of navigation assistant and shoveled the mana stones into the mana propulsion engine whenever Ian gave her the signal. She seemed to enjoy burning through so much money. That said, there were a few people who couldn't stand to look at how many mana stones we were wasting. So it's 15 days until our destination, Raven lamented. How much will it be for all 4 boats? I don't know the exact amount, but probably enough to buy a decent mansion in the good part of the city. Oh, honestly, I held the same sentiment. Although we were using the mana stones brought in by the expedition group when they entered basement floor 1, just looking at this display hurt my heart a bit. Still, it was a necessary cost. The less time it took to reach Rainbow Island, the better. It's because of the rainy season, right? The reason we're speeding along like this. It can't be helped. If we take a month to get there, the rainy season will have started again. Our destination, Rainbow Island, was shrouded in mystery. We needed to get there before the rainy season so we could get as much time as possible to explore. That's why I'm even more curious now. Why did you go down there by yourself, Mr. Yandel? From what I can tell, doing whatever you did was of higher priority to you than saving us more time for the island. Oh, that. I thought for a moment, then explained the existence of Hamzik and told Raven that I had taken it out of the island with me. That monster appeared in the rift? So you were wondering if we could get that monster's help in the future. You could look at it that way. Raven just had a contemplative expression on her face and didn't say much else for a while. Oh, right. Now that we're on the subject of secrets. Yet, that flower crown. I came up with a name for it. So, she had finally decided. She hadn't said anything to me about it for the past few days, so I figured she was just going to keep the name to herself. What is it? Flower Crown of Anguish, Raven responded quite shyly, then even went on to explain her reasoning even though I hadn't asked her for it. Something to do with the flower crown giving a mental immunity buff but also had a huge downside, so one needed to make a difficult choice to use it. Hesitatingly, she asked, "How is it?" Well, I didn't know. Maybe it would have been better if she just said she had been in anguish because she had such a difficult time coming up with a name for the item. Instead, I said, "It's good." How, right? Then you need to keep your promise, okay? When you reveal this item to the world, You need to use this name, and you have to tell everyone that I gave it that name. And of course, I am its researcher as well. Got it. After giving her my affirmation, Raven disappeared with a satisfied smile on her face, and the voyage continued without any particular incidents. I spent most of my time just chatting with my allies and the rest patrolling or going back to my room to test the waters with Hamzik. Hamzik, have you been well? Take me back. We'll experiment with near-death experiences today. I hear that right as someone feels like they're about to die, people can remember things they forgot. No, I'm not doing it. Never. Wow, so sensitive. It was pretty vocal when I first started to test a few things. Maybe it became completely dejected after repeated failure, I mumbled to myself. Hamzik became enraged. Squeak. It was the cute squeak Hamzik made when it was truly angry. Of course, other people only heard it as a terrifying howl. When I brought Raven to my room not long ago, she went white as a ghost and ran away. Don't get so mad. I was joking about testing the near-death experience. Oh, I brought you something you might like, I said, bringing out a few books I got from Raven. Hamzik's anger was immediately replaced with joy. It's like raising a kid. The book was written in the ancient language so Hamzik, who only spoke the ancient language, could read it. It wasn't even a storybook or anything like that either. However, Hamzik seemed to enjoy it as its focus never wavered from the book, and I just laid down in the bed next to it and rested. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Some days later while I was waiting in my room, Einar came looking for me. Bjorn, I told you to call me Commander, not Bjorn. Arjen said that we'll get to our destination in an hour. We were finally there. It was time to bring up our loosened guard once more. After heading to the wheelhouse, I found Arjen grasping onto the helm while studying the map with a serious expression on his face. Commander, you're here. He was my navigator and the only person in the Anavida clan who called me Commander. Like I asked, Einar told me that we'll soon be at our destination. Yes, that's right, he confirmed. Are you sure? Didn't you say yesterday that we'd arrive around the afternoon today? After some point, the wind began to blow again, so I had to recalculate everything. Wind. Well, I did notice how my hair was flapping about as soon as I got on deck. I went up to the handrail to see the water was much rougher than before. If waves start to approach you during the rainy season, immediately stop whatever you're doing and look for a place to hide. Those words came from the village chief's book of strange stories, but I got the feeling that he wasn't talking about whatever I was looking at. It wasn't the rainy season either. Rougher waters didn't necessarily mean waves were crashing into us. So, are you confident in this new calculation? Yes, Arjen affirmed. I've checked it multiple times while keeping the altered speed in mind. If you say so. Good work. After receiving Arjen's report, I used the message stone to inform the other ships that we would soon arrive at our destination, and that they should be ready for whatever situation we may encounter. Erwin, anything yet? No, I can't see anything yet. Even though we were pretty close to our destination, Erwin from the crow's nest still couldn't see anything. We lowered our speed a little and drifted forward, but we then suddenly entered a windless zone. The boat stopped as well. The reason our boat, which could move even without wind thanks to the monopropulsion system, stopped moving was simple. We're here, Commander. We had arrived at our destination. Are you sure? I pressed. I'm not certain if this is the place of the pillar of light we saw on that day, but I am certain that this is the place we marked as our destination on the map. I didn't doubt Arjen's words or his skills. Although we saved him while hunting plunderers, he was talented enough to amaze the skilled navigators who came down with the expedition group. If he was sure of it, then it must be so. And when we arrived at the place, the ominous winds that had been blowing also suddenly stopped. I had to change the way I was thinking. We had arrived at our destination, but we still couldn't see anything. There had to be a reason for it. Then it's one of two things. Pardon. Either it's in the ocean, or it's up there. No one reacted to my words, as if I was speaking in tongues. Islands like that existed on the 6th floor as well. A submarine island where deep-sea giants could be spotted, and the storm cloud island which had been pushed back in the priority of exploring due to lack of time. We'll check under the water first. I guessed that it was more likely to be below the ocean if it was hidden. I mean, the entirety of basement floor 1 was an ocean, right? With that in mind, I ordered the anchor to be lowered to check how deep the ocean was. Commander, we still haven't reached the bottom after using all our rope. How deep was it if the anchor of the military vessel couldn't reach? It only raised more suspicions in my mind. I guess we'll have to go down ourselves. I picked a few talented individuals and created a special unit, then attached an oxygen tank wizard to each of their backs before sending them down. I wanted to go down with them. You must not. But I had no choice but to smother the thought at the deputy commander's shout. He came over to me, demanding to know why I would need to do something so dangerous and for me to trust the talented individual selected by the palace. You say all this, but you let the Count enter the rift without a problem. I did. And on that day, our expedition group temporarily went without a leader. I had nothing I could say to that. However, after his earlier confession about how he couldn't handle a position with such responsibilities, I got a sense of what his true reason was for stopping me from going down. It's a shame I can't go and explore myself, but I guess I'll just relax here. I was left to just wait quietly on the boat, but the first underwater exploration ended sooner than expected. It was a failure. It wasn't as if the ocean was filled with monsters or that there were so many obstacles in the way either. We couldn't find any ground to stand on no matter how deep we went. They dove, sinking as far as their oxygen tanks wizards allowed, but they couldn't see a thing. I didn't bother with a second underwater exploration, concluding that trying again wouldn't yield any different results. Then we'll have to check above. Naturally, we decided to explore the sky. Go, investigation captain. After letting the wizards who went down into the water rest for a bit, I got them to cast float magic to get them airborne. I'm glad to have chosen research back then. Raven had approached me at some point and had a hand on her chest in relief. Also, this just caught my attention, but why does the investigation department have an investigation captain, but the research department is just the research department head? You're curious about the strangest things. You didn't put any thought into naming these roles, did you? It wasn't that I didn't put any thought into them, but it was true I didn't think too hard on them. That's not important. Go and check from above. If they start falling or something, it'll be your job to catch them. Sure, we spent a good while being wary of anybody falling out of the sky above us. However, contrary to our worries, the investigation captain and the wizards of the investigation department landed safely back down on the boats. The winds became too strong around 650 feet in the air, so we weren't able to climb higher. Maybe it was to be expected, but the first sky exploration also failed. However, unlike the underwater exploration, it wasn't a complete failure. However, one of the members says they saw something above right before we began to descend. If that wasn't a mistake, then there was something in the sky. The problem is how we can get up there. It was time to ignite my imagination as a gamer. Chapter 609, Mystical. 2. From what I heard from the investigation captain, they couldn't climb higher than 650 feet because the winds became too strong, so strong, apparently, that even when they tried to use light magic to at least try to see something in the layered darkness, the winds would dissipate the mana too quickly. However, in the moment just after the light magic was cast, one of the investigation members had seen something. There was something that was looking down at me through the darkness. The member who saw it couldn't explain in detail what it looked like, how big it was, or what general shape it was. However, he was sure that he saw something. The wind was too strong. I couldn't even open my eyes properly. We need to be mindful of the possibility that he was mistaken. The investigation captain didn't seem to trust his team members' words, but while I didn't believe the account without question, I had a different idea. Then we'll just need to check one more time. One more time. Yeah, go up there and use light magic again. Then you'll be able to see if there's really anything there. Our members are exhausted. Could we rest today and resume our investigation tomorrow? Tomorrow. It would be a lie to say I didn't mind giving them time, but I was the barbarian commander with a generous heart. Of course. The investigation captain's face lightened a little at my readily given permission. Was he purposefully balking just so I would give his team a rest? I couldn't escape the sudden, niggling doubt, but being generous with one's subordinates was one of the characteristics that made a good commander. And so, the investigation resumed the next day, after the members of the investigation department had their rest. I saw it as well. Something was looking down at me. A similar witness account arrived with the return of the second investigation team, and they were even able to record a video using a recording crystal to capture the shifting form. The opinion of those who checked the footage was mixed. However, it's difficult to make out with how dark the background is. Maybe it's an illusion created by a refraction of the light orb magic. I believe it as something else. Do you see that? That's the eye. That's the nose. If you look at it like that, you can definitely start to see a face. Eek. It's true. It's the silhouette of a person. Scary. Honestly, it seemed less like a gathering of experts trying to clear a floor and more like members of an occult club checking out an abandoned building. The recording crystal footage isn't clear. I had checked the footage as well, but it was difficult to take anything concrete from it. But we do have one more eyewitness account. Not one, but two. A statistically significant difference. There was now a bit more legitimacy to the claim that something was up there. Something was hidden in those raging winds. Even if it wasn't a person as guys were claiming. I fell deeper into my thoughts, knowing what I needed to do was now clear. How do I get up there? A method to pierce through the harsh winds and reach that unknown entity. I needed to come up with a method. Investigation captain, you will now investigate that place. Use your own judgment. I will give you the authority to mobilize as many resources as you require. I first enabled the investigation captain to go into auto-investigation mode, making clear that it was fine if he made mistakes or wasted resources, so he could try whatever method he could think of. In return, I asked that he come and report everything he found. I mean, I'm not expecting this old man to investigate using any creative means. Still, he would probably find something. After that, I announced that I was going to go collect my thoughts and return to my room. Sounds like things aren't going well. Did you overhear? I lifted Hamzik off the bed where it had been reading a book and made it sit down before sitting opposite it and sharing my situation. I held a bit of hope, but unfortunately, Hamzik could only listen to my troubles. It didn't have the capacity to give me advice. It's understandable that you're having a hard time. Is that all? What do you expect me to do? Perhaps because it just spent its days reading books. Hamzik had been a bit colder to me recently. It used to be much more soft and sweet. Is it going through puberty? Hamzik looked away from me and began to read its book again, and I just lay down on the bed and mulled over my thoughts. What could I do to get past that obstacle and reach the sky? We needed a way of lifting 100 people through the storm and hundreds of feet into the sky, and none came easily to mind. I don't think it's something we can do using magic. Then do we need to fulfill a condition to enable an event? It was a guess that came straight from my gamer brain, but since this was the world of Dungeon and Stone, that thought process could provide something that was at least close to useful. An event. One thing came straight to mind. Right after the rainy season ended, the rainbow pillar shone more brightly than anything else we had seen on the underground floor. That pillar of light was sustained for around 5 minutes before it disappeared. Naturally, back then, I only thought that it was a waymarker. But what would happen if we were here while that's happening? Would a new event appear? It was a plausible guess, though the condition that had to be met was quite difficult. We were around 4 weeks away from the nearest island. Since the stone door island that held the guardian stone statues sank into the ocean, our closest island to this one was Library Island. If we used the mana propulsion system, we could decrease the travel time quite a bit, but not enough for it to matter. No matter what we did, the rainy season would end before we could get here. To put it simply, if we want to be here when the light pillar is created, we have no other option but to face the rainy season head-on. If all my guesses were correct, then it was also suspicious why Rainbow Island was so far away from all the other islands. Well, it was fine if I was wrong. We can continue investigating until that point, and if I can't find another method by then, we can just give it a go. That was my conclusion. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. The time I spent on the boat in the windless zone passed by quickly. For some, it was the busiest we all had been in a while, but others were bored out of their mind in the peace. We've found it, Commander. You did. The ones who were the busiest were the members of the investigation department. Under the order of the commander, they attempted all sorts of odd tests every day, and they failed each day they tried. The test they conducted today was to send a drone up. It was a decent plan, attaching a recording crystal to the end of an arrow and calculating where it would land to recover it later and see what it found. Open it, now. Don't space out. What are you? Well, it's not activating. It seems it was damaged due to the fall. The face of the investigation captain, who had invested 3 days into this attempt, including the days spent in preparation, hardened. Can you fix it? It's not just a shock to the circuits, it's completely broken. It will be difficult. I sighed. I was starting to feel bad for the guy at this point. Honestly, I wanted to tell him that he did fine and that he could rest now, but because he kept bringing back decent plans whenever one failed, I had been just sitting by and watching. He's not the investigation captain for nothing. He had been put in this position on the recommendation of Gahoon, and he fit the role more perfectly than I could have imagined. I was a bit surprised as well when he said he would investigate the ocean at the same time. The investigation captain was also investigating the ocean as well, and one of the most innovative plans he suggested was to attach the recording crystal to heavy weight. The weight would be dislodged with magic after a set duration, and another spell would create an air bubble so that it could rise to the surface and be retrieved. The structural durability of the recording crystal was the problem, though. Even after applying multiple layers of protective magic, when we recovered it from the mission, it had been crushed by the immense pressure. When I return to the city, I'll make a recording crystal that can work under any circumstances, one that will never break no matter what happens to it. Maybe this was how technological progress was made. As the saying went, failure was the mother of success, right? If something like that exists, adventuring will become much more convenient. That said, things were going swimmingly even without that. With so many people around me who would be considered aces in their fields, I didn't need to do anything myself. I was the person who was probably the most bored from not doing anything. There's nothing to do. Let's go for a patrol. As I walked around the boats that were now floating right next to each other, I could sense that there weren't as many people on the deck as there were before. It was true that we didn't need as many people on guard duty because there were no aquatic monsters here. Even so, why is there no one here? I approached one of the people working on the deck, and he said something to me that I never expected. Everyone is hiding in their rooms. They don't want to risk getting spotted by the investigation captain. When I sent him a baffled look, he explained, "Didn't you give him the authority, your lordship? The authority to use anything at his disposal?" The man sighed. If only I hadn't come out then to finally get some fresh air. I just had to meet his eyes. Seeing as he was a victim of this phenomenon, I was inclined to believe what he said. I quickly hurried away, starting to feel sorry for him. And so, after walking around all 4 boats and returning to my boat, Bjorn, please call me command. Einar threw her spear to the ground and ran up to me. Save me, I want to rest. Hey, that's an expensive spear, you know. I nearly jumped in shock at seeing the verdurous giant spear roll on the ground, but first, I sidestepped Einar's tackle and glanced over to what was happening on deck. Amelia clicked her tongue when she saw Einar roll forward. It seemed that she had been sparring against Einar for the moment, but there was nothing unusual. Are you training today again? I asked. There's nothing for me to do alone anyway. Amelia had been making time to train Einar back when we were staying on Village Island and had continued their sessions while we voyaged. She's only like that because of her aggression stat, I said. She'll do well when she returns to normal, even without you asking her to do this. I know, but I'm going to keep training her until that happens. Are you going to stop me? Not at all. I'll leave Einar to you. Rather, I was thankful to Amelia. She was essentially doing my job for me. Looks like she's grown fond of the others as well. It was good to see, especially since she was helping Einar because she wanted to, not because I asked her to. Swing your spear if you want to rest. Our spar today will end if you can touch me even once. Be bail. With that, Einar seemed to regain some of her motivation as she swung her spear, and I observed their sparring for a bit from afar before moving on. Around 3 days before the rainy season began again, I opened the leaders' meeting for the first time in a while, and I made a single declaration. The investigation will end today. Pardon. The investigation captain looked at me with a shocked expression unbefitting of a wizard. I honestly expected the old man to be happy with the news. Carefully, he said, I'm sorry for disappointing you. Even though you gave me so much time, I wasn't able to. No, I didn't say that to reprimand you. I sensed there was a misunderstanding here, so I quickly interrupted him. I am not disappointed. Rather, I think you tried harder than anyone expected and did your best. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to learn this much. They were warm words that were unexpected from the stoic barbarian commander. I normally wouldn't have said all that, but I wanted to recognize the investigation captain's capabilities and the genuine effort he had put into this endeavor. Thank you. With that short response to the respect I gave him, he carefully asked a different question. But I suspect that the reason you are stopping the investigation is also because of the rainy season. Yes, your guess is correct, but it's also wrong. Pardon. The investigation is stopping because of the rainy season, but we aren't going to move anywhere to avoid a rainy season. No, instead, we're ending the investigation early so we can prepare. I turned to look beyond the investigation captain to everyone present. We will spend the rainy season here. We needed to be thoroughly prepared for this. Chapter 610, Mystical. 3. No one put up a fuss when I announced that we would be spending the rainy season here. They had all probably expected it to varying degrees. It was now only a few days until the rainy season began, yet we had spent our time investigating this area instead of moving elsewhere. If we wanted to avoid a rainy season, we would have been long gone by now. However, perhaps because the reactions of the others were so calm, the investigation captain seemed a little embarrassed. It seems I have asked an unnecessary question. It was short-sighted of me to only focus on the recent investigations. It's not something to apologize for. Everyone here knows how much work you put into your investigations. With that, I continued with the meeting, gathering everyone's opinions. Thankfully, none of the leaders outright opposed my decision. It wasn't that they were silenced because they were afraid to speak up against me. It was just that the leaders here didn't consider the rainy season to be a big danger. We had already experienced it once, from the village chief's island over to Library Island. Although our journey had begun on the 3rd day of the rainy season, we were able to endure the rainy season without a single casualty and arrive at our destination. Considering the resources we expended then, avoiding the rainy season will always be the right choice if the option is available to us. However, if the situation calls for it, it can't be helped. However, please be aware that after the rainy season is over, the wizards will be exhausted and weak for at least a few days, so please take that into consideration. Yes, if we need to fight a new enemy after the rainy season ends, they will be out of commission and we'll definitely feel their absence. This was our one point of discussion, not worrying about getting wiped out or trying to find a way to endure the rainy season, but rather, a method to make it out of the rainy season relatively unscathed by trying to decrease the damage we took as much as possible. We discussed this topic for quite a long time, and after many different ideas and plans were thrown about, we formulated our Plan A. However, we weren't satisfied with Plan A and continued to rack our brains for even longer. Plan B, Plan C, Plan D. We continued to create more plans and then more plans for those plans so we could respond to whatever we may face. This was the upside of our group practically being the army of the king. Since an accident couldn't be allowed under any circumstance, it was natural for them to plan for all conceivable situations. It would be nice if my clan could adopt this mentality as well. Alright, then with that, our meeting is over. Go and prepare like we discussed today. The meeting ended after taking a few hours, and I quickly sent them back to prepare. Crunch. A few days later, a monster fell from the sky and shattered into a million pieces after slamming into the barrier, signaling the start of the rainy season. Looks like we'll need to abandon Plan C. With that, one of our plans was dismissed. The main idea of Plan A was to create a barrier above the boat and use our resources to maintain it, and Plan C's idea was the complete opposite. It was a plan created in the event we encountered an enemy we couldn't deal with or fell into dire straits. To put it simply, it was to run away. Also, Plan C was connected to Plan D, which was to circle around the island and return to it right before the rainy season ended. Well, now, Plan C and Plan D didn't matter. Boom! With a loud rumble, the silver waters around our windless zone shot upward and connected with the sky. What is happening? Even the members of the expedition group who had experienced all sorts of things in their lives couldn't help but be in awe at this overwhelming spectacle. However, a few people were able to stay focused and realize the severity of our situation. Isn't this, very dangerous? The wide-open seas that the 3 large-scale military vessels and 1 medium-sized ship were sailing on had been cut off. We were now stuck in a cylinder. Even the military ships that were famed for their sturdiness wouldn't be strong enough to break through those currents back to the outside. Calm down and man your stations. Nothing's changed yet. If everyone does what they're supposed to do, we'll be able to get through this without a problem. The deputy commander, who came back to his senses, gave out orders in my stead and calmed the rising chaos. Nothing's changed yet. Although he said that to quickly rein in the situation, I knew what he was truly thinking. The focus wasn't on nothing but on yet. Nothing's changed yet. Our escape route had been blocked off, but it didn't change the fact that we needed to survive the rainy season for the next 7 days. However, when I saw the water spout and gush into the air, is that the end of the event? I didn't think so. Of course, that didn't mean I was panicking or anything like that. Even during our meeting, and even with the start of the rainy season, Goblin's intuition hadn't activated. Baal, law. I rushed out from my commander seat and swung my hammer at the monsters that were crawling up toward the ship's deck. Lord Baron, the deputy commander shouted as soon as he saw me join the battle, but I just ignored him. If something really happened, he would inform me. Anyway, please come back here. If you are over there, who'll give out the orders? I mean, I could give out orders here as well. Giving out orders while drawing blood and sweat in the middle of chaos, although I knew it wasn't easy, it was something I had been doing all along until now. I can command from here too, so you just go and keep reporting our situation to me. The deputy commander seemed to realize that it would be impossible to stop me. As he calmed down a little and handled his duty as requested. Whenever someone was injured, the rate of our resource expenditure, the ranks and types of monsters that appeared, and so on. He continuously fed me the information of the battlefield, and fortunately, nothing extraordinary had happened yet. With that, I was able to focus more on the battle. Crunch! As the days of the rainy season passed, the number of monsters that tried to climb onto the boat increased as well, since as their ranks increased, so too did the number of monsters who survived the fall. Shift change, Lord Baron. As the battle drew out, everyone, including me, fought in shifts to preserve our strength. That rule didn't hold for the wizards, of course. Although they were exempt from the battle, they had the important role of maintaining the barrier, so they needed to pour mana into it continuously for the entire day. Most of the mana supplied to the magic circle could be substituted by using our mana stones, but it wasn't as if mana stones were the only thing the circle needed to maintain itself. 1 day, 2 days, and so the 3rd day arrived. A total of 2 people had died. We had to fight fiercely from the very start, and losing a few people in battle couldn't be helped. However, injuries didn't reduce our fighting force. If someone didn't die outright in a single hit, our powerful healer squad would drag them back from the gates of hell. This pace seems pretty good. Despite our worries after seeing the water spout into the air, our plan for this rainy season was progressing pretty smoothly. It was unfortunate to have those 2 deaths, but this was a profession where you could die to a goblin if you got unlucky. Though my heart was heavy, I swept the feeling away as an adventurer should and pressed onward. But, is this really the end? We had crested the hill of the rainy season and were now battling fewer and fewer monsters. Perhaps that was why small vials of poisonous complacency invaded my heart. Although I continued to be wary of any changes that could occur, my hopes that the rainy season would just end like this grew stronger and stronger. Honestly, enduring the rainy season outside without any shelter is a pretty difficult condition to meet. If I had been told to do this without any of the other expedition members and just with the Anabata clan, I wouldn't have even been able to attempt it. That was just how absurd of a condition it was. No, even if we had all these people, without the powerful military ships with us, people would be dying left and right. I guess the difficulty is right, then. However, as my feelings of hope grew, so too did my feelings of worry. It was like when driving. More accidents were caused by those who were starting to feel confident in their driving rather than those who were completely inexperienced with it. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. However, even after we crossed the halfway point, no other special event appeared. Not to say that it was easy for us. Exactly. We have a death from Squad 2. 1 more person died on the 6th day. Considering how intense the season was at the beginning, the difficulty had decreased significantly, but the difficulty was always a subjective thing. The number of monsters had decreased, yes, but we weren't able to relax because of it. Our stress and exhaustion were reaching their peak, as we had to fight day and night in shifts without proper rest. How many are out of commission? I asked grimly. 3 people. A few people couldn't even stand after being healed by the priests because of how tired they were. Damn it. That might have been why our squad 4, which hadn't had a single death yet, ended up having an accident as well. One of the wizards, who was drained of color like a squid of ink, ended up collapsing, exhausted, and in the split second that a hole was created in the barrier. Crunch! The damage done to the ship due to the fallen monster was secondary. Collect their corpses. A member of the Armin adventurer group and 2 members of the Hex clan had died. Unsummon the boat. Everyone is together on the first military ship. In the end, we had to use Plan E as well. Although there was the downside of all the monsters concentrating in one place, we couldn't help it in our situation. One of the boats was damaged, and we were starting to run dry as well after using so many mana stones on the first and second days. Trying to survive the 7 days raw is actually going to kill me. Maybe I had been looking down on the rainy season a little bit because no one died the last time we tried this. There was a stark difference between surviving from the 3rd day onward and surviving from the 1st day. However, there was one silver lining to it all. The 7th day. When the final day at last arrived and the timer was up, no other unforeseen events took place. 0 hours. The rainy season was over. However, unlike before, the members didn't gather together to cheer or celebrate. Everyone had done everything they could, and the deck was filled with the collapsed bodies of the exhausted and panting expedition members. It's over. It's fine even if it's not. I can't move anymore. I wanted to give them words of praise or anything like that for surviving the rainy season, but I decided to postpone it and looked up toward the sky. It's about time it started. Why was nothing happening? Flash. Just then, as if to bless us for enduring hardships, a bright light with the colors of the rainbow showered down and enveloped us. Beep, beep, beep beep, beep, beep beep, beep, beep. A robotic beeping sounded out nearby. I opened my eyes to see something flying in front of the deck of the boat. Thump, thump, thump. It was a drone, hovering in the air and observing me. What the hell is that? Even though I wasn't fully awake, I held my hammer and stood. Thump, thump, thump. The drone seemed to sense my hostility from where it hovered directly in front of me, as it flew away and disappeared into the jungle. Just where are we? Is everyone alright? Battle formations. Even while exhausted, all the members noticed that something was off and jumped to their feet. Wait, we're in a jungle? I dashed to the front of the ship and surveyed our surroundings. We weren't at the mouth of a river or anything like that. The military vessel we were on was simply dropped into the thick of a dense jungle. Mister, a building. I see a building in front of us. Erwin had gotten up to the crow's nest at some point and was shouting down to me. You need to come see it. Given perhaps how large the boat was, when I climbed up the rope of the sails, I could see over the decently sized trees and into the open sky. There, over there. I looked in the direction Erwin was pointing to see a triangular building in the shape of a pyramid, a man-made structure that looked something like a temple. When I saw it, another region came to my mind. One of the fields on the 7th floor, the Dark Continent. It was a field where the machine-type monsters, which were rare inside the labyrinth, appeared in droves. If I wasn't misremembering, Panthelian ruins, the place we found ourselves in was very similar to that field. Chapter 611, Mystical. 4. Our large ship had been dropped in the middle of the jungle. After getting everyone off the ship first, it was unsummoned. With how tilted the ship was on land, it was getting too precarious to stand on, and we needed to get off the boat anyway, even without that factor. It wasn't like we could travel through the jungle by boat. Monster. What? A monster. It couldn't be helped that a commotion was created while getting Hamzik off the boat. We needed to get through this at least once. I had put Hamzik in my armor to hide it while moving ships during the rainy season, but I couldn't hide it forever. However, the reaction it received was different from what I initially expected. What's with that monster? But for a monster, isn't it cute? This is my first time seeing such a thing. The reactions were a far cry from the horror Hamzik received on Library Island. Everyone was seeing it in its true form. So this is what it looks like. Amelia returned to the boat from scouting out the area and stepped up to my side. She then looked at Hamzik with a sparkle in her eyes. Can I touch it? Ask it yourself, isn't what I want to say. Let's get a bearing on our situation first. I quickly intercepted this situation and asked everyone to lower their weapons aimed at Hamzik. This is the entity we met at Library Island and isn't our enemy. So it's not a monster. Well, I don't know about that, but I believe that this guy will help get us out of basement floor 1. So it was because of this monster. The reason you visited that island before. So when are you going to lower your weapons? Do I need to say it again? I apologize. In a military setting, it was only right to blindly obey the orders given by those higher in rank than you. As I was the supreme commander of this expedition group, everyone followed my orders and put some distance between them and Hamzik while looking at it with wary eyes. Nevertheless, no one did anything rash. What is going on? I can't understand what they are saying, but they're looking at me differently than usual. About that, I said pleasantly. It looks like everyone can see your true form here for some reason. What? But if they are, why are they still so on guard? It's natural. Even if they can see your true form, it's true that you're an unfamiliar entity. I guess that makes sense. Like the people, Hamzik seemed quite flustered, judging by how it couldn't come to an obvious conclusion like that. And maybe because it had nothing it could rely on, it stuck close to me and grabbed onto my clothes. Don't stand there, come here. I just grabbed Hamzik and put it on my shoulder. It was surprised at first and struggled by kicking its arms and legs a little, but it soon gained its balance and curled up. I could tell that Hamzik liked being on my shoulder. Well, I guess it's like raising a pet. In any case, the problem with Hamzik was resolved. Search Captain, I called in a quiet tone, and Amelia finally looked away from Hamzik. What did you find when scouting? There's nothing in our immediate vicinity. Not even that flying entity that you say you saw. The wizards of the search team didn't find anything peculiar either. I see. Alright, then that meant there was nothing dangerous in our immediate vicinity. Tap, tap. After a moment's contemplation, I ordered the deputy commander to get everyone to set up camp. Although exploration was a top priority, I decided that rest and reorganization came first. Since every member of the expedition team was an elite, the camp was set up very quickly. Listen up before you go and rest. I gathered together the members who survived the rainy season with me. Although they all looked exhausted, none of them complained. This was a world of loss. Everyone already knew what we were going to do. Deputy Commander, I'll leave it to you now. Once I handed the baton to the deputy commander, he slid into flowery language to state the name and occupation of the deceased and what that person died for. Archbishop Althahiman, if you will. The priest prayed for their souls, and with the wizard handing off the cremated remains to the people closest to the deceased, the ceremony promptly came to an end. The ones who are part of the patrol detail, go and rest now. Today may be the last day we can rest like this. And don't forget your shift orders. The members quickly went to take a rest, and would have done so even without the deputy commander's orders. There were, of course, a few exceptions. Armin, the captain of the Armin Adventurer group, Mile Armin, though he would be put on guard duty soon enough, he was standing quietly in front of the place where the bodies were cremated. Walking up to him, I asked where's Wyatt Hax, he seemed to have gone to sleep. Well, I guess he would be pretty tired. What about you, I'll need to go and rest as well. Although he said that, he was probably going to put off going back for a while. Unlike the Hex clan, which seemed more like a business, the Armin Adventurer group were all pretty close and had a long history with each other. Sure, I'll go first. Then, I obliged. Make sure to rest up. Alright. After that, I patrolled around the campsite. Amelia, Erwin, Miss Shaw, Goblin, Versil. Everyone seemed to have been exhausted, as each of them was sleeping already when I found them, so I moved toward my tent as well, my one-person tent in the center of the camp. It had been put in place by the deputy commander, who said it would not be right for the commander to stay only near Squad 4. They even got me a camping bed as well. I smirked and put Hamzik onto the camping bed. Good night. A blanket was enough for a barbarian. Guard duty was done in shifts so that each member of the expedition could take a good rest. After spending a day changing our personnel, we officially resumed our exploration. Of course, since we had over 100 people here, we couldn't move without a plan. Investigation Captain. Yes, you know, right, yes, I'll be back soon. After attaching the investigation captain, who was quite proficient just as a wizard as well, to the search captain, they were able to scout out a much larger area in a shorter time, and we held our leaders meeting with the information they gathered. We searched in a wide radius around our group, but we couldn't find any monsters. What about that temple in the distance? Have you checked that as well? Yes, we weren't able to check the interior of the temple, but we didn't find any monsters near it. Why didn't you check the inside? Something magical was blocking the entrance. Something magical. It was an outrageous thing to hear from a wizard who is elite enough to be a member of the expedition group. However, the investigation captain spoke confidently. I've investigated it, but I wasn't able to figure out its mechanism. This is just a theory, but I feel it is a similar effect to the dimensional severance phenomenon we find in rifts. A dimensional severance phenomenon. You don't have to explain that. Any adventurer would know what you're talking about. Dimensional severance phenomena could just be called a barrier. It occurred in the Witch's Hut and the Bloody Citadel. The place you entered after walking through the portal seemed like another world, but due to the barrier that surrounded the place, it couldn't be destroyed no matter what you did. So what you're saying is, it'll probably be impossible for us to just force our way in. Yes, he confirmed. We can't ignore the possibility that we can't enter it in the first place. No, that won't be the case. Pardon, I just have a feeling. I belatedly caught my mistake and tried to pass it over like a barbarian would, but I had proof that gave me some certainty. Not really proof, but just some statistics. Even though there are some situations where it's impossible to exit a set area, there has never been anything that stops someone from entering a place. It was more normal for there to be a certain condition that needed to be met to be granted access to the interior, then could I continue with the report? Go on. After that, the investigation captain explained everything he found or figured out during the survey of our surrounding area. Even though we were in a jungle, he couldn't see a single insect. He saw multiple plant species that were found more commonly on the dark continent, and he also told us that he found a few rusted metal fragments on the ground. He continued to rattle off small pieces of information that seemed insignificant now but could be useful later, and I tried my best to at least keep a few of them in mind. I made my decision after the report was finished. Be ready to move as soon as this meeting is over. Are we going to head toward the temple? That's right. Since that was the only interesting thing we found nearby, I was planning on going there and checking it out myself. If there was nothing dangerous, we could recenter from that place and investigate the area around it then. Making a map first is the best no matter what we do. And with that, our exploration began. Our 100-some strong members moved in set formation as everyone moved in their assigned positions through the jungle, and soon, we reached the temple, where dozens of stone buildings encircled the large monument. Doesn't this look a bit familiar? I feel the same way. It's as if I have seen this somewhere before. Where did I see something like this? From just the reaction of the expedition members, I could tell that I wasn't mistaken. Panthelian ruins. Weren't the ruins you saw there in a formation like this? Oh, it does feel like this is what those ruins would be like if they were still standing. If what I was thinking was right, then the place we were in was the Panthelian ruins on the 7th floor. Or rather, it was highly likely to be a recreation of that place's original form. Then let's check the temple first. We immediately made our way toward the temple. The stairs that were situated at the center weren't that tall, and the entrance was around the 3rd floor in height. There, we found a stone door that seemed to open from the side or slide up and down. Investigation Captain, have you found a different way we can enter the temple? No. It seems that the dimensional severance phenomenon isn't just for the stone door, but the entire temple. Sure, then you don't have to join in on the exploration, so continue to focus only on investigating the temple. Lord Baron. No, Commander, where are you going to go? I'm not going now. I'm thinking of spending a few days here and increasing our search radius with this as our new focal point. It'll become easier if we have a map. In truth, after giving them the duty of scouting, I put more focus on creating a map. Each squad deployed a few individuals to increase our search radius, and we put our highest priority on creating a map. But after spending an entire week on our search, we didn't learn anything new. This place is pretty big, unlike most rifts where the dimensional severance phenomena could be seen after deviating just a bit from the central area. This place was quite wide. A river. Also, far to the east of the temple, there was a flowing river. Considering that we were suspecting this place to be the Panthelian ruins, that river was likely to be the Arabiana estuary considering its location. It's a lot different from what I know, but it was a lot different from the Arabiana estuary that I knew, so I was still a bit confused. I can decide after searching the area beyond the river as well. The search and investigation teams weren't finding much, but surprisingly enough, the research team headed by Raven found something. The metal pieces we picked up in the forest. They aren't normal metal. Is it a new material? Yes. I don't know if we can even call it a metal. There's no metal in this world that, rather than rusting, rots with time. She showed me a metal sample with black splotches like dead skin and a disgusting stench. If you look, you can see its size decrease as it continues to rot. What an interesting metal. That was the knee-jerk reaction I had to Raven's information, but my attitude quickly changed at what Raven said next. But I did think of something as I looked at it. What is it? It's about the field of alchemy. In truth, I heard that it was a field that started in the past to create humans. I had heard of it before. Well, nowadays, it was just a field that used the energy of the mana stones to create other materials. So, I prompted. I got interested in it in the past, so I read up on it a little. But do you know the reason why the ancient alchemists failed in creating a human? It's because they couldn't create flesh. Yes, flesh, skin, muscle, things like that. That's why even if you give it a soul and do whatever to it, you couldn't create a human. Creating golems with intelligence was doable, however, you know it as well, right, Mr. Yandel? About a Melte statue. You mean that steel golem that protected the kingdom during the Iron Wall revoked before being destroyed? Yes, that's right. Melte is one of the most famous golems that were made after being imbued with a human soul. Of course, it's now illegal to create golems using souls, so no one can research it anymore. Oh, I didn't know that. Alright, so what's the point you're trying to get at? Raven looked a little sheepish before summarizing everything in a single line. It's just, if a metal like this existed back then, I feel like what I spoke about might be doable in real life. Even though it left me feeling quite disgusted, the story continued to stick in my brain for some reason. However, maybe she just discovered a new material that could be useful for us in the future. Raven, research it well. Try and think of a way we can use it as well. Alright. With that, my conversation with Raven ended, and as time passed, that story naturally faded from my brain and so did my interest in the new material, Commander. However, a few days passed after hearing that story from Raven. As I woke up from my sleep and received the report, I couldn't help but freeze, blindsided by what I heard. It's humans. An unknown group of humans were discovered near the estuary. Why was it that the first thing I thought of was the conversation I had with Raven? Chapter 612, Mystical. 5. Beyond the river that flowed east of the temple, a group of humans had been discovered. Everyone suspected it was most likely a humanoid monster, but that aside, we tried to make contact with them, but they quickly hid themselves and we failed. I see. Although I didn't have much information, it was a good thing that we at least found something. We hadn't been able to make any progress in the last week. Commander, could I perhaps ask you to share one of your great ideas on how to proceed? What great ideas? I smirked at the deputy commander. I was about to start exploring beyond the river soon, so this is good timing. Prepare an expedition force. By an expedition force, we'll leave the main group behind here. It'll just be clunky if we bring too many people with us. Now that we had confirmed what was across the river, I concluded that it wouldn't be too late to move everybody over to the other side. I realized belatedly, and I'll be going this time as well, so don't try to stop me. Alright, then I will prepare a suitable group as you ordered, Commander. Naturally, all the members of the search team who were quick on their feet and sensitive to their environments were selected. With our group of wizards, priests, and additional combat personnel, we formed a 36-person special operations troop. Also, Ainer filled in a spot as a combat personnel. I think it might be best if you left Fenelon here. Search Captain Amelia didn't seem to want Ainer coming along, but I didn't change my mind. She would help just by being next to me. I didn't know what new monster could appear, so having beginner's luck to increase the essence drop rate was important. Deputy Commander, understood. I will manage the main force here, so you don't have to worry about that. Then I'll put my trust in you. They weren't empty words either. I truly believed in him. The Deputy Commander would be able to maintain everything here without a problem while I was out. Search Captain, I called. Increase our speed. After we set off, we increased our pace as if we were speedrunning. We were already able to confirm there was nothing dangerous nearby, and if we moved too slowly, we would be here forever until we got to the estuary. Stop. We will set up camp for the night and set off again tomorrow morning. And so, after moving for the whole day, we made camp when night fell, and everyone rested. Good work today as well, Lord Baron. Oh, didn't I tell you to call me Commander? And don't you know that you're always smiling so brightly whenever you call me Baron? Right, Commander. Then since I'm sleepy, I'll go and rest first. With how long our journey had been at this point, everyone was familiar with each other, but we all still felt a little distant. The members of the Anabata clan who had joined in on this little quest were only Miss Shaw, Amelia, and Ainer. Bjorn, I want to ask you something. Can I? As I walked around on my night patrol, my chief secretary brought me a midnight snack and carefully spoke to me. Sure, that child. Why didn't you bring her with us? You mean Erwin? Yet, Chief Secretary Miss Shaw nodded as she continued with a quiet voice. Considering her abilities, I didn't see a reason to leave her behind, so I thought it was a bit odd. She wasn't wrong. Erwin had instincts ripe for exploration, and her combat capabilities were also among the highest in the group, so she would have been an asset for this mission. She said she wouldn't come. However, she herself said she would rest at the main camp, so it couldn't be helped. I did think it was unlike Erwin to say that, but I took it as her having experienced quite a lot of hardships recently and her needing a rest. Did she? Miss Shaw sounded surprised as if she didn't expect that answer. However, she didn't ask more questions and just left. I see. Then, good night. Yeah, good night. After sending Miss Shaw off, I ate the snack and collected my thoughts. Then I heard a sound approaching. When I looked over, I saw Amelia talking to her search members about something. Yes, Captain. We'll keep it in mind. I couldn't hear what she was saying properly, but the last words said by the search team members were loud and clear. How did she get them so disciplined? She was quite a skilled woman. Although it felt like she would be unfamiliar with a lot of things, she did well in everything she tried. Are you done? It sounded like you were scolding them. Scolding? I just gave them a warning about how their formation loosened a bit during our trip today. Did you? I thought that was what scolding meant, but since I didn't need to argue with her on that, I just ended it there. By the way, did you decide to keep wearing that eye patch from now on? Amelia was taking off her eye patch with one hand when I asked, and she flinched a little as she answered, only while we're exploring. Really? But isn't it better to always keep it on if you want to get used to it? One-eyed increased kinetic vision and didn't use up any resources, so there was not really a reason to not keep it on at all times. In fact, it was better to keep it on if she wanted to decrease any errors in her senses. Still, Amelia didn't answer. From what I can see, you only have it on during combat and take it off during everyday life. Is there a reason for that? This was purely a question of curiosity. Amelia let out a deep sigh and mumbled in a bitter tone, "It's still weird. A woman like me, wearing an eye patch." What a completely unexpected response. Yet somehow, it also did feel like an Amelia-like response. After observing her for a while now, I got the sense that she actually had quite the shy side to her. Even when she acted stoic, she seemed to be wary of what others thought about her as well. Amelia quickly changed the subject. "But why didn't you bring the child with us?" "Huh, you mean Erwin?" She tilted her head. "No, the other child. That, cute." She was talking about Hamzik. After traveling for about 3 days, we finally arrived at the estuary. However, when I got there, I began to wonder if it was right to even call this a river. It's as black as I heard. It looked like an oil spill. Forget drinking it, just touching it was probably harmful for us. It's about as wide as the Harn River. Honestly, it had been a while since we discovered the river. However, the reason we hadn't crossed it yet to do a deep exploration of the other side was simple. We wanted to assess the river itself before expanding our search area. But the depth of this thing is wild. Compared to its width, it was absurdly deep, so it took a while for our search team to confirm that there was nothing below the river. They seemed to have investigated the Black River water as well. They said the water wasn't dangerous to touch, but try not to let it touch you, just in case. We put the small boat we prepared carefully onto the river. Someone reported that the boat would usually not float on this water and instead sink, but thanks to something done by the wizards, it was floating normally on the water. Thankfully, nothing happened. We had no accidents while crossing the river. The actual problem came after we had crossed. Boom. As soon as we stepped foot onto the earth beyond the river, a heavy rumble from the forest shook the ground beneath us. It was the footstep of a large monster that any high-ranking adventurer would be familiar with. Ready for battle. Just in case, we prepared so that we could retreat on our boat in the worst-case scenario, and so we took on our battle stance. Boom. The loud footsteps grew even louder, and the monster finally revealed itself from the forest. Boom. It looked slightly bigger than an ogre. Unlike regular armored monsters, it had smooth metallic skin and pipes all around its neck. Flash. It even had red eyes that reminded me of infrared rays. It's a mechanical giant, a rank 3 monster that appears in the Panthelian ruins. Fortunately, it wasn't a new monster. Well, it was still quite a rare monster, so my first time killing it was at Library Island. It's not too difficult if there's only one around, but I still kept my guard up. Since it appeared in this area, this monster could have something special going for it, and there could be other enemies nearby as well. Extend your sights and be wary of our surroundings. With that, rather than focusing everything on fighting it, we continued cautiously while on the lookout for any possible variables. It was a mechanical giant that was in the upper ranks of rank 3, so it wasn't particularly difficult for us. And after coming down to basement floor 1, I had been boosted quite significantly as well. Bayola, Wall of Aegis, and my biggest weakness of mana resistance was bolstered through the consumption of the Valerius essence as well. Mechanical giant has cast mana laser. Mechanical giant has cast call reinforcements. Mechanical giant has cast nuclear reactor. No matter what it did, I was able to block it without a problem and hold its attention. While I did, the search members kept watch of our surroundings and I positioned myself so that I could protect our damage dealers. Thanks to that, the damage dealers were able to focus solely on attacking, and after piling on more and more damage to it, the battle came to an end. You have defeated a mechanical giant. The mangled body of the mechanical giant sparked before dissipating into light. An essence dropped. Why did it not work last time when I had beginner's luck active? Although it was a precious rank 3 essence, I wasn't as enthusiastic about it as I thought I would be. I mean, how many rank 3 essences had we obtained on the underground floor already? I couldn't even remember what number this was anymore. Even if I didn't, though, selling a rank 3 essence should fetch a hefty price. The reason rank 3 essences were still so expensive was because of the after effect of the last dimensional collapse. We will collect the essence in a magic vial. At my order, Raven, a member of this special group, came up and stored the essence. Although I wasn't as excited as I was when I obtained Wall of Aegis, I was still a bit impressed. It's difficult to obtain one of these even if you go in with a plan to get it, yet we ended up getting one this way. The essence of the mechanical giant was decent enough, even excluding the base stats and the active skill. The value of the passive skill Mechanize was pretty high. With it, it became possible to restore MP by consuming mana stones. Because of how inefficient the recovery was, you needed to spend a lot of money on it. But the ceiling is insane. It meant that with enough money, you could have unlimited MP. By the way, I don't see that group of humans I heard about in the report. It seems we'll need to do a scan of the area around us. Once the battle was finished, we immediately began drawing our maps as we expanded our territory. However, it wasn't easy to find the group of humans that the investigation team had spotted on that day. But it didn't seem like they had mistaken something else. And I don't see any monsters going after the mechanical giant either. Please, I wished something would come out. Mr. Yandel, come over here. The search team found a mark. What? I immediately headed toward the edge of the perimeter where the search team was. Ah, you're here. Amelia looked at me while she was crouched on the ground. So, what's the mark? It's here. What I saw was a clear human footprint stuck on the ground. Not a group, but one person. Where are they going? We'll know if we follow it. After checking the mark, it seems like this footprint was made pretty recently. Then let's hurry up and follow it. At that, Amelia stood at the front and began to follow the marks, and we followed behind her while keeping our guard up to our surroundings. It ends here. After following it for a few hundred yards, the footprint stopped in the middle of an empty field. Did they notice we were following them and erase their tracks? I asked aloud. Amelia didn't respond. However, it seemed that she was focusing on something. As she looked around a few times, she mumbled with a cold expression, "It was to lure us." What? Damn it. Are we surrounded? Most likely. Even Amelia, who could be considered an expert in this field, couldn't be sure yet. However, our questions were answered pretty quickly. Looks like we are surrounded, prepare for battle. As soon as we took our formation, creatures that had human forms walked out of the forest naked. When I saw them, I let out a deep sigh. You said they were humans. They weren't humans. Some had pointy ears, and others were very short, while others still had animal ears on their head. Chapter 613, Mystical. 6. Pointy ears, stout legs, animal ears with scaled skin. The creatures that surrounded us all looked like the non-humans of Raftonia. What are these things? Who knows? I guess they're monsters. However, they were clearly not the same, somewhere stuck in the so-called uncanny valley. Although they looked like non-humans, they also had uncanny characteristics that screamed the difference. These things are the most horrifying among the monsters I have seen until now. The creature with pointy ears had a horn on its head. The one with short legs had an upper body with a normal person's proportions. The creature with animal ears had scales all over its body that made it seem like a dragonian. Some had an additional arm or leg on a weird spot, while another looked fine except for its extraordinarily long legs. All of their faces were also asymmetrical, so it was obvious at a glance that they weren't the creatures we knew. When God first created life with clay, if monsters were thrown into the mix and swished about, maybe something like this would come out, mumbled someone, and I found myself agreeing. It was as if they were created by rolling multiple dice. Kayak, although they were intelligent enough to lure an enemy, they didn't have a language. Beg in combat. Maintain your positions. We first need to obtain information about their hut. Compared to how on guard we were, they were far too weak. Smash. Crunch. The hammer I had swung to keep them at bay smashed the head of one, and it fell to the ground like an autumn leaf. What? The creatures had avoided detection by all members of the search team, including Amelia, so I expected them to be tricky opponents. These guys aren't strong at all. Die? As each member realized that our enemies weren't powerful, they began to fight more actively. I warned them throughout our combat to not let their guard down as I tried to control the tempo of battle. Crunch, slash, boom, and yet, nothing else happened even as we cleaned up everything here. Why are they so weak? Although their physical capabilities were better than those of regular humans, that was all. They didn't command spirits like the elves or use numbered items like the dwarves, nor did they have a soul beast they made a contract with. They also didn't use the power of essences. However, one thing about them was quite peculiar. Raven, have you used distortion magic on them? No, I haven't, but their corpses are still here. The field lay littered with dozens of monster corpses whose arms, heads, legs, and other body parts were destroyed. Are they alive? For now, they aren't breathing. They don't have heartbeats anymore either. I carefully approached one to check, but I could tell that they were dead. Their corpses just weren't disappearing. Check it. After putting the rest on guard duty, I ordered the wizards to investigate the corpses. If we wanted to do a proper investigation into them, we would need to put preservation magic on them and return to the main headquarters. I was wondering why none of them looked like barbarians, but after a cursory investigation, we figured out something else. Excluding their appearances, which looked like they had been run over by hauler trucks, these guys all shared one more thing in common. Their hearts look very similar to barbarian hearts. They had the hearts of warriors. A whirlwind of thoughts bombarded me. From my conversation with the old vampire, I realized a secret. Duke, what race do I look like? Obviously, a human. In the era the Duke was alive, non-humans didn't exist, even though the history books of Raftonia claim that before the curse of the witch covered the world, the non-humans also lived above ground. How could that be? Among the many possibilities that I thought of back then, there was one that seemed the most plausible. A similar but different world. Perhaps this was similar to how Earth also had the parallel universes theory. This was a world where you could walk through a dimensional door into a labyrinth to have mystical adventures. It wasn't completely nonsensical. However, something led my thoughts in a new direction. It's about the field of alchemy. In truth, I heard that it was a field that started in the past to create humans. Alchemy. Didn't you know? You can sell ancient records to the palace for quite a bit. considering how actively records were sought after. Many parts of ancient history were suspiciously missing. Humans could wield any type of power, or divine power, magic, even spirits. The characteristics of humans that allowed them to wield all powers of all the races. It was nothing like magic or in essence. It was as if there was power to his voice, like it had imprinted itself within my blood and soul from the moment I was born. That he is the king, my master. Even the special ability of the king was shrouded in a veil. Come to think of it, that old man from the magic tower only realized who he was and followed suit after the rest of us kneeled. After combining many different pieces of information I obtained through my travels, everything pointed to one possibility. Maybe, just maybe, the 5 non-human races could have been made by someone, and made because someone required them. No, if I had to choose a culprit, it's probably the palace. It doesn't make sense unless it's them. I felt like I had stumbled into being a conspiracy theorist, but it did sound plausible enough. In a sense, the non-humans were like slaves to humans specifically, slaves who used their superior physical abilities to go into the labyrinth to mine the mana stones. Also, the non-humans are taxed much higher than the humans. Of course, there were historical reasons for the increased taxes on non-humans, yet I began to doubt those records as well. Not so much that the historical events didn't happen, however, but maybe someone orchestrated those events. Something had pushed the non-humans to cause the event to happen without making it obvious. With how many spies and agents the palace had, it wouldn't have been too difficult for them to, what are you thinking so hard about? I was wondering which jerky I should eat later, I said evasively, avoiding Raven's question. Although I was pretty certain of my theory, it was just one of many possibilities, and if it were true, I couldn't speak about it. It was too heavy a secret to share with others. I cleared my throat. Anyway, cast preservation magic on all of them and store them up. You'll need to conduct a thorough investigation into them when we get back to the main camp. Are we going to return right away? Not at all. We'll continue with this expedition. We haven't been able to find anything about this place yet, not really. After we finished our battle, we quickly wrapped up the investigation and continued to explore our surroundings. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, exploring a wide area to fill out more of our map left us to encounter many more monsters, including the many different types of mechanical monsters that appeared in the Pentelian ruins. We faced the mechanical giant a few more times as well. There were even more Doppler too. Doppler was the name Raven gave to the monsters who looked like non-humans. It was a word from the ancient language with a very simple meaning, another being. Raven's characteristically lofty naming sense was evident again, but considering its meaning, it fit them pretty well. Yandao. Whoa, that scared me. At least make your presence known if you're back, I scolded. Did you just come back from your patrol? Amelia nodded. During our investigation, we found a peculiar artificial structure that seemed to lead somewhere. I think it'll be best if we go and check it out together when the sun comes up. An artificial structure. I asked Amelia about the specifics, and after listening to everything she said, I got the feeling that we finally discovered something relevant. However, since everyone was tired, I decided to take a rest as Amelia suggested and to go and check it in the morning. It's here. The next day, we followed Amelia and arrived at an ordinary jungle. No matter how I looked at it, it didn't look that different from the areas we had explored before. We'll need to be more wary of what we're stepping on. This was discovered by accident as well. I swiped away the grass that came up to my knees, only for something to reveal itself from below. There was a hatch that looked like a manhole cover situated on the ground, even fitted with a round handle at the top that signified that it could be opened by turning it. I thought it may be trapped, so I didn't try to touch it after discovering it. Good thinking. I asked the wizards to investigate it, and soon after, they reported back that there didn't seem to be anything dangerous about it. Then could we really just open it? Creak, clack, clang. As I turned the handle, it sounded as if a lock was being undone before the hatch opened. As expected, it opened up to a circular tunnel that led downward, and I could see a ladder attached to the side of the wall. Its depth. It looked to go down about 20 yards after checking with the light orb magic. However, due to the angle, I couldn't see what was actually down there. Then not a chance. I'll go down. Amelia interrupted me while stepping forward. I got the distinct sense she wouldn't back down no matter what I said. Our eyes met in a staring competition of sorts. Why are you even arguing about this? Raven responded with a smirk and got between us. I'll check it. What? Of course. I'll use magic. As Amelia and I stepped back sheepishly, Raven levitated the recording crystal used for logging our expedition before sending it down. It was a much safer method than sending a person down. However, there was a limit to exploring with only tools like this. When you go down, there is another one-way passage that leads to a closed metal door. Since there was a metal door right at the entrance, there was nothing more we could do with the crystal. Don't even think about going down first. I am the search captain of this expedition. In the end, Amelia was chosen to go down first. Hey, how long ago was it that you were mad about earning yourself a weird title? In any case, Amelia took the ladder down first, and a wizard followed in after her. After confirming that it was somewhat safe, I went down after them as well. However, even with giantization deactivated, the interior was cramped, making it pretty difficult to go down the ladder. It felt as if I'd get stuck even as I squeezed my shoulders together as much as possible. A sad day for a barbarian. It seemed that racially discriminatory buildings existed in every era. This way, Yandel. Once I finally got myself down the ladder, Amelia called for me at the end of the passage. Unlike above, I can't see any locking mechanism on this, and I don't know what it's made of, but even using aura can't make a mark on it. If it didn't take damage from aura, it practically had physical damage immunity. What about with magic? The wizard who had entered after Amelia carefully answered my question. From what I remembered, this guy was the right-hand man of the search captain. Including the dimensional severance phenomenon, the flow of another special mana structure is detected. However, due to its low density, there is a low probability that it will be an attack or a trap. With such a weak flow of mana, it's probably just used to open and close the door. And, unusually, the dimensional severance phenomenon isn't on the door, but beyond it. Then you're saying the aura isn't working not because of the severance phenomenon. That's how I am looking at it. A metal that isn't damaged even by aura. Tap, tap. I tapped on the door a little as if knocking on it. I didn't know what was hiding beyond this door, but I could tell that it was important just by the quality of the door itself. Search, Vice Captain. He blinked. Are you talking about me? Yeah, could we perhaps just take the door itself? I think we should melt this down and turn it into armor. I do think it is worth it to try. I believe that this is a very precious material, even if it's never used to make armor. Alright, I got you. I couldn't tell why they would want to make armor with it, but it seemed the wizard agreed with me about taking this door. At that moment, a slight tremor shook the door. Yandel, step back, Amelia shouted. I jolted back, but nothing really happened. The door just seemed to make a noise before smoothly rolling open. Qualifications to access the first record have been confirmed. Entry is permitted. Do you know why it suddenly opened? I asked suspiciously. I don't. It didn't react as when we touched it. I see. I was a little taken aback, but there were two possibilities now. Either someone opened the door for me after they heard me knocking, or a special condition that I don't know if just got fulfilled. Personally, I had a feeling that it was the latter, but it wasn't too important right now. While the wizard relayed the situation to those above using his message stone, I slowly walked past a metal door. Then, we were met with a little problem. When I happened to turn around, I could see Amelia stuck right in front of the door. It looked as if she was miming, as her palms were flat against the air and her mouth was moving, but I couldn't hear any words coming out of it. Noticing that something was off, I quickly stepped back out and asked, "What? Can you not enter? And how can you enter?" After testing the oddity a few times, I was able to confirm something. The door has opened, but the dimensional severance phenomenon is maintained as usual. I really can't understand it. Although we couldn't know why, only I could walk through this door, then wait here for a bit. I'll take a quick look inside. What? Wait? Before Amelia could start her nagging, I quickly went back through the door. Whoosh. The interior was dark, but it got a bit better when I got into my candle barbarian mode. It feels as if I'm inside a submarine. The entire place was plated with metal and unknown pipes stretching into long lines. Clang, clang. Since there were no crossroads, I walked straight down for about 100 yards before coming to another hole with a ladder I could go down. However, before I went down there, I decided to open the metal door that was next to it first. Clank. Fortunately, the door opened without a problem. After checking the inside, I slowly closed my eyes before opening them again and sighing. It was a long corridor that didn't seem to end, and along its length were large, green test tube VATs filled with green liquid lining the sides. To be honest, I couldn't believe it. I didn't know when the game genre changed to sci-fi. Doppler. However, the monsters that Raven named were curled up in those VATs and staring at me. Chapter 614, Homunculus. 1. Inside those VATs filled with a mysterious, green liquid, dozens of Dopplers were curled up and staring back at me. It wasn't like I was standing on the spot, they just happened to be looking at either. A few of them were blinking, and their pupils moved to track me whenever I took a step forward. You're alive. It was a grotesque scene that would make a modern person also curl up in horror. What are you looking at? However, after enduring so many hardships in this barbarian body of mine, it was difficult to say I was any regular modern human anymore. Not to say I wasn't feeling a little horrified, of course. Hey, is this your first time seeing a barbarian? Nevertheless, the impact of the shock was closer to something like adding chunks of truffles to truffle oil. After glancing at my surroundings, I decided to walk forward. Their eyes continued to stay on me as I did, but I didn't pay them any mind. Honestly, the corpse golem was more disgusting than whatever this was. Still, I tried my best to keep my barbarian body upright and confident. As I continued to stride forward, I ended up reaching the end of the corridor. There was a door that led to another room, and when I carefully opened it to enter, I saw an interior that looked much like a laboratory. A huge central vat was in the room like a pillar, and only green liquid was inside it. I glanced to the side and found a bookshelf. It covered the entirety of one of the walls and was filled with thick books. Looks like this is a dud. I checked the books from top to bottom, hoping to find a clue or some information, but the books were all empty. It was as if they were here just for interior decoration. Well, it's not completely unheard of, honestly. Empty books like these were frequent sightings while adventuring through the labyrinth. It was why books with things written inside sometimes sold for an expensive sum in the city, like the Necronomicon of the Bloody Citadel. But, what's this? After pulling my attention away from the bookshelf, I approached the huge test tube in the middle of the room. The vat only had the green cultivation liquid within, and there was a mystery lever in front of it. It looked like a place you'd interact with in-game and cause a pop-up to appear. Naturally, it was pretty hard to resist. Creak, clank. With a yank, the lever moved all the way down, and light flashed from the vat. It wasn't so bright that it hurt my eyes, but when the light did fade, I noticed that something had formed within the liquid of the test tube. A Doppler. It was another one of the monsters that lined the VATs of the corridor behind me. Seeing a Doppler be created with just the pull of a lever was amazing, but that was about all there was to it. Maybe it was the world I lived in that led me to be not all that impressed. My attention was instead drawn towards something else. If the left lever makes it, what does the right lever do? I looked at the other lever and reached for it. And honestly, how could I hold back against this one? Creak, clank. Like a barbarian, I pulled it down in one go. Light flashed from within the vat once more. However, the result was the complete opposite. It's gone. As the light faded once more, the Doppler that was inside the test tube disappeared without a trace. Is this the delete lever? I couldn't know for sure. It could be a lever to teleport the creature somewhere else. Well, it wasn't too important to me right now what it did. More importantly, what is this place? That was the question that dominated my mind now that the function of the two levers had been confirmed. A creation lever and a deletion lever. I could get that much? But what was with this hidden underground space, and how was I able to enter it? I got a feeling that this place wasn't here just for me to play with a few levers. Thinking about it, there were hidden secrets like this when I played Dungeon and Stone that didn't feel like proper hidden secrets at all. It existed in other online RPGs as well, like a notebook or a piece of paper on the ground at the end of a random street corner that could be picked up and contained the story of some random person. They usually led to the start of a hidden quest, but sometimes, the developers only added them to naturally introduce the world building of the game. And if this was something like that, is this just here to give a clue that the non-humans were created artificially? That was all I could think of right now. I had already noticed the secret of the non-humans a little before I came here, but that was only because I got lucky. If I hadn't had that conversation with the vampire count back then, I wouldn't have been able to come to that conclusion. Maybe this place really just exists for that? There was also another reason this theory seemed plausible to me. Maybe it was just the vibe of the entire underground floor, but the more I explored the floor, the more I felt it. An unseen something was leading me somewhere, and was trying to tell me something. Anyway, it's a bit of a disappointment if this is all there is here. After moving away from the levers, I checked every nook and cranny of the rest of the room. However, I couldn't find anything special in the end and was left with only one thing I didn't check. I let out a sigh and looked at the huge vat filled with green liquid. Though excitement was the middle name of all barbarians, I couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. That test tube vat was the only thing left. If I break it, will something come out? If I was playing this as a game, I would have already pressed the attack button. Even if I couldn't turn back from the resulting consequence, I would be satisfied with obtaining the information and would go on to retry the game again. That was the type of game Dungeon and Stone was. It also means that you can't learn anything in this game without trying. It made me think, but it didn't take long for me to come to a conclusion. Ting. I flicked a 100 stone coin used in the city with my thumb. If it came up heads, I would flip the coin again, and if it came up tails, I would smash the vat with my hammer without hesitation. The coin warbled, then fell onto its side. It was tails. Alright, then I don't need to hesitate anymore. As if expecting this outcome all along, I quickly swung my hammer and broke the glass. I was worried for a moment that maybe it was indestructible, but fortunately, the vat shattered like ordinary glass with the same crashing sound I was used to. Splash. The green liquid poured out through the shattered glass. I was quite cautious of it since I didn't know what it was, so I got on top of the disc in the room and avoided getting wet. I got a bit on me when I smashed the glass with my hammer, but the place where the liquid touched me didn't hurt or anything like that. As if there were invisible drains in the ground, the spilled liquid quickly disappeared, and only then did I get off the table and approach the vat. I grinned as I looked at an unknown stone that was buried under the shards of glass. Yet, I thought there would be something here. I mean, how many years did I play the game? Seeing how it was emitting red light reminiscent of magma through the broken shards, I could tell it wasn't an ordinary item. After putting on gloves, I bent down and held up the stone. Then, I lost consciousness. You have obtained the Philosopher's Stone. The malignant gene held within your body is removed. When I opened my eyes, I only had one thought in my mind. I was hungry. I felt more hungry than I had ever before, and that prompted a question. How much time passed? There was no way I would have gotten this hungry after losing consciousness for a short while. I first got off the floor and stood to see glass shards all around me, but thanks to my high physical resistance, they didn't even prick me. Nothing had changed around me. The vat was still destroyed, and since I pulled out all those books to check them, the bookshelf that covered the length of one of the walls was still in disarray as well. However, if I was to pick out one thing that had changed, where did it go? Even after looking around for a while, I couldn't find the stone. The last thing I remembered before losing consciousness was holding it, yet when I woke up, it disappeared as if it had never existed. There were two reasons that I could guess as to what happened. 1. While I was unconscious, someone had taken it and ran. 2. It was a consumable that was immediately used after obtaining it. I couldn't know which one was the truth, but I concluded that the second was the more likely of the two. There were items and events like this within Dungeon and Stone that I had seen before. The problem is that I have no idea what its effect is. Was it an elixir? A curse? A buff? As long as I couldn't check my own status, I couldn't know anything. It was difficult to assess any changes that had occurred in my body in my current state as well. By the way, how much time has really passed? I stopped thinking about the stone and checked my watch to see it had been around 7 hours since I last checked the time. It was still too early for me to feel relieved. The premium watch that adventurers used could also tell you how many days had passed. After all, I was wondering why I was so hungry. After confirming that it had already been 10 days, I let out a sigh. How much was I going to be lectured by my allies when I returned? Since it had come to this anyway, I slowly chewed on the jerky to fill my belly first, then got up and left the laboratory. Just like when I first came here, the Dopplers and the VATs continued to look at me as I walked down the corridor. It didn't piss me off or anything since this was probably just a background element of the area. But I should probably try and destroy this as well, right? It was the barbarian way to act out a thought that appeared in his mind. I destroyed all the test tube VATs that lined the corridor, and I destroyed the heads of all the Dopplers that tried to crawl out. However, other than relieving me of the feeling of frustration, I didn't obtain anything else significant. Right, that was here too. As I left the corridor, I saw another hole that seemed to lead further down. So, what was down there? Since I'm already late, let's check it first before going back. Amelia would probably get pretty angry at me, but I figured she was already angry right now. I took the ladder down and checked out the lower floor. There, a similar bunker-like room greeted me. It had a straight corridor like before, and a circular metal door was at the end of it. The only difference was that even when I knocked on it, put my hand on it, or even shouted at it, the door didn't open. Looks like I need to fulfill some other condition for this to open. Wait, but how did that first door even open in the first place? I had no way of knowing, but there was nothing else to do here. After coming to that conclusion, I climbed back up the ladder and returned to the path I had walked down. It didn't take long for me to reach the boundary where the dimensional severance phenomenon had been, the place Amelia couldn't follow after me, However, for some reason, there was no one waiting for me there. I got an ominous feeling. I didn't try to explain away that feeling as superstition or just a feeling I got. There was a saying that ominous feelings were always omens for something. That feeling meant that the subconscious had noticed something before the conscious mind. Something odd in the information obtained by the eyes and ears. Ba-dump. My heart beat faster. Someone needed to be here, be it Amelia or someone else. If I, a barbarian, disappeared after acting recklessly, the normal reaction would be for my allies to wait for me while worrying for me. But why was there no one here? Even if they moved somewhere else, it would only be right to leave at least one person nearby. I have to assume that something happened. Holding that thought, I quickly used the ladder to get up to the surface. However, in the land filled with grass, I couldn't see a single person. Emily, Aner, Raven, Miss Shaw. Even as I shouted, I received no response. It was quiet, far too quiet, making me think that maybe I was the only person in the world. I didn't know what was going on, but I needed to check on the situation of the main force back at the temple, and do it as soon as possible. With that thought, I dashed with all my might, and I found the river I had crossed in about a day. It was the biggest obstacle blocking my way back to the temple, ignoring the fact that I didn't know what that river water could do to my body. 1. Barbarians couldn't swim. 2. The boat I usually used was destroyed during the rainy season and couldn't float on water. 3. I couldn't see the boat that had been left nearby. Of course, the situation wasn't totally hopeless. It just meant I couldn't swim, but barbarians had a way of crossing a river. Splash. After jumping as far as I could, my body quickly sank, and I waited for my body to reach the ground. Thud. As soon as my feet touched the ground, I trusted in my lung capacity and ran as fast as I could. Puha. Now, I nearly thought I would die. I couldn't even tell where I was going because I couldn't see in front of me. After barely crossing the river and making it out with rasping breaths, I ran toward the temple without taking even a second to brush the black water off of me. Chapter 615, Homunculus. 2. I didn't sleep a wink, running day and night for days on end, until I finally arrived at the temple. The frighteningly quiet temple was no different from when I left it. Even the tents and facilities we had set up expecting to stay nearby for a while were still up. It was just that there was no one here. Badump. Just what happened here. I couldn't see any signs of battles either. There was a thick stew left sitting in the pot, as if they had been in the middle of cooking, and, it's open? Only then did I see it. The once closed door of the temple was wide open. Was that related to what happened here? I carefully approached the temple when suddenly, a familiar voice called out to me from behind. Bjorn Yandel, Hamzik. I turned my head toward the direction of the voice to see Hamzik running up to me. Why are you only here now? It demanded. I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. I had never seen it so scared before. However, I didn't have the time to calm it down and slowly ask it about what had happened. What happened here? I asked, jumping straight to the point. I don't know. The temple suddenly flashed with light, and everyone got up and walked inside as if they'd lost their minds. They walked in willingly. Were they perhaps enthralled or affected by some sort of mind control? It would explain why there weren't any traces of battle around. Yet, I'll say it again, but the look in their eyes, it went all weird. They walked like they were limping and were acting like I wasn't there even when I was next to them. I got it, so calm down first. So you're saying we're unaffected by it? Yet, did you not see anyone from the expedition group that crossed the river with me? I questioned, trying to keep my voice calm. Hamzik took a moment to settle before it responded. If you're talking about them, they entered the temple a few days ago. They were transported here by some weird flying creature. A flying creature? Was it talking about that drone I saw before? So did they look unconscious? No, it denied. Their eyes were open but just like the others, they looked like they were spaced out. The hell, what is it with this range? Just talking to myself. It was obvious that the origin of the mind control was this temple. However, I never could have expected that its effect could reach even beyond the river. What's more, even if I were to assume being inside a dimensional severance phenomenon protected me, why was Hamzik fine? Was it because it was categorized as a monster? With no way of knowing, I focused on gaining information from Hamzik for now. So you don't know what's inside the temple because you didn't go in. Well, I was just waiting for you to come back. It wasn't like I was scared or anything. Yet, sure, unfortunately for me, Hamzik was just a witness. It hadn't actively gone to investigate what had happened, which meant that this was all the information I could gain from Hamzik. Looks like I'll learn the rest after I go in there. I could only start running. You have entered the 7th Records Archive. The interior of the temple was utterly plain. After entering the open stone door, I was met with stairs, which I followed down into a heptagonal hall. It was structured so that excluding one side with the stairs I walked down, the other 6 had stone doors attached to them. They're all closed except one. I muttered to myself, it feels really spooky here. By the way, what's that? At the center of the hall was what looked like a table, or rather, something more like an altar. It was made out of something similar to stone, and 7 rectangular divots were dug into it. I can tell that things are supposed to be placed on it, but I don't know what they are yet. Hamzik ignored my mumbling and repeated, no, but it's really spooky here. Maybe I'll be able to gain them one at a time like a reward if I clear out the rooms. Can you not hear me anymore? Hey. Hamzik's worried voice filtered through my musings. Normally, that would have been a moment for me to joke and act like I couldn't hear it, but I didn't do that since having my allies kidnapped was a pretty serious situation. I can hear you, then why aren't you answering me? I have nothing to say. So what if it's spooky here? Do you want me to agree with you? No, that's not it. That's that. Then, be quiet for a moment. I need to think for a bit. Thankfully, Hamzik understood what I meant and didn't start babbling, and I was able to focus on thinking thanks to that. It looks to be just the right size. I immediately took out a golden book, the one I looted from Hamzik's home on Library Island after clearing it, and that featured in a line from the village chief's book of strange stories. As I carefully placed the golden book into one of the divots of the altar, it fit snugly, a perfect fit. Was it just a coincidence? I think not. I recalled a passage written in the village chief's notebook. The golden book won't be particularly helpful in helping you achieve your goals. I had interpreted that advice as the golden book being unhelpful in escaping the floor because that was what my goal had always been. But then, why did a mechanism like this appear while trying to clear Rainbow Island, the place we had deemed necessary for our escape? Nothing's happening. Hamzik wondered. It's to be expected. It's obvious that the other slots need to be filled for something to appear. Whatever the case, stay back for a bit longer. I need to think more about this. I obtained this golden book after clearing Library Island. Then where could I get the rest? It might be too simple, but maybe I could get a book from each island after clearing them. Library Island, Stone Door Island, Tree Island, Giant Island, Chief Island, Stone Island, and Rainbow Island. Coincidentally, there were exactly 7 islands that existed on this floor. Of course, this theory had some inconsistencies as well. Stone Door Island, for example, the one filled with guardian stone statues that also opened into a rift. Although we cleared the island, I couldn't find a reward room like Hamzik's home or a golden book anywhere. Well, I guess this can be brushed off as me not seeing the true ending for that island. Then what about Stone Island and Chief Island? Giant Island at least had that mega huge giant, but there were no such bosses that could be fought on the other two. Since the village chief is already dead, he's probably unrelated to clearing the island. Despite churning it over in my mind, no answer came to me, and that only fueled the negative cycle feeding my impatience. Because of that, I left the question there. After placing the golden book back into my subspace storage, I approached the closed stone doors and looked over them a little. How can I open the rest of the stone doors here? I didn't have any idea, but I got a feeling that it was too early for me to start thinking about it. There was already a wide open stone door. A clue would probably appear if I continued down that one first. A method to save my allies who had been kidnapped into the temple was probably beyond that door as well. Let's go, Hamzik. I didn't waste any more time and approached the open stone door. Something smooth was in the way beyond the stone door that made it impossible to see through it. Rather than a portal, this felt more like a fog wall. When I carefully reached for the barrier, a soft sensation brushed my hand as I pushed through. It felt similar to putting my hand into liquid, but it didn't feel wet at all. It was a little unpleasant, but since I had no choice other than to enter it, I stopped hesitating and walked through it. I took my first step into the unknown area and found an unfamiliar scene laid out before me. A prison? I had arrived inside a prison. However, it wasn't like the underground prison of the Adventurers Guild but rather closer to a modern-day prison. Well, maybe more futuristic? Thump, thump, thump. The paths that should have been patrolled by the wardens were instead filled with floating drones, and at the center of the hall was a huge sleeping wolf made up of mechanical parts. All types of monsters were being dragged along by the drones with blank expressions on their faces. Can they not see me? It felt as if I had become invisible. The drones, monsters, and the mechanical wolf just went on doing their things while ignoring me. What is this place? Hamzik stuttered. How would I know? I first turned around and checked the wall behind me, as if to tell me that I was free to leave whenever a smooth and sparkly curtain was stuck to the wall. SHRK. Alright, I could still reach through it. It meant that in the worst case scenario, I could still leave this. Bjorn Yandel. Hamzik then called for me from where it sat on my shoulder. I thought it was going to spook out again, so I was ready to ignore it. However, I heard something I couldn't ignore. This place. It feels familiar. Maybe I came to this place before I lost my memories. What? Be quiet. I'm thinking. What goes around comes around, I suppose. Got it. Even as I shut my mouth to not distract Hamzik, I continued to survey my surroundings. It wasn't as if anything would change just because I got impatient. Hamzik would probably tell me if it remembered something. Might as well continue to do something at least. Step, step. And so, as I properly began to walk around the place, I realized that I had been mistaken. The drones, the mechanical wolf, and the spaced-out monsters. I thought I had become an invisible barbarian to them because they didn't care even after they spotted me. So it looks like I'm not completely invisible. When I approached one, the drone that had been flying stopped for a moment before checking me with its lens that worked as its eye before losing interest in me and continuing with what it had been doing. Just fighting them is easier for me. I wouldn't need to go through these what-ifs if they all became hostile and charged me the moment I stepped forward. But maybe the thought was becoming too barbarian-like. Whatever. Let's follow one for now. With a still thinking Hamzik carried atop my shoulder, I stepped up behind a monster who was following a drone. But then, Hamzik suddenly tapped my shoulder and said, "There, try going down there. Now, quickly." It was a baseless suggestion, but I decided to follow Hamzik's advice and moved out of formation to go down a staircase to the side. It's here. After we had gone down what looked like an emergency staircase, Hamzik stopped me. "There, check the wall." It didn't seem like it was joking, so rather than asking for a reason, I just acted out. But what was this? My hand brushed the wall and caught on a small, hidden indent. I pulled out a dagger and stabbed into the indent, taking a tile off the wall. It's really here. There was a mysterious card in the empty hole the tile had been covering. It wasn't like a plastic card that was used in the modern day, but a hefty, metal card. What is this? I don't know either. You told me, and you don't know. I can only remember parts of my memory. At some point, I had that object here. Hamzik only spoke as if this card was very important but couldn't remember what it was used for. Got it. After putting the card into my subspace, I put the tile back the way it was and left the area. Where do I need to go now? Further down. There will be something if you go further down. I am always going down this path in my memories. I wondered if Hamzik really knew anything, but I didn't ask and just went down the rest of the stairs. Eventually, I had to admit, I can't go down any further. Then it's here. After reaching the end of the stairs, I carefully opened the door I arrived at and entered it. Thankfully, the door wasn't locked, But the place beyond the door was completely different from the prison I had seen at the top of the stairs. It was a dome that made me think of a soccer field. However, the first structure that I thought of when I looked at the area was that of a factory. ZZZT. A monster got on a conveyor belt and fidgeted before freezing. Flash. A machine above it flashed, and the monster disappeared without a trace. Yet for some reason, a mana stone was left in its place. ZZZT. The conveyor belt moved again and the mana stone at the end was moved into a box. And when the box was filled with mana stones, ZZZT, the box was moved down a conveyor belt somewhere else. However, I couldn't see where the box was going. Hey, there, over there. I turned to look at what Hamzik was pointing at and found myself struck senseless for a second. ZZZT. A familiar face was seen on top of the conveyor belt, Raven. Raven was moving atop the conveyor belt with a blank expression on her face. Flash. And she was moving toward the machine that turned the monster into mana stones. Chapter 616, Homunculus. 3. A machine that turns monsters into mana stones. What would happen if a human were to go in there? I hadn't yet obtained the data point for that. However, when I saw Raven, I kicked off the ground and dashed forward. Just seeing Raven, who had been kidnapped, standing on the conveyor belt was enough. This machine wasn't just turning monsters into mana stones. ZZZT. Thankfully, taking Raven off the moving conveyor belt wasn't too difficult. There wasn't anything holding her in the first place. Just grabbing her by the waist and pulling her down was enough. Raven, wake up. But no matter how hard I shook her by her shoulders, she continued to stare into empty space with that blank expression of hers. Since she didn't wake up from the shaking, I tried lightly slapping her face with my palm. But that worked. After confirming that she made a sound, I put more strength into my slaps. Slap, smack, top. She seemed to come back to her senses as she began to speak complete words. Maybe a certain amount of damage was needed for them to wake up from this trance state. With that in mind, I smacked her even harder. Raven, wake up. Smack, stop, smack, bam. I told you to stop, you're awake. Thanks to my efforts, the intelligent light that Raven always had returned to her eyes. Are you alright? What about your body? Can you move? Do you feel anything weird? Where are the others? Do you want water? Water. Here, I'll hold it for you, so drink slowly. As if putting a bottle in a baby's mouth, I grabbed the water bottle and tilted it for Raven. She fully regained her senses after drinking a bit of water. Thank you for saving me. No mind, of course I would. My jaw feels a little stiff, but I feel like I'm back now. Sometimes, a good beating is medicine enough. Quite a bitter medicine, though. Alright, she seemed fine since she could joke around now. So, what happened? I asked, it's something in the vein of mind control. After you entered that place, we all lost consciousness not long after. Then you don't remember anything. Well, nothing. It's not like I was completely unconscious. Raven then began to slowly explain everything she saw, though it was through a faint lens that made her feel like she had dreamt them. It felt like I was completely drunk and something else was controlling my body. When I touched that weird stone and lost consciousness, Raven and my other allies fell unconscious too at the same time and were left standing in a daze. Then at some point, flying creatures arrived from the sky, and they carried my allies over the river to the temple. Then it felt like I was just waiting for something. While we were gathered in one place, we started to be taken somewhere one by one. And finally, it was my turn. One by one, pardon, you were taken somewhere one by one. My heart sank. However, Raven didn't seem to understand why my expression had turned so serious. I sighed. It might be faster if I go and show you. I headed in the direction that Raven would have gone down on the conveyor belt, toward the machine that turned monsters into mana stones. Flash. With each flash of light, the monsters turned into mana stones the size of fists. What is this? Raven's face paled as she realized her would-be fate in this situation if I had come even a beat too late. She also realized why my expression had hardened. Then all those people taken before me are. She stopped herself from finishing that sentence. I also readied my heart and confirmed something that I needed to know. Raven, before, how many people were taken? I don't know the exact amount, but at least a dozen. Who were they? She furrowed her brow as she tried to squeeze each name out of her memories. But at some point, she suddenly stopped talking. Badump. My heart threatened to sink away. After having experienced so many tragedies in my life, my unconscious mind had noticed. I knew the reason Raven went silent. Speak. Who is it? At that, Raven's small lips opened and my omen became reality. Miss Emily Rains. Damn it. My heart beat faster. Badump. Even though the heart was an organ that was supposed to supply blood evenly to all parts of the body, for some reason, it felt that all the blood in my body was gathering in my head. She was the one called right before me. In other words, I was too late. I tried to calm myself as much as possible and checked everything I could. Yet, it wasn't even confirmed that something bad had happened to Amelia. The other members, where are they? I don't know. My memory is spotty. I only remember that it was a wide, rectangular area. Although I concluded that I needed to save the other members first, Raven unfortunately didn't know how to get there. It means I'll have to look through the entire building in the end. The problem was this conveyor belt. If this continued to operate, other people would get hurt as I tried to go around looking for them. I smashed down on it with my hammer. The conveyor belt made a creaking sound, destroyed by the physical strike, before coming to a halt. Beep, beep, beep. Drones began to approach the area with wailing sirens. I thought I would have to stop being in invisible barbarian mode and would have to fight them, but for some reason, the drones ignored me and went directly to the damaged conveyor belt. It looks like they're trying to repair it. What do you want to do? We'll leave them for now. I got a feeling that destroying the drones here would only be a waste of time. Some other drone would probably fly in here to fix the mess. Rather, it's more effective to learn how long this repair will take. Raven, follow me for a moment. Where are you going? I need to learn what kind of place this is. I moved with Raven, following down the conveyor belt. Not long after, another working conveyor belt appeared, and this conveyor belt was moving boxes filled with mana stone somewhere. But, even without needing to destroy the conveyor belts, wouldn't other people come down here if we keep waiting? I paused. Well, that is another method. So you didn't think of that. No matter how calm I tried to be, it wasn't easy. Anger lived in all people. What's done is done. Check our surroundings. We might be able to find a way to save the people who have already gone down here. Yes, as I followed the conveyor belt that carried the boxes, I found the place where the boxes were being gathered. 3 unknown machines were stationed there, and a claw was attached to the ceiling that looked like the ones you would see in a claw machine game. It was grabbing the mana stones and putting them into the machines. After the mana stone rolled down the funnel, something attached to the ceiling flashed, and when the light faded, something was created in the central area beyond the clear glass pane. It was a monster that had the characteristics of goblins, orcs, and ghouls. It was a terror that I had never seen before in the labyrinth. What is that? We'll know if we follow it, I said impatiently. After the monster was created by the machine, it was put onto another conveyor belt and moved elsewhere, and we carefully followed it. By doing so, we learned the exact structure of the factory. Flash. The created monster would travel along the conveyor belt to enter the system again, only to turn back into a mana stone. But for some reason, there wasn't 1 mana stone, but 3 this time. Flash. After being separated into 3, the mana stones arrived at a mysterious machine again before being formed into a goblin, an orc, and a ghoul. What bullshit is this? After that process was over, the monsters were herded by drones, pushed into the building above, and placed into a prison cell. Is this just repeating forever? Looks like it. I was even more confused compared to when I knew nothing about this place. Where were we? Just what reason was this meaningless process being repeated over and over? However, it gave me a bit of hope. If that's what's going on here, there might be a chance that the others are safe. Let's hope so. In any case, it looks like the repair is almost over. After traveling back down into the factory, the destroyed belt had been somewhat rebuilt. I did consider destroying it again. Let's try out my plan. We don't even know where the other people are trapped. At Raven's request, however, I held back. I'll stay here and save the people that come through. Mr. Yandel, you should go around and try to look for them. Isn't it more effective? Honestly, considering what would happen in the future, that was much safer. Even if I couldn't find where my allies were trapped, we would be able to save more of them. Well, it wasn't as if the plan was foolproof. It might seem safe now, but something dangerous might happen to you while I'm away, I argued. That's true. I'll stay with you. I can feel safe leaving you behind after waking up around 10 more people. That might be better. With that settled, we positioned ourselves next to the conveyor belts and waited for more allies to appear. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. As we continued to wait for hours on end, we exchanged information. So the moment you held that stone, you lost consciousness as well. But when I woke up, that stone was nowhere to be seen, and it had been 10 days. Do you feel anything different about your body? Not yet. After hearing everything from my side of things, Raven's expression grew serious, but she wasn't able to give me much advice. So do you know what that stone is? No, I don't know either. But, I prompted. Raven paused for a moment before continuing. Do you know what a homunculus is? I do. It's that rank 8 monster. Also, their main habitat was the witch's forest on the 3rd floor, and since they weren't restricted to that area and appeared all over the place, I had fought them quite often. However, Raven shook her head at my answer. What I meant was if you know what a homunculus in alchemy is. If it's that, I don't. Homunculi in alchemy is the original artificial creature. To be precise, they are artificially created humans. I guess the homunculus you see in the witch's forest do look like humans. If we only look at their appearances, yes, but considering how their skin drips when they walk, they're probably closer to slimes than humans. Sure, but what are you trying to say? Nothing much, it's just that I'm beginning to doubt the nature of the mana stone itself. We saw how monsters were turned into mana stones, and those mana stones were being turned into other monsters. What about it? I just suddenly had a thought. If the legendary philosopher's stone existed, then it might have a very similar nature to mana stones. I was wondering what she was going to say, but it was just a wizard's daydreaming. Though, perhaps, it wasn't right to just dismiss it as a daydream. Mana stones. It tickled my mind, like a feather that refused to be caught and swiveled in the air just outside of my grasp. Huh? But then, Raven's eyes went wide. I quickly checked what she was looking at only to see an alley coming down the conveyor belt. It was the loyal knight with whom I had worked in the Ice Rock expedition. It's Sir Melland Caistlin. As soon as I saw him, I quickly ran up and got him down off of the conveyor belt and went to smack his cheeks. Wait, Raven stopped me before pulling out an item from her subspace. So, the name of that thing. The Flower Crown of Anguish. Yes, I thought that maybe this would help in recovering his mind. That did seem plausible, but don't we already have a proven method? That's true, but I can still taste blood in my mouth, you know. I did wonder if her cheeks were more pronounced than usual. As I nodded and let her do what she wanted, Raven carefully put the flower crown on his head, and after some time passed. Chapter 617, Homunculus. 4. This is, Caistlin, are you awake? He still seemed out of it from the way he spaced out while looking at nothing. In the end, he finally fully awoke when I slapped him on the cheek once. Yeah, this was the most effective way. Yandel, it's great to see you safe. It was honestly moving how the first thing he did after regaining consciousness was to check for my safety. Nevertheless, I said half-jokingly, I told you to call me Commander. Haha, Commander, it's good to see you well. Do you think you can stand? I helped Caistlin get to his feet. We then shared all the information we gathered until now with each other and asked him if he had anything new to tell us. I can't remember. Unlike Ms. Raven here, I can't seem to remember anything. Are you the type to forget things when you drink too much? Not at all. And it's not as if I liked drinking in the first place. I guess with this, we at least learned that the capacity to remember in that state is different for each person. No, Raven immediately refuted. There's a chance that this is due to distance. When the incident happened, I was far away from the main camp while Sir Caistlin was right next to the temple. Well, that is definitely a possibility. It was all just guesswork at this point, so we needed more information. Thus, we continued to wait in front of the conveyor belt as if we were its gatekeepers, and whenever an alley passed by, we woke them up. Thanks to that, we learned something new. So you can remember any details, anything at all? Weren't you near the temple? The clarity of memory turned out not to be related to distance and was more likely just an individual difference. It was like how some people could remember their dreams while others couldn't in a way. I myself was the latter type. From what I heard from my allies, I supposedly ground my teeth and spoke in my sleep, but I couldn't remember anything about what I dreamed. Do you mean that jail we were in? Sorry, I can't remember it well. However, unfortunately for us, even the ones who could faintly remember things couldn't tell us where the others were being held. With this much, you'll be safe even without me. After saving at least 10 people to bolster our numbers, I revealed to my allies my plan to go exploring by myself. Commander, Caistlin hedged, sounding worried. Wouldn't it be better to wait a little longer and move together? No longer had the time to spare here. However, although I wasn't making a show of it, my heart was still being eaten away even at that very moment. As you said, there is a possibility that the search captain who passed through already could still be fine. It's only a possibility, I interrupted. I don't want to stay here under the hope that everything will be fine if I just wait around. It seems I have misspoke. It's fine. I'll leave everyone here to you. I smiled and patted him on his shoulder, and Caistlin smirked back and sent me off with a roger that. Wow, I figured it was because he was a soldier. Even though he obviously said it as a joke, it sounded pretty legit. Raven, I called. Yes, what is it? If you can get more people, try and scout around the area here. Just whatever is within your means. But if that's too difficult, I'm not forcing you to. Her burst of laughter cut me off. I get it. I get what you're trying to say. Still, I'll say it before I go. Your safety is of higher priority than investigation, alright. Yes, we'll be waiting for you here. I took a deep breath. Since I made sure to tell her outright, she probably wouldn't overdo it. After exchanging a glance with Caistlin, who is always a reliable subordinate, I left this damned factory. Every minute, every second was important. Even knowing that, though, I didn't move hastily. Just like the proverb haste makes waste, I instead slowly tried to map out the structure of the building we were in. At the very lowest point is this factory, with a total of 4 stairways that lead down here. However, there were other routes that one could take to get down here. Hundreds of conveyor belts with unknown origins filled the space, and all those belts were connected to the conveyor belt of the underground factory. I even considered going up each one of those conveyor belts as a result. This won't work. However, when I went up one of them, I saw it split into dozens more and gave up. It would honestly be more efficient to look through the entire building. With that, I started from the underground factory, climbed one floor at a time, and mapped the entire place out. It's not here, but even after completely filling in my mental map, I couldn't find the room that my allies were trapped in. However, I didn't despair. It wasn't as if the room didn't exist. More than likely, there was a hidden room somewhere not noted on the map, and it was probably impossible to find a room like that with such a simple method. Do I need to try going up the belts even now? That thought occurred to me as well, but I shook my head. I didn't think that method would be useful in finding a room that was hidden on purpose either. With that, there was only one thing I could do. Hamzik, do you remember anything more? I'll tell you when I remember. Something hidden. I needed to find a hidden secret. Just like how I obtained that weird metal card from moving the wall tile by relying on Hamzik's memories, if I continued to take a detailed look at our surroundings, something was bound to catch its eye, and there must be a way to use this card as well. With that thought in mind, I continued to look around the entire structure while scanning everything in sight. Tap, tap. As I was kneeling on the ground to take a closer look at it, something tapped me on my shoulder. I finally found you, Yandel. I jumped, startled. I hadn't sensed a presence. When I turned around, someone completely unexpected was standing there. Amelia. Didn't I tell you to always call me Emily no matter where we are? When I heard her say that so nonchalantly, all the strength drained from my body in a deep, relieved sigh. She was fine. What happened? What about your body? Are you okay? Did you also turn into that monostone? Calm down. I'll explain everything. Got it. Once I finally calmed down and focused on listening, Amelia explained everything that had happened to her step by step. Unlike the others, I was able to regain my senses in the middle of it. What? How? Well, I don't know either. One of my essences might have an ability to resist an attack of this type. I knew Amelia better than she knew herself. There weren't any essences among the ones she had that gave mental resistance. There was, however, one thing that may have worked. It's most likely thanks to the Twin Hydra's dual control, I explained. Dual control was a passive that allowed her to split her consciousness into two. In the game, when that passive was chained with the skill like self-replication, it gave the clone a better AI and increased the effectiveness of the skill. It might have an effect that I didn't know about. Those things sometimes popped up in Dungeon and Stone. This skill can block that skill. Things like that. They were high-quality pieces of information that couldn't be predicted just by reading the description of the skill, and could only be obtained through experience. In any case, that wasn't important right now. Can I keep going? I stumbled out of my thoughts. Yet, when she regained her senses, she was on top of one of the conveyor belts. She was being transported somewhere, so she ran against its movement to escape and then went searching around the structure by herself. During this process, she naturally ended up discovering the underground factory. Thankfully, a few people were already awake. That was after I had already woken up Raven and Caitlin. After receiving information from them, she immediately ran back out of the factory to look for me. My legs gave out from beneath me, my strength drained once more. I grabbed Amelia's shoulder to stabilize myself as I spoke. I'm so glad, really, to see you safe. Amelia only looked up at me and didn't answer. I then slowly pulled my hand off of her shoulder, or rather, I tried to. Before I could, Amelia softly placed her hand atop mine where it lay on her shoulder. It was small and thin, yet hardened with calluses. She tapped the back of my hand twice as if to comfort me before clutching it tightly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The time continued to pass quickly as my mind cleared. What's this? Why was the mood suddenly like this? This was like a man and a woman who had a thing going on. For me, who chose to always keep allies as only allies after what happened with Miss Shaw, the sudden change was pretty awkward. I quickly swiped my hand away from hers. Is she fine with this? Amelia's expression didn't change at all. She just looked up at me as she did, smack, before punching me straight in the gut. Why? Rather than pain, I was more shocked by the sudden attack, but I couldn't really say much after I heard what she said next. I told you to wait a second, but you just said you'd take a quick look inside and ran in while ignoring what I said. This is punishment for that. She really was someone who couldn't live with debt. I scrambled to change topics and cleared my throat. Anyway, it's great. A relief. I was really worried that you've been turned into a monostone. Amelia seemed to think now wasn't the time to tell me off as she accepted the shift. I heard about that monostone thing. This is a pretty interesting place. It really is. So you investigated the building? Did you find anything else? I did. 3 things. You did. And 3 things at that? As I urged her to continue, Amelia smirked. 1 is an exit to get out of this place. It feels different from a portal, but if you go through that door, you can leave the temple. So it's the door I used to come into this place. What about the other ones? The second one is on these stairs. There was a small indent so I checked it, but there was an empty opening beyond a wall. It's big enough to hide something small in it, but there wasn't anything in there when I checked. So it was that. But how did she find it in the first place? I barely got it with Hamzik's guidance, but she just noticed a small grove with her naked eye. What's with your expression? Do you know something? I do. That opening is something I found before, you did. Amelia looked quite surprised, and I brought out the item I had taken from the wall. So, this was inside the opening. For some reason, Amelia seemed to have expected the card. Do you know how to use it? I asked curiously. I haven't checked yet. What is it? Tell me. It's related to the third thing I found. I found a hidden door, but there wasn't any way to open it. And you think this might be the key? If my assumption is correct, there is a small slit next to the door, and it's about the size of this object. I see. There was no point discussing here if this card was a key or not. We just needed to go there and test it out. Where is it? Let's go. On the very top floor. After following Amelia, I arrived at an empty hall that was at the top of the building. I had visited this place when I mapped out everything, but I hadn't been able to find anything then. Only this part and this part of the wall are unnatural. Even when Amelia kindly guided me to the wall to show me, I couldn't tell just what about it was unnatural. Most hidden doors are situated like this, she explained. But they usually don't have this obvious of a joint. Really. And most damningly, there's this slit here. I became sure that this was a door after I saw that. Just as she said, there really was a small opening where a card could be inserted. I hadn't been able to find it during my own investigation, and even if I had seen it, it was so small that I probably would have just ignored it. Then, I'm putting it in, I asked carefully. Amelia gave a small nod. After looking at her eyes for a second, I immediately put the key into the hole. Clank. Like when inserting a card into a vending machine, I felt something catch the card at the end. Nothing is happening. Yandel, step back. SRRK. After a short moment, a part of the wall sank into itself, revealing a hidden pathway. It really was a door. After looking at each other once more, Amelia and I carefully stepped into the passageway. Chapter 618, Glorious Return, 1. At the end of the tunnel, which was around 10 feet long, a space opened up that looked similar to a control room. Square glass panes lined the wall, and each one of them relayed a view of a part of the building in real time. There are a lot of controls here. There were so many buttons and levers that it reminded me of an airplane cockpit. Yandel. I turned at Amelia's call to see the room that our expedition members were trapped in displayed on one of the screens. So this is why we weren't able to find it. The room they were trapped in didn't have a door. However, dozens of conveyor belts led in and out of the room, and it seemed there was only one way to access the room. I got a general idea of how to get to that room now. To find that place as quickly as possible, I would need to choose the right conveyor belts to run up in the correct order. It was like a puzzle minigame. There was something like this on the 10th floor as well. Thinking about it now, it was honestly such a terrible part of the game. I had to attempt it multiple times, and failure would lead to party wipe. It would be fine if it was on the 3rd or 4th floors, but seriously, wasn't it too brutal for something like that to appear on the 10th floor? Looks like they were returned without a problem. That caught my attention. The ones that were taken before me. You said they were most likely turned into mana stones in the underground factory. From what I can see here, they're fine. Oh, when I checked the screen more closely, I could see the members who I thought had gone missing with Amelia were standing there calmly. So, Amelia began. What are you going to do now? I took a moment to think. Countless buttons and levers. If I could operate these inputs properly, I could probably save all my allies there. Stay here for now, and don't touch anything, I concluded. However, since I didn't know anything about them, trying anything reckless might just lead to more challenges down the road. I would be in big trouble if one of them let out a poisonous gas that killed everyone or something along those lines. Do you think I'm you? I just said it just in case. Just in case, I denied defensively. Alright, then let's start pressing the buttons from that side. Didn't you just say not to do that? But we at least need to try something, right? Amelia and I began to investigate the control room, taking our time to search every nook and cranny. Then, one by one, we started to press the buttons that were furthest away from the screen displaying our trapped allies, and through this process, we learned something. The buttons directly affected the room being displayed on the corresponding screen. Using that newfound knowledge, we were able to press the buttons and pull the levers more daringly, and this allowed us to figure out their general uses. Pressing the red button stops the conveyor belts, the green buttons restart them, and the left lever makes the conveyor belts work in reverse, and the right lever changes what's on the screen. The buttons and levers allowed for a lot of control over the area being displayed. The problem was that there were a total of 3 buttons and levers that we hadn't been able to figure out yet. What do those do? Those buttons and levers weren't attached directly below the screens, but were laid at the very center of the room, so we didn't try anything reckless with them yet. They were obviously very suspicious. If my guess was correct, those 3 would probably affect the entire building. If we're looking for a way to go to that room, the fastest method would be to turn someone into a mana stone and follow after it. I let out a dry laugh at Amelia's suggestion. Did she think I hadn't considered that option? Rejected. It doesn't seem like it has any effect on their life, but we don't know what side effects the process could have. Then we have no way other than to just wait like now. Well, it wasn't too bad of a choice. Sure, we would be stuck waiting a long time for everyone to come out one by one, but that method was guaranteed to let us save everyone. That, however, only worked if the current status quo was maintained. Thus, I said, or we can go looking for them. Look for them. Yet, when I checked the underground factory via one of the screens earlier, I saw that there were over 20 people gathered there already. If I stop all the conveyor belts in the building and sent everyone into the belt system to expand our search, we would be able to find the holding room much more quickly. Most importantly, we need to find that room so we can search it. There might be something hidden there. True, we are here on an expedition, Amelia agreed. Yet, we haven't been able to figure anything out yet. Escaping the temple was easy. We just needed to leave through the door I used to enter. However, what was the goal of us coming here? It was to escape this damned underground floor and get back to the city. However, we hadn't even figured out a way to get out of Rainbow Island yet. When you say it like that, I can accept it. Since our opinions were aligned, there was no need for hesitation. Amelia and I began to press all the buttons to stop the movement of all the conveyor belts in the building. We then went back down to the underground factory to regroup with the rest of the group, shared our findings, explained our plan, and then put it into action. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Under the command of Amelia, we continued day after day to explore this anthill of a conveyor belt system. Everyone, take your copy of the map. This is the newly created one based on yesterday's exploration. We've checked the end of this line, but it just connects back to this one. We'll check the other side today. It was heartwarming to see everyone move diligently and work together for a common goal. Speaking of, I was looking at everyone through the screens in the control room at the top of the building. I had come up here after getting a report that a moving rail had been discovered during the exploration. What the? I'm pretty sure I remember turning it off. It wasn't too difficult to find the buttons needed to stop the conveyor belts. BZZT, BZZT. The issue is that right as I was about to go back down to the rest of the group, all the screens suddenly went black. Could we talk for a moment? Then, an unfamiliar voice spoke to me from beyond, asking for a conversation in the ancient language. The central screen suddenly turned bright with the colors of the rainbow. Do not worry. I have no intention of harming you. The light stretched like a rubber ball every time he spoke, reflecting the waves of his voice. Was it an AI or something? How should I respond to this mysterious being who was speaking to me from beyond the screen? Marks, it's been a while since I saw you. It relieves me to see you living well. The mysterious being spoke as if to greet someone, drawing me from my thoughts. Marks, I asked, tilting my head. Hamzik looked at the screen and spoke in a careful tone. Are you talking about me? Now that I think about it, you don't remember who you are or why you are here, correct? That was your wish. What are you saying? Do you know me, comma? Of course. Hamzik held tightly onto my hair at the voice's information. It seemed that Hamzik couldn't get its bearings due to the sudden situation it found itself in. It was time for a friend to intervene. I get that this is a reunion between you two, but how about you introduce yourself first? Who are you? Research Station Overseer. If you wish to call me by a name, you can call me that. That's too long. I'll just call you Overseer. Do as you wish. I said that just to test what his personality was like, but the response I got was weaker than I expected. I didn't know who this was, but it seemed like he didn't care what he was called. Then Overseer, tell me, there must be a reason you revealed yourself to us. Rather than figuring out who Overseer was, my priority was to get information about his goal. It was something I always prioritized whenever I interacted with an unfamiliar individual. What was this guy's goal? Unfortunately, the answer I received was completely unrelated. Centurion. Is that friend doing well? I paused. Centurion. I have ways of knowing things even while being stuck in here. You met him not long ago. I could instinctively tell from that question who this Centurion was. It was the being I met in the mysterious space after defeating the Lord of Terror, Dreadfear. What are you all? I asked slowly. We are pitiful beings who receive both a blessing and a curse. You as well, Marks, my friend. So you have no intention of telling me. Do not be hasty. You, of all people, will certainly be able to learn the truth in the future. I didn't know how or why, but the way this guy spoke was the same as how Centurion spoke. The only difference was that Centurion's words were less certain, saying that I might be able to learn the truth, while Overseer was certain that I would. However, I can give you a clue, and quite conveniently, Marks is right next to you as well. A clue. Before I begin the story, I will ask you first. Marks, do you wish to know of your past? I will tell you. The reason you lost all your memories was because you requested it. I could feel Hamzik shiver from my shoulder. However, it didn't take long to answer. I want to know. The lights on the screens began to move. The place you are in currently is a research station by the name of Panthelion. It was an underground institution that operated secretly under the Empire of Old. He said he would start talking about Hamzik, so why was the research station being mentioned first? I found it a little odd, but I didn't interrupt and continued to listen since Hamzik had also told me that it had been here at some point in the past. This research station was constructed by the Empire for one purpose: to create living weapons that were stronger and more loyal than any soldier. For that, countless wizards, researchers, and alchemists were gathered here to devour all the knowledge of the world and research them. However, the results of these experiments were always unsatisfactory. What changed the situation was when the witch revealed herself to the world. As a war of unprecedented scale erupted, the Empire put much more effort into progressing its research. All the talented individuals of the Empire were gathered at the research station, and they were given more funds and resources, incomparable to any project of this scale before. And most importantly, they were able to experiment with many new things. The monsters that previously could only be obtained through a treaty began to flood in by the thousands every day. Among them were monsters created by the witch. The research of Panthelion developed at an incredible pace in a short time. Then, as if to open a closed eye, the display of light inside the screen rippled, and you were among the test subjects they researched. Marks. I was a test subject. That's right. You were captured, brought to this research station, and experimented upon in all sorts of ways. That was until the witch who had been indebted to you in the past came in with her army, then I was freed thanks to the witch. No, you weren't able to be freed, because you died in the process. I died? Then why am I here? Your death was just that impactful to the witch, so much so that it was stuck deep in her psyche and wasn't erased. No, I don't care or know about any of that. What does that have to do with me? Despite Hamzik's shouts, Overseer still spoke in his detached, mechanical voice. You died in the arms of the witch. You said that if the land of dawn that she spoke of truly existed, you would wish to be reborn there without your memories and spend your life peacefully reading books. That was the entirety of Hamzik's story that Overseer told us. I am in a similar situation to you. Although I committed quite a number of mistakes during my life as a human, I obtained an opportunity to be forgiven by the witch in the end. His mechanized, calm voice remained the same. However, time changes all. And yet, assuming it wasn't a trick of my mind, I could sense that the voice had changed. Wasn't it the same for you as well? In the end, you weren't able to endure the length of time and ended up leaving that place. I only came out because this guy forced. Before Hamzik got swept up in this guy's tempo, I quickly intervened. That's enough. So what are you trying to say? From what I knew in the big database called my mind, someone who was so verbose was never normal. Also, this guy revealed himself to us first. I'd even wager to say this guy was the reason that all my allies were kidnapped in the first place, which was exactly why I found it difficult to trust him. I wish to make a deal with you. A deal? I questioned. Go on. I will allow you to leave this place. Well, I could at least hear him out first. Chapter 619, Glorious Return, 2. An offer to let me leave this place for me, who had spent many months already stuck on basement floor 1. The words were sweet music to my ears. And what do I need to give in return? However, nothing was free in this world. The sweeter the words, the more bitter the conditions that needed to be met. The particular condition here, however, was a little odd. To never return to this place ever again. It was a request that I had a hard time deciphering, so I needed a bit more information. Not returning to this place, what do you mean by that exactly? Do you perhaps not understand? I don't believe that there is any room for misinterpretation. Was this guy incapable of reading subtext? I'm asking why you're asking that of me. This deal will only prove beneficial to you. Is the reason important? How are you so sure that it's only beneficial for me? As if he needed to load an answer to my question, Overseer paused before speaking again. I understand. You are worried how my condition may act against your interests in the future, because I know nothing about you. Then if I tell you about myself, will you accept the deal? That'll depend on who you are as an individual. As soon as I said that, Overseer began to speak. Then I will tell you about myself, beginning now. In the past, I acted as the overseer of Panthelion Research Station, and I committed all sorts of atrocities. However, in the end, I repented and was forgiven by the witch. Afterward, I became a completely different person. I was unable to deceive anyone and possessed a newfound disposition, always acting kindly to others and being considerate of them. I waited as it seemed to buffer. I cannot tell you the details currently, but it was for your sake that I requested that you never return here. Are you messing with me right now? I asked coldly, making my disdain obvious. As you see, it didn't matter even after I told you. No, that's only because you have no intentions of telling. If I told you a story that seemed more plausible, Overseer began, interrupting me, then would you have trusted everything I told you? I was left speechless because I was overwhelmed by his much too calm voice. And he was right as well. Trust is the only method to ascertain the truth of another. As such, attempting to explain everything to you is merely a waste of time. That is why I asked for a deal. Is it important who I am? You need only make a decision based on whether you wish to accept my offer. That is much more effective. I groaned. This is giving me a headache. I had a lot I wanted to say, yet when I tried to get a word out, my mind blanked on how I should say it. Still, I gathered my wits as much as I could before saying, the reason I said I wanted to know more about you is to decide whether or not I can trust you. That is odd as well. Did you not say before that you wouldn't trust anything I said, no matter what? No, so, nothing is guaranteed in the world, right? I think that it's not too late to make my decision after hearing you out first. Then you simply need to make a decision now. My story is complete with everything I told you just then. What will you do now? Arg. And here I thought I could converse with this guy somewhat. It wasn't as if I could smash his head through the screen either. Why is he such a hard ass? No, maybe this wasn't him being a hard SS, but a smooth talker. He was putting on a weird personality so he could control the flow of conversation and redirect the attention elsewhere. If you find it difficult to make a decision, I will give you one more piece of information. Of course, it will also be your own decision whether you choose to believe this or not. Do you wish to hear it? I got the distinct feeling I was being lured into some trap, but due to my personality, it was difficult for me to back out here, because, I was curious, alright? Plus, obtaining as much information as I could would be beneficial for me. Go on, I sighed. Overseer revealed the new information as if he had been waiting for it. You will suffer a great plight if you do not escape this place within half a year, because he will appear then. He is someone you don't need to know should you leave before that time. And if you refuse to leave, that would mean you rejected my offer, so I would have no reason to tell you either. Man, what was with this guy? Honestly, not interacting with people like him was the best course of action, and even if you meet one, it was best to talk with them after smacking their heads over something. However, since that method was unavailable to me, I felt like I was going to lose it. Then at least tell me this. You said I would suffer a great plight. How dangerous of a plight are we talking? You would most probably make it out alive. However, such certainty is not guaranteed for the people around you. Only around a handful, perhaps. So around 5 people. That is my prediction, but there is always a small margin for error. Considering that our group would be annihilated if we lost even 30% of our current fighting power, we could be facing an extremely deadly situation. Above all, I had changed. Unlike before, when I would be satisfied with protecting just a handful of people, 5 was far too low of a number for me now. So do you trust what I told you? I'm thinking about it. I hope that it has had a positive effect on your decision-making process. If you still find it difficult to make I'm thinking, so be quiet. He finally shut up. On the one hand, what Overseer said made sense. When making a deal with someone you met by chance in a new area, who they were as an individual wasn't that important. What they could give me and what I could give them. If these two things aligned, a deal could be reached. Of course, if something could prove that I could trust the other person more, I could make said deal with a bit more ease of mind. But from the way he's talking, I don't think he'll ever properly tell me about himself. Of course, another method I could use here was to reject his offer and check his reaction to that. I left it as a last resort for now, though. After a long, hard think, I finally spoke. The item. I don't care about your situation anymore, so at least tell me about the item. Overseer took a moment to respond. Item. You said that you could help us leave this place. How will you do that? The item of the deal. You don't have to tell me all the details, so just give me a general overview. That will let me make my decision. It is a reasonable request. Overseer then answered my question without hesitation. You would have already found the door around this time, so I will not speak of it. If you accept my deal, I will then immediately grant you the qualification to open the door. By qualification, are you saying there's another method I could use to obtain it? Your guess is not wrong. It is also my duty to grant the qualification to someone if they prove that they are worthy of that qualification. Then aren't you saying I could leave this place without having to make a deal with you? Theoretically, yes. No, you will certainly be able to become qualified for it. However, you will require an incredibly long time to do so. And as I said before, time is not your ally. Somehow, after talking in circles, we ended back at the threat that I still couldn't tell was true or not. Despite my frustration with the conversation, I continued it. Then are you allowed to just give me the qualification as you please? Didn't you just say that they need to prove they are worthy of it? It is my prerogative to grant that qualification. It is my duty to grant that authority when someone worthy of it appears. There is nothing contradictory here. It felt like the logic was off somewhere, but since he was saying that, I had nothing to say in refutation. Alright, then is that enough proof to make your decision? One more thing. Proceed. Well, even with his permission, I hesitated, deciding how to phrase my question. Aren't you worried? Your sentence is missing the object, I'm asking if you're worried that I might go against my word later. Oh, not saying that I do that, of course. I am a barbarian who places great importance on keeping promises. Really, you can trust me. I added that at the end just in case he misunderstood me, but as if to say I worried for nothing, Overseer didn't rise to the bait. I suppose I haven't said this yet, this. If you agree and receive the qualification, you will not be able to return to this place from that point onward. Not metaphorically, but physically. Of course, if you do not make that promise, I can never force you to take it. The possibility of that had honestly escaped my mind. I knew something was off. I was wondering why he would trust a promise enough to make a deal with me, but maybe that was nothing more than pretense and all he wanted to do was grant me the qualification. This is hurting my head even more. To be honest, this was all too sudden for me. In the first place, I had come up here to stop the conveyor belts from moving, and yet this weird guy just appeared on the screen and started saying weird things and even offered me a deal. I needed time to collect my thoughts. I still didn't know what I should and shouldn't believe the words he said to me. I want to take a few days to mull this over and give you an answer afterward. Can I? As you wish. I will always be here. Overseer unexpectedly didn't mind my request, and I decided to put the deal on the back burner. As I went to leave the control room, the lights on the screen rippled as if to curl into a beckoning smile. One more thing. If you would allow me to tell you this one thing, even if you accept my deal, I would advise you not immediately leave this place. Why are you saying this now after all that? I am not trying to scheme anything. It is purely for your own good. Since you came all the way here, you should know what kind of place this is. I got a vague sense of what he was trying to say. You will be safe if you leave this place within half a year, so obtain as many things as possible before then. You will not be able to return here after that. I hope you think carefully about this decision. Not being able to come back down to basement floor 1 was too much of a loss for me. Oh, since it's come to this, I'll ask one last thing of you two, I said. Where are my kidnapped allies being held? That is something you must find yourself. It is the first step you must take if you wish to prove you are worthy of the qualification. But do not worry too much. From what I see of your current state, you will be able to find them soon enough. It felt like I did a lot of things here, but for some reason, it also felt like I gained nothing. After finishing my conversation with the research station overseer, I returned to the underground factory. I then quietly pulled Amelia and Raven to the side and shared everything that happened. It wasn't that I didn't trust Miss Shaw, Irwin, or Ainer, but to be honest, they weren't really helpful with things like this. And Versil doesn't even know that I'm a player. In any case, their reactions were pretty much the same when I explained everything that happened in the control room, though their reasoning differed. Absolutely not. You can obviously tell that he's scheming something. We don't know what that research station overseer might do while you are unaware. I also think this is a bad idea. Even if he keeps the end of his deal, we still have a lot left to explore. But if you can't come back in after leaving, after discovering so many amazing things here, it's obvious that the other adventurers would be the ones to reap what we sowed. Honestly, both of those perspectives were ones I myself had considered. However, what the research station overseer said to me continued to rattle in my head. You would most probably make it out alive. However, such certainty is not guaranteed for the people around you. There was no telling if that warning of his was genuine or not. For some reason, though, whenever I repeated those words in my mind, my chest grew tighter and tighter. It was as if an ominous premonition were welling up in my heart. That was probably the reason. I tried to explain despite both of them being reluctant to prove. Emily, if what he says is true, things might actually get pretty dangerous for us. And Raven, when we leave this place, it'll be difficult for us to enter it again anyway. The palace is stopping adventurers from entering basement floor 1 as we speak. Raven immediately argued that it was just a temporary measure on their part, but that didn't feel right. It was just a feeling I had, but the palace would never do that. There was an even bigger secret hidden on basement floor 1. That was why making this decision was so difficult. Thank you for discussing this with me. I'll decide after thinking more about it. Please call me whenever you need. Same for me as well. You have a habit of always trying to do everything by yourself. Well, seeing how you acted today, I suppose you've improved. In any case, that was the end of our first meeting. After that, I continued to work on the conveyor belts as before and tested a few different things with the remaining time I had. If I could just obtain the qualification by myself, that would be the best possible outcome. The research station overseer had said so himself. So obtain as many things as possible before then. The basement floor 1 that I had seen and experienced was the land of opportunity. Library Island, Stone Door Island, and not just those, but even the islands covered with mana stones after the rainy season was like walking into a jackpot. This research station wasn't any different. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say, Flash. The machine was at the center of the underground factory of this research station. The contraption could create a new monster that had the characteristics of 3 different monsters by combining their mana stones. This machine is the jackpot. The monsters created by this machine weren't considered new monsters and didn't give any experience, but that wasn't its true worth. It's an essence. Although it occurred at a much lower probability than for an ordinary monster, when they were defeated, they dropped an essence. Wait, does this essence actually have the characteristics of all 3 monsters? In a nutshell, we could create custom-tailored essences. Chapter 620, Glorious Return, 3. The synthesized monsters created by putting mana stones into the machine could be defeated to obtain tailor-made essences, and from that, we learned of a particular trend that these essences shared. The mana stone that entered Machine A decided the stats of the custom essence, Machine B would determine its passive ability, and Machine C would determine its active ability. I should explain that said result was obtained by giving the essences to the expedition members who had leveled up at least once after coming down to the underground floor. However, while the base stats and the passives were set in stone, it was unclear how the active skills were determined. Perhaps that was why, but the color of the essence was dependent on the active skill. So what you're saying is, this has the stats of a goblin, the passive of the troll, and since the color is blue, it should have the Iron Rock Hill Guardian Chaser's Earth Vent. Raven, who kept a record of every time a new monster was summoned, gave a detailed briefing whenever a new essence dropped. Then, without even having to ask for my permission, she contained the most recent essence in a magic vial and labeled it. There was not a single person in our expedition group who wanted to eat an essence like that, whose value, if any, would lie in research. We hadn't saved that many of our members yet, and of the ones that he had, we'd been forced to waste their slots to test out the custom essences. The first thing the group would probably do after getting out of there was erase those essences. Alright, let's resume our search. Although we had been summoning a handful of monsters for research purposes, we ended things there with that last monster, then focused on the conveyor belt maze to find our allies who were still trapped. A custom essence. The concept of it was so enticing that any adventurer would go wild for one. However, if we wanted to farm those essences, we first needed to hurry up and find where the rest of our expedition group was being held. I was worried about them, and on top of that, we had another reason to consider. It's too hard with our current numbers. Hunting the synthesized monsters was pretty difficult. They were much stronger than the essence they dropped, had base stats that were a combination of the 3 monsters used to create them, and had all 3 monsters' passive abilities as well as all 3 of their actives. A custom monster crafted from 3 rank 9 monsters was naturally stronger than an ordinary rank 9 monster, and while the synergy between the monsters used for the combination determined how much stronger they ended up being, on average, it's +2 for the average ranks. If the abilities synergize, it might end up being a +3 or even a +4. Well, the more synergistic the creation was, the better the essence it dropped. This is a shame. After driving ourselves wild at the unbelievable discovery of this machine, we had put the search on hold to spend some time researching it. However, the downside of its use finally had us sobering. Although it was incredible, it wasn't so great that we would give up everything else just to farm the perfect essence here. 3 rank 1 monsters would probably be difficult to defeat even with a character strong enough to open the gate of the abyss. From what I could tell, even if we had everyone from the expedition ready to fight, a rank 2 combination monster would probably be too much for us. Though, a rank 3 monster might be doable, but we'll have to suffer some injuries. In the end, to obtain a custom essence, we needed to be much stronger than the target essence. It'll be a core essence, but one that's either an upgrade of a lower rank essence or an essence that lets you free up an essence slot. Those are the 2 main drops you'd get out of this machine. Well, a high-ranking essence could also be obtained by mixing the monster with a lower-rank monster to potentially lower its power. The problem is the material at hand. Most of the monsters in the factory were low-rank monsters. It wasn't particularly problematic, per se. The factory allowed for the release, combination, and separation of the monsters all by itself. If we put a mana stone that we already had onto the machine, a monster would be created on the conveyor belt, and that allowed us to check which monster produced that mana stone. Not to mention, a monster created like that would never leave the conveyor belt if we didn't attack it first. If we just waited, it would take a round and return to the machine that would turn it back into a mana stone. But if we let the conveyor belts run, it'll be difficult for us to continue our search. No matter what we did, saving our allies first was our best course of action. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Time passed quickly, and I finally received the news I had been waiting for. We found them. We found the hidden room. After searching everywhere by going up the conveyor belts, we finally found the room our allies were being held in, the holding room that could only be checked through the CCTV camera in the control room. Oh, this is, I'm alive. Using the flower crown of anguish, we woke up everyone, and the room bustled with activity. What is this headwear? I don't think I've ever seen one like this before. It's a magic tool that Mr. Yondell had. I don't know the details either. You can ask him yourself if you want. The wizards asked about the flower crown once in a while, but I just brushed them off with a vague answer. Thanks to no one being with me when I obtained the flower crown, no one suspected anything even when we used it like this. I mean, what were they going to do if I said I just had it from the start? Mr. Bjorn. In any case, after finding the room, I was finally able to reunite with my allies. How are you feeling? Doing all right? Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm fine. Don't worry. What about you, Mr.? Although they had lost consciousness for a while at this point, thankfully, none of the members of the Anabrita clan were harmed. But that wasn't the case for everyone. One of my essences has disappeared. Me too. One of mine did as well. A few members of the expedition group reported abnormalities, and they all had one thing in common. They were those who had been dragged to the factory first and had been turned into a mana stone before returning. One thing remained odd about it, however. I am fine. A few people who had turned into mana stones as well reported they were fine. The wizards gathered everyone and checked on their conditions as a result. The dignity of their souls has decreased by a stage. That is why their most recently obtained essence is not working. Then what about the others? Our theory is that their accomplishment value has decreased. The ones who had their souls weakened all advanced not long ago. In truth, those who didn't get the level down penalty were those who had spent a good amount of time farming experience points since their last level up. An experience decrease penalty. A deeper look into its effect had me concluding that the amount of EXP lost was around 1000. Wait, then what am I supposed to do now? I've already defeated all the monsters of rank 3 and below. Then you'll need to aim for monsters above rank 3. What? And I'm supposed to do that while missing an essence? There is no other way. For me, who is aiming for max level, these guys were practically wasted characters, and they made their frustration and despair known. Although it wasn't something I should be thinking while looking at them. Thank goodness, relief crashed over me. Amelia had been among the ones taken. If she hadn't woken up in the middle of it and escaped by her own strength, that would have hindered the execution of my plan. Our goal wasn't to farm the 7th or 8th floor and live by earning money. After calming the chaos a little, I immediately gave the order, Deputy Commander, you will take the rest and move to the underground. Raven will tell you what you'll need to do there. Emily, you will go to the control room to turn on the conveyor belts again, and return here afterward. I'll be back soon. Investigation Captain, you'll stay here and investigate the entire room with the search team and the investigation team. If my guess is correct, there will probably be something hidden here. Understood. Alright, then with that, I had given all the orders I needed to at that point. I grabbed the guy who tried to walk down to the underground area with the main group. Sven Parav. Yes, are you feeling alright? Yes, I don't feel any different from usual. Good to hear. Can you follow me for a second? I want to have a private conversation with you. Since this wasn't something to be discussed with the others around, I took him aside to a quiet spot. This is something that only a small number of people know, so take even greater care than usual not to tell anyone. Understood. I went with light intimidation to ease us into the main topic at hand, but that ended up earning me the opposite reaction I wanted, as he only looked wary of me. Then not hearing it might be the best. Hey, don't try to run away here. Well, this guy had a nasty habit of opting for the flight response whenever anything happened. This is something I must hear your opinion on, so stay and listen. This is an order. Only after I activated my barbarian commander mode did he change his expression and take on a listening posture. Yes, I'm listening. I took a look around before lowering my voice and telling him about the research station overseer I met in the control room. Of course, there was no need to tell him about Hamzik's story or the way the entire conversation went. I just needed to get the main point across. So he warned you that if you don't leave this place within half a year, a great disaster will befall us, he mused. That's right. He spoke as if something or someone would appear at that time. He also said that it would be difficult for even 5 of us to survive. Did he? In any case, since it seemed that I explained the situation adequately to him, I got to the main point. So, how about it? Pardon, what's your gut feeling saying after hearing that? He blanked for a second, seeming not to comprehend my follow-up question, but then in a moment of apparent realization, he said, so that's why you. So he realized why I had called him out. To be fair, we had done this song and dance a few times at this point. Speak, I commanded. What do you think? No, what do you feel? Should we really get out of this place, like that guy said we should? He closed his eyes to focus, but a mere second later, he admitted, apologetically, it might be too far into the future, but I don't feel anything yet. But during the Ice Rock expedition, you said you didn't want to go in even while we were still back in the city. Yes, that's true. He trailed off. Then, he gave additional information about his sense of intuition. It seemed that this ability of his only activated at the last possible branching moment. In other words, he needed to be in a moment of choice for the intuition to activate. Then we'll just have to do what we need to do and wait until then, I concluded. I'm sorry, don't be. In any case, if you feel anything odd later, you need to drop everything and come find me. Alright. Yes, I'll be sure to report to you. After my conversation with the goblin, I decided on a guideline. You will suffer a great plight if you do not escape this place within half a year. Although I trusted that the research station overseer spoke true, I would be making my own decision on how to act. The overseer said it as well, didn't he? Your guess is not wrong. It is also my duty to grant the qualification to someone if they prove that they are worthy of that qualification. If I could obtain the qualification by my own power before that point, then it wouldn't matter whether what overseer told me was true. It also removed the need for me to take up the shady offer of his. With that, what I did afterward was quite simple. Commander, we found this in the room we were kidnapped in. We continued our investigation into this research station. With a clue we obtained from the hidden room, we found a new area, and after finishing our investigation of that place, we found something else again. In the process, we ended up fighting and defeating the mechanical wolf that I saw when first entering the research station, and when our progress came to a halt as our chain of clues dried up, we even went outside the temple itself to slowly obtain all the information this Rainbow Island had to offer us. Hey, that was a mistake. The monster that just turned into a mana stone wasn't an ordinary drake, but a red drake. Ah, is that so? Yes, we need to label the mana stones properly so we don't have any problems later, so please focus. If you get confused, even a little bit, please come and ask me. While the investigation team continued to explore, we poured a considerable amount of time and attention into the underground factory as well. It was a sort of insurance. Although focusing on digging one well was good, sometimes, having a plan B to fall back on just in case could prevent total disaster. In the end, I figured that even if whatever the overseer warned me about did appear and we needed to run away as quickly as possible, we could minimize our losses by obtaining a few necessary essences before then. And it doesn't take that many people either. Currently, they were just operating the conveyor belt and labeling the mana stones, and we were planning on getting everyone together to hunt everything at once. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As we spent our time keeping ourselves occupied, days turned into weeks, and weeks then near 3 months. Our investigation isn't turning up anything at this point. Let's get started. We halted the exploration of Rainbow Island and returned everyone to the research station. After gathering everyone in the underground factory, we put the mana stones into the machine. Clack. To set the baseline, we put in the mana stone of the rank 3 monster Arbit, who had terrible skills but incredible stats, into the first machine. Clack. In the second machine, we put in the rank 4 monster Umdal, which had a good passive, but couldn't be put into my shield barbarian build because everything else was subpar. Clack. Finally, for the third machine that determined the active, we put in the orc hero who had the giantization active skill to finish the monster. Mr. Yandel, I did say it before, but we can only do this combination a total of 20 times. I know. Please drop. Chapter 621, Glorious Return, 4. It was foolish to expect anything much from it, really. I had a total of 20 tries. That wasn't even mentioning that the essence drop rate was extremely low and its color also needed to be green, a 1 in 3 chance. But if it does drop here, I don't have to go off and try to get the Hypramagent essence. As things stood, I didn't know the stats or the passive of Hypramagent. However, I had a sneaking suspicion that said combination would be better than whatever the original had to offer. Arbit's pure stats were similar to that of a rank 2 monster, and it had a special stat that was made for a tank build. Umdal's passive was great too. Yet, with this combination, the essence will be leagues above any regular rank 2 essence. Maybe it was because I truly believed it was possible. Badump. My heart began to beat harder. Even as I tried to temper my excitement, I couldn't help but think about the possibility of it really happening. Then with a flash, the machine activated and created the combination monster in the center of its stage, and our first try began. Baal. La. We encircled the monster, and after letting our damage dealers finish their casts, we began the fight. Perhaps we were too thorough with it, as the battle itself wasn't all that difficult. Not to say it was too easy either, though. Anyway, the first one is a dud. The battle took around 15 minutes, and since I was acting as the reliable main tank, we didn't have any casualties. Oh, my shoulder is aching. I had my set of skills and equipment, as well as the heals and buffs from the priest, to help me endure the attacks, but it definitely wasn't an easy foe to face. If this is how strong a combo monster of rank 4, 3, and 5 is, then fighting one any higher than this is going to be extremely difficult. With that, I resolved to be careful not to raise the average rank of the monster beyond rank 3, but that was something I could worry about later. Flash. Second. Flash. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Flash. Even after our 6th straight attempt, the essence unfortunately refused to appear. Please. After the 7th raid came up empty, I stopped things there. My gamer senses were speaking to me, and they were telling me that now wasn't the time. As the saying went, nothing was free in the world. It operated on the principle of equivalent exchange. The thing was, I hadn't made any offerings to the world yet. Let's postpone this for now and focus on something else first. What? Raven balked. We're going to stop here, so suddenly? I was just thinking we'd gotten the hang of fighting it. Nothing we can do about it, even if you don't understand. Commander's orders. Wait, why are you talking as if it's someone else's problem? Mr. Yandel, you are the commander. Hell, she was too smart for her own good. I just laughed off Raven's point like a barbarian before moving toward where we kept our mana stones organized. There were thousands of mana stones, each of which had been categorized and labeled over the last few months. Let's try Einer's one first. After rifling through the mana stones for a bit, I returned with 3 buckets full of stones. Bjorn, can I put them in this time? You want to put them in, Einer? It makes a funny sound when it rolls in. I wondered what was funny about it, but I let her do it. I mean, this one was her combination, comma, it's going to be mine. Yeah, so put them in nicely. If an essence appears, we'll store it in a magic vial and feed it to you as soon as we leave this place. I should explain that I had 3 essence combinations prepared for Aner, the most among any of the expedition members, namely because she had changed her class to spearman. There were a lot of essences she needed to switch out to respec her from the bottom up. Statistically, we won't get all 3 custom essences, but I hope at least one of them drops. That'll help her catch up again. For the passive and active skills, I chose the ones appropriate for a spearman, but for the stats, I chose the ones that gave the most aggression, even if it marginally decreased the general stats. I'll do it. With that, we resumed our formation, and Aner happily put the mana stones into the machine. Clack. Into the first machine, which determined the essence stats, went a rank 3 mana stone that prioritized aggression and combat stats. Clack. The second one determined its passive skill, so that one was the rank 4 combat support skill war machine. Clack. Finally, I chose the rank 4 combat buffs Indomitable Soul and Agitate for the actives, so it wouldn't ultimately matter which one we got for the combination. Oh, give me your essence. Aner seemed motivated after hearing that the essence was hers. Instead of grabbing her spear and running away, Aner cheered us on from a fair distance away. The first battle took around 25 minutes. It's gotten much tougher because the average rank increased by 0.6. Someone also got injured in this battle, and because the machines nearby were damaged in the process, we had to wait for the drones to fly in and repair them. And yet, astonishingly, oh, an essence. It's an essence. We got the essence on our first try. It was a blue color, meaning it had premium choice Indomitable Soul. We got it on our first try? Honestly, I still couldn't believe it, and I felt a little betrayed at the same time. Should I have just held on and kept trying for mine? If we had continued to fight my combo monster, then this essence would have been mine. That thought continued to circle in my mind, then should I collect it? Raven approached the essence and sealed it in a magic vial, and with that, the first custom essence was obtained. We then waited for the drones to repair the machines before trying the second combination. Clack. Since we had mana stones left to spare thanks to the essence dropping on the first go, I just used the same one I used for stats again. Clack. The chosen passive was the rank 4 defense skill Perseverance, which could greatly boost the effect of Curl Up. Clack. The active was Focus Strike, a rank 5 core skill of my spear barbarian build similar to how Giantization was a core skill for the shield barbarian. It's out. The combo monster looked pretty strong, perhaps because it was a mix of 3 decently sized monsters. However, since its average rank had decreased ever so slightly, the battle was pretty easy, and we were able to quickly go through a reserve of mana stones. 1 try, 2 tries, 3 tries, 4 tries. It was around the 15th try, an essence. Although the essence dropped, unfortunately, it was the wrong color, so we only stored it in a magic vial and put it aside. Still, this is normal. I clicked my tongue. Still, since it would be a core skill for her, I had hoped the correct essence would drop. Maybe this is the time to be making a few more offerings? Although the thought did occur to me, it didn't sit well with my pride as a commander to suddenly shift gears again here and try something else. Well, it's just statistics in the end. With that, we continued to eat into the rest of our supply. 16th, 17th, 18th. The remaining tries quickly began to dry up until eventually, we had only 3 more tries left. Oh, Bjorn. It's an essence. An essence. It's the yellow color you talked about. Who is this woman? Aner had quickly obtained 2 essences, but it seemed the heavens weren't so shameful as to drop her the 3rd custom essence as well. I even worked harder to create the best combination since the first 2 dropped well. Still, the real shocker was getting 3 essences after only hunting 100 of these monsters. This woman, she's going to be a monster when we get back. Verdurous Giant Spear, Hypermergent, and now 2 custom essences of the rank 3 Spear Dipper. Aner would become much stronger just by visiting the temple to clear out a few essence slots. Then are we going to fight the one we were fighting before? No, it's going to be something else. I didn't have the courage to try and farm my custom essence after such a windfall of luck, so I kept summoning other combo monsters for a while. Amelia, Miss Shaw, Erwin. I had the custom combinations for those 3, but there were many more combos we summoned. The members of the expedition group each told me about their ideal essence, and I had a request from the deputy commander as well. Something about an essence that could be presented to the palace or whatever. As I continued to craft essences, one even came up that seemed pretty suitable for most nights. If we didn't use the mana propulsion system, we could have had many more attempts. I regretted using all those mana stones now. Most of the mana stones we used in the propulsion system were rank 6 and lower, but it wasn't as if we had been particularly picky about holding on to every high-ranking mana stone either. Still, we had been able to gather plenty of high-ranking mana stones from Library Island, and fortunately enough, the mana stones brought from the palace were high-ranking stones as well. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. The raids continued on for multiple days without rest, and through this process, I realized something. The drop rate, isn't it actually higher than when we fight them normally? Before, when I was testing with the low-ranking monsters, the drop rate was so bad that I assumed it was low for all of them. Maybe that was just a stroke of bad luck for us, though. I mean, all that luck was probably used as an offering for Einar to obtain those 2 essences. It's already been 20 days. It was now the 20th day since we began to fight the monsters of the factory. To give a brief overview of our situation, Amelia, Erwin, and Misha each got 1 essence they could use, and Mal Armin, who had been personally recommended by me, also received a custom essence. Also, other random expedition members used the random mana stones and obtained around 11 essences altogether, and a total of 7 essences were made to be given as trophies to the palace. What the? It still hasn't appeared. How many times has it been now? Surprisingly, that sentiment had continued for 3 days at this point. It feels like we've killed thousands of them at this point. Is the machine broken now? It was an odd phenomenon. So odd that practically every member of the raid party for these custom monsters had said something similar at least once in the last 3 days. Now, after getting the clear feeling that it was now the perfect time, I quickly put a stop to the raid. I then hurried over to take out the mana stone combinations from my essence. Einar. Yet, before summoning Einar from where she had been relaxing and chewing on a piece of jerky, you can put in the mana stones this time. Oh, okay, Einar accepted without asking for a reason. I was a little worried, so I told her which mana stones needed to go in which machine, and repeated my explanation and checks multiple times. Right, with this much explanation, even she shouldn't mess up. In fact, Einar didn't make a single mistake and put in the mana stones into the correct machines. 8th try, 9th try, 10th try. However, putting the mana stones in properly didn't guarantee an essence would drop. 11th try, 12th try, 13th try. As the number of attempts steadily increased, so did my heart rate. 14th try, 15th try, 16th try. As the saying went, a small leak would sink a great ship. And in that moment, I was the ship. I now only had 5 more tries left for this essence. My brain was leaking so much from the stress that I started having ideas that I never would have even entertained under normal circumstances. Goblin. Yes, I was going to use Sven Perab's intuition. From what I could tell, it seemed that his ability only activated when he was right about to face some misfortune. I'll tie him up somewhere and threaten to smash his head in if an essence doesn't drop. Yes, if I did that, wouldn't I be able to predict when the essence would drop? It might sound nonsensical, true, but it also sounded oddly convincing. That was the reason I ended up glancing over at Goblin. What's up with him? I glanced over just in time to see Goblin looking back at me from a fair distance away. However, he looked uneasy, as if he needed to go to the bathroom, and needed to go right now. Maybe it's because I considered threatening him, I thought, eyeing his odd reaction. Commander, could I speak with you for a moment? However, when he called me to the side to tell me something, the reason was completely different from what I was thinking. I got a feeling that we need to hurry and get out of this place. Goblin's intuition had activated, a feeling stronger than ever before. Chapter 622, Glorious Return, 5. If Parav's Golden Goblin intuition activated, it could only mean one thing: a crossroads. An incredibly dangerous event would soon befall us, and this was the last chance we had to avoid it. The Overseer was right. We had only around a month until the half-a-year time limit the research station Overseer gave us arrived. Considering how long it would take to reach the village chief's island, we were down to the wire. Lord Baron, Parav said nervously, how about we leave immediately? No, we must leave now. Calm down and return to your station. I'll deal with this. Pardon? Yes, but please deal with it quickly. This guy lived life with a perfect subordinate disposition. If he of all people was acting up like this, then his intuition must be blaring at him with all sorts of alarm bells. From what he told me, this was considerably worse than when he was dragged to Ice Rock. A situation worse than what happened during the Ice Rock expedition. Knowing that made me a little uneasy as well. How many people collapsed in that cold place and disappeared forever during that expedition? I didn't want to experience something like that ever again. Deputy Commander, I'll be going up for a moment. So suddenly, sir, we may need to leave this place in a rush. I'll tell you everything when I get back, so take command of this place until I return. After that, I got the Deputy Commander to proceed with the raid without me and also told him to prepare everyone for departure if needed. I then quickly moved up toward the control center. Is this right? Even as I moved, my contemplation continued. I would need to immediately take the Overseer's offer to receive the qualification, then immediately set sail toward Chief Island to leave before the time I was warned about arrived. If I did that, no one would get hurt, and I had no qualms admitting that it was the safest method. But it's too much of a loss to never be able to come back down here ever again. The fact that I still didn't know why the Overseer was trying to stop me from coming here again was also another reason that made it difficult for me to make the call. But for Goblin to say that much, I can't just ignore him either. I was in a really sticky situation. My thoughts were all jumbled, and so because of that, I chose to think more simply. Priorities. All decisions relied on what I would prioritize. As I headed to the control room, I reflected on myself. And as I did, I could feel my heart lighten a little as I made my decision. Let's accept the offer. There could be many more treasure chests hidden on this first underground floor, but I had obtained many things already. I didn't even know the floor existed in the first place. It felt more like a bonus stage. And most importantly, there's not much I can do here for the time being anyway. We weren't strong enough to keep looking for more secrets. We couldn't even fight that supergiant on Giant Island. There were far too many factors working against us. Just as many people died during the rank 1 monster fight on Library Island, we would need to sacrifice even more people if we wanted to continue our exploration. You're here. Yes, I'm here. I slowly entered the control room for the first time in over a month. It would seem you've finally made your decision. Overseer also seemed to realize why I was here from where he floated on the screen, as if he had been waiting for me. He's an odd guy in a lot of ways. Surprisingly enough, after making that first offer some time ago, the Overseer had been waiting for me the entire time. Even after days turned into weeks turned into months, he didn't try to press me into making a decision. It was as if he knew that the outcome wouldn't change. Alright, tell me, what did you decide? It left a bitter taste in my mouth, perhaps because it seemed like everything went as he predicted. However, since I had made my decision already, I couldn't let my emotions get in my way. My choice here wasn't deciding the fate of just one person. Give me that qualification or whatever, then I won't get anywhere close to here in the future. A wise choice. Just give it to me. Do I have to sign a contract or something? That won't be necessary. The lights on the screen flowed to the side. The contract has already been set. What was he talking about? It was already set? I don't feel any different. It was when I had that thought. Achievement unlocked. Condition: achieve 15% progress in the 7th Records Archives. Reward: permanently granted the qualification to enter and exit the basement floor 1 Records Archives. An imprint of a golden book glimmered on the back of my right hand before it melted into my skin and disappeared. A dimensional pact was formed. You will be permanently restricted from entering the basement floor 1 Records Archives. It was a feeling I had never felt before, although I couldn't see anything or feel any other effects appear, but it was as if something had clenched down on my heart. However, that feeling lasted for only a short moment. When it disappeared without a trace, I even doubted if I had just imagined it or something. What did you do to me? Nothing. A pact was merely formed. A pact. You can think of it as a special contract, as we formed an agreement within the labyrinth, a new rule that applies only to you and I have been created. In any case, it seemed that the Overseer now had nothing more he wanted to do with me, as he quickly tried to end the conversation after the deal was made. It seems our business here is over. You must be busy, so be on your way. You'll have good news waiting for you down there as well. Good news. You'll know when you get there. So mysterious for no reason. Overseer continued to make me feel like I had been taken for a fool even until the end. Marks, have a good trip as well. It was great to see you again, even if it was for but a short while. Truly. Hamzik let out a quiet mumble at Overseer's short farewell. No. What do you mean? Hamzik hesitated, then stood up straight on my shoulder. I'm not Marks, I'm Hamzik. Although I said this to you in the past, that name was given to you by the witch. Before you lost your memories, it meant a lot too. But that was the me before I lost my memories. At those firm words, Overseer seemed to lose his words, as he remained quiet. Only after a decent amount of time passed did the voice speak again. That's right. Nothing is eternal even in this world. You have changed as well, and so have I. The voice was still mechanical, but I could feel genuine emotions held in those words. It sounded both nostalgic and regretful. If that is your decision, I understand. I wish for your success. Overseer didn't say anything else, so I left the control room with Hamzik on my shoulder. As soon as we left, Hamzik worriedly asked me, "Hey, are you alright? That pact, is it really alright?" How would I know? Well, it doesn't seem like it's affecting me in any way right now. You know that I went to talk with that guy every day while you were busy, right? Be careful. He's a suspicious guy no matter how you look at him. I will. Thanks for looking out for me. It's only natural between friends. I went quiet at the word friends. Back when I visited the control room to obtain information, I had heard this from Overseer. Hamzik couldn't leave basement floor 1, and I can't come back down ever again. Although we both knew this fact, we didn't talk about it, as if it didn't exist at all. I understood as soon as I arrived in the underground factory what Overseer meant by good news. Mister, come quickly. Is this from that guy? Yes, congratulations. You said you wanted it. An essence had dropped while I had gone to the control room. It was the green color I wanted as well. As I walked over in a daze, I met eyes with Raven before she shrugged. I was going to wait a little longer and put it in a magic vial if you didn't come soon, but you got here on time. How many minutes have passed? 10 minutes. Alright, that was good. After checking that I still had time, I took off all the numbered items I had on me. I needed to do a bit of preparation before I ate the essence. Step. With my preparations complete, I slowly approached the essence. Thanks to becoming level 8, I still had one essence slot open after eating the essence of Belarius. If I could eat it without having to use a magic vial, that would be the best. Problem is, will it work? It was impossible to double up on essences in Dungeon and Stone, except, of course, when eating a Guardian essence after having eaten the regular essence. But in cases like that, the regular essence is just upgraded to Guardian essence. Then what about this case? I soon learned of the result. The moment my hand touched the essence that had floated into the air, I can't eat it at all in this state. My hand just reached through the essence, like there wasn't a slot left in my soul for it to enter. Tisk, to be honest, I was looking forward to it. If it was possible to eat a duplicate essence, then I could have tested something then too. Tested if it was possible to use the same skill multiple times. It's a shame in a lot of ways. Giantization and transcendence to transcendent giantization, and then using giantization on top of that. It would have been amazing if I could have used super transcendent giantization. Then I'll eat this essence after I remove the original one when I get out. With that, I got Raven to store it in a magic vial and put aside thoughts of the essence. Deputy Commander, are we ready to set off? Yes, we can leave whenever you wish. That's good. Let's go home. It was time to leave. After leaving the research station and the temple, we passed through a forest and headed for our destination. A few days of travel later, we arrived at a wide lake, a place we had discovered during our search in the past. No, to be precise, it was unlocked by us. It had been originally blocked by a barrier before, but we were granted access after defeating a huge drone defending it. Get on your boats and head to your stations. Also, floating our boats here was the way to get off Rainbow Island. Well, this was our first time trying, at least, but since that was what Overseer told me, it was probably the case. Tick-tock. I activated a pocket watch that we obtained after defeating the giant drone and waited for it to make a full rotation. Then, bright lights in the colors of the rainbow tinged the lake, just like they had when we first arrived at this place. Flash. When we regained consciousness, we were back in that windless zone we spent so hard surviving the rainy season in. I then headed to Library Island to drop Hamzik off. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to keep my promise, even though I said I would help you find your memories. You still care about that? Don't make that expression. I've already heard everything I needed to from Overseer. Goodbye. Hamzik only said goodbye, and never said anything about seeing each other again, so I said it instead. See you, again. Yeah, I said. Nothing is set in stone in the world. I'm thinking of trying to find a way back here after I leave this place. Will that be possible? I think it will be, and that's why I agreed to Overseer's offer in the first place. HMPH. You can if you want. Stay safe until then, and don't open your doors to strangers. Although we didn't have a lot of time left, I took my time to say my farewells to Hamzik before heading directly to Chief Island. Thanks to increasing our sailing pace as much as possible, we were able to arrive 3 days before the day Overseer warned me about. It's the Iceland. After we got off our boats, I immediately went down into the village and touched the dimensional headstone just in case. The portal. The portal opened. Then we can really go back home. Hurrah for Baron Hurrah! Thankfully, Overseer's promise was real, as the dimensional headstone, which previously didn't react no matter what we did, finally activated and a blue portal was opened. However, I didn't immediately take the portal. I got curious. Alright, you will suffer a great plight if you do not escape this place within half a year, because he will appear then. Who is this he Overseer warned me about? Since he never told me everything in full to the very end, my curiosity couldn't help but bubble up. Since the portals opened, it wouldn't be bad to wait a little before leaving. I then stationed the main force in the village and went back up to the surface with only Sven Parav by my side. Well, why me again? Focus. We'll immediately go down to take the portal if you sense danger. If it's that, then I want to go down right now, and isn't the rainy season about to begin? Since you're leaving it at that, looks like we have some time. He didn't respond. And so, a day and another day passed, and it was now only a few hours until the time Overseer warned me about it. Splash. A strong wind began to blow from behind me as if warning that something would soon appear. Well, see, can we go down now? Are you very uncomfortable right now? Yes, I'll just check one thing. I quickly went up to the cliff to check the beach side. The silver ocean was roiling and being pulled away as if held by a powerful force. How about we get back? I'm starting to feel really scared. I could tell that it was time since he was acting like that. So lastly, I checked my map. It's in the direction of Stone Island. The wind and waves were blowing and splashing in the direction of Stone Island. If waves start to approach you during the rainy season, immediately stop whatever you're doing and look for a place to hide. Was it related to what was written in the village chief's book of strange stories? I couldn't know, but I took Sven Parav back down to the village and then got everyone through the portal one by one. And finally, it was my turn. I was last because of the fear that maybe the portal would disappear if I entered it first. Rumble. And right as I was about to take the portal, the entire village shook as if hit by an earthquake. What's this? My curiosity as a gamer ignited for a second, but I didn't go outside to check. Yet, if I can return someday, I could check it then. And if I couldn't come back, there's no need for me to know. Lord of Records, Ricardo, begins to roam the floor. It was time to stop caring about it and get out of here. Voon. And with that, I thrust my body into the portal. Basement floor 1, records archives. Although there was a small difference, time flowed in here the same as it did outside the labyrinth. Around the time the rainy season began, the entire labyrinth, including the first floor crystal cave, would be closed. But the portal thankfully opened. The portal opened. But where would we end up if we took it? I expected that we would return to the first floor, but the labyrinth was already closed by this point. It didn't take long for my question to be answered. You are moved to Raftonia. So when the labyrinth was closed, we were moved to the city. Well, maybe we would be teleported to the city no matter what. Still, that wasn't that important. Mister, we arrived at the dimension square of District 7, the one we had used all those months ago to enter the labyrinth. When we looked around, only me and the Anabata clan were standing in the empty square. Of course, that wasn't too odd. I heard that the expedition group had used a different dimension square to enter the labyrinth. The same went for the Armin Adventurer group and the Hex clan. Yet, nothing was wrong up to there, and it wasn't as if I was waiting for people to greet us when we returned. Well, why is the square so? However, the square we returned to was much too different from the usual square we were all familiar with. Whoosh! A suffocating smoky scent was carried in by the wind, drifting past the inspection offices that lined the street, all of which were destroyed and crumbling. It was as if there had been a war here. It looks like something big happened to the city while we were away. Amelia calmly analyzed the situation after taking in the surroundings. Captain, this way, shouted a male voice from afar. We just detected a portal signature. We then met eyes with a man who had climbed over the debris of the inspection office. Hey, who the hell are you guys? After seeing the insignia on the man's jacket, I couldn't help but laugh. Where did you come from? Where did we come from? That was what I wanted to ask. Just what happened here? Since when could these Nork bastards walk around the city as they pleased? Chapter 623, District 7, 1. After toiling away in the labyrinth for long enough, you could reach a point where you communicate with allies with looks alone. Just like we were now. I don't know what's going on, but let's capture him first. After receiving that message through my look, my allies nodded and drew their weapons. So you have no intention of being obedient and answering. Fortunately for us, the other leader seemed to have come to the same conclusion as their group charged us. Capture them for now. There were a total of 14 enemies including their leader. Since it wasn't a multiple of 6, we couldn't evenly divide our forces. But well, this wasn't the labyrinth, but the middle of the city. You have cast giantization. Your threat level and physical value increase in proportion to growth in size. We didn't know how strong our enemies were, so I increased my body size first. However, they seemed to have noticed something after seeing my enlarged body. Our charging enemies suddenly stopped in shock. Bjorn Yandel, it's the giant. How is someone who went missing here? Hey, thanks for recognizing me, but, run away. Call for reinforcements. Where do you think you're going? It didn't take long to suppress the Nork forces we met in the destroyed dimension square. Their numbers ended up decreasing from 14 to 12 during the process. Naturally, this wasn't because a few of them ended up escaping. They just died while trying to run away. There are few skilled individuals here. Judging by how quickly they spread out to run away, I assumed these guys trained together quite a bit. 2 of their fastest members nearly got away with it when we tried to capture everyone alive. Good work, Erwin. Things could have turned messy if we let them get away. Don't mention it. In any case, since we captured all of them, I approached one of them who was on his knees. 12 people. It was a number I was much more comfortable with. Emily, take all their gear off, including from the dead too. I didn't know how much time I would have, so I neutralized them while carrying out my interrogation. And this guy seemed the perfect one to talk to. I grabbed the leader, who had been staying silent and only looking at the ground, by his head and lifted him. Hey, Stink Eye. Einar tilted her head. Bjorn, do you know this guy? No. Then how do you know his name? What are you talking about? I just called him Stink Eye because I don't like how he's looking at me. How the hell was Stink Eye the name of a person? Every once in a while, I realized just how unaware Einar was. Einar scratched the back of her head, looking a little embarrassed, and I naturally turned my attention away from her. Anyway, hey, Stink Eye. Even after calling out to him again, Stink Eye refused to talk, and I just carried on without waiting for him to reply. It's been a while since we've been in the city. What are you guys doing here? Sure enough, he still didn't answer me, and I immediately swung down with my hammer, not at the leader, crunch, but at the hand of one of his subordinates kneeling to the side. Subordinate A let out a pained cry at the sudden attack. I started with him and went down the line, smashing one hand of all the other members with my hammer. I then asked the leader again, it's been a while since we've been in the city. What are you guys doing here? Naturally, I didn't receive an answer, and I began to hammer down, starting from subordinate A again. My target was nowhere else but the very same hand I destroyed on the previous rotation. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I asked the leader the same question again, and he didn't give me an answer again. However, it seemed that the subordinates understood the method of interrogation now, as they clenched their eyes shut. Hold them properly this time as well, Aryan. Yes. As I mechanically struck down an order, one of the subordinates hurriedly spoke up. I paused. I'll answer for you. That question. Oh, really? Since this was the response I was aiming for, I wasn't that surprised. The leader, however, didn't expect his subordinate G to betray him. You rat bastard. Stink Eye broke his silence and glared at subordinate G. However, as a macho member of Nork, subordinate G didn't take any crap either. What the hell do you want me to do, then? You can get through this by staying quiet, but we're all getting pummeled here. What? Do you think he'll let you live if you answer? No. But if I'm going to die, I would rather die a painless death. No? What's the point in staying loyal if I'm going to die anyway? If your betrayal becomes known, your family in the village. Fuck you. He spat at his leader, snarling, you bastard. Did you not even know your subordinate is an orphan with no family? From my perspective, subordinate G had won this exchange. Stink Eye couldn't retort to the logical and piercing words of his subordinate, though it did seem like he wanted to curse him out at the end. You son of a. I didn't have the time to waste on watching them fight themselves. Shut up. Alright, so tell me, just why are you guys here? I asked after shutting Stink Eye up. Subordinate G began to explain everything that happened in the city while we were away, and the events could be summarized in two main points. First was that around 2 months ago, the remnants of Nork had secretly returned to their old residence in the underground city after going outside the castle walls, and they had done it to invade Raftonia. They're out of their minds. My allies were shocked as they listened to the story with me. Amelia even shook her head in disbelief, but I wasn't that surprised. I had already heard this from Clown in the round table before, but I didn't expect them to carry it out this quickly. Versa looked much calmer than the rest of my allies as well, perhaps because she too had been there when Clown revealed his information. So, what's the situation? I pressed. Did you guys win? Is that why District 7 is in this state? No, we didn't win. We're in a bit of a standoff. Tell me in detail. 2 days ago, we came through the sewers up into the city and successfully ambushed a few districts, and we succeeded in taking over them in a day. 2 days ago, I listened to more of his explanation and learned that today was exactly a day after the labyrinth closed. So you aimed for when the adventurers entered the labyrinth, and a good chunk of the palace's forces would have entered the labyrinth then too. Yes, that's right. After hearing all that, my first thought was how unlucky I was. We returned after barely scraping by, but that just happened to be when the city was being invaded. It was like I was always tripping only myself. I'm listening, so keep talking. Yes, Subordinate G went on to talk about the state of the battle. They had aimed for between day 1 when the adventurers left for the labyrinth and day 2 when they returned. Thanks to that, they were able to deal with the guards of each district and had successfully taken over the city. We surrounded the adventurers who returned from the labyrinth yesterday and suppressed them from the square, and we are now using them as hostages while fighting against the forces of the palace. That was the current situation. The palace also seems to value the lives of the adventurers more than regular citizens, so they haven't pushed through yet. Then why are you guys here? We were on patrol. We figured the palace might send in infiltrators, and we were looking for any stragglers who were still hiding. The wizard of our patrol group said he suddenly felt something from the square. Are there more patrols? Not any nearby. From the way his words trailed off, I could tell there was something more that he was hesitating to say. It was time to use my secret weapon. It's fine, you can tell me. If you are helpful, I wouldn't be opposed to letting you live. No, I will swear upon my honor as a warrior that I will send you back alive. It was the warrior's oath that I had used to quite a bit of success since the very start. Subordinate G seemed to hesitate at that before revealing everything. It's around time to send in our scheduled report. If we don't make a report at the set time, they might send another patrol group here. Even Stink Eye couldn't hold back and shouted, "You son of a bitch." That was probably the last lifeline they had. Shut up, so annoying. This scheduled report, can you do it? Yes, I can. I've done it a few times. He's handed it to me a few times, saying it was annoying to do. Really, you bastard. Don't you know how much Then this guy was useless. Crunch. I crushed the head of his boss right in front of him, but Subordinate G only flinched before finding his calm again. There should be a message stone in the things you took from us. If you give it to me, I can deal with it. Looks like it's this thing. Amelia, who had been watching from the side, immediately found the message stone and handed it to me. Alright, then do it. Don't think about doing anything reckless. Okay. With the message stone now in hand, Subordinate G reported to his higher-ups that nothing was going on with the area. Perhaps because he had done this multiple times before already, the report ended without much trouble. And so, We resumed our conversation. Anyway, you said you took over a few districts. Which districts are they? District 13 and District 7. I let out a deep sigh. What is it? Did I make a mistake or? I was really unlucky. Among the many districts, they had successfully taken over 2 of them, but one of them just had to be our District 7. I couldn't stop the sigh from escaping me, but I kept my emotions in check and continued with the conversation. It's fine. Keep talking. What happened to the Holy Land? District 13 had the Holy Land of the Beast People, and District 7 had the Holy Land of our barbarians. As the chieftain of the barbarians, I couldn't help but be worried for my Holy Land. The Holy Land is currently cut off from the city. Cut off. I am just a soldier, so I don't know the details, but I heard that they used the magic circle created by the palace a long time ago, and I heard it was made to restrict the non-humans, but I'm not sure since it's just stuff we talk about in our group. Subordinate G seemed to belatedly remember that I was the chieftain of the barbarians as he quickly added on. Still, since it completely separated the Holy Land from the city, there must be relatively less damage there than here. Relatively. From that word, I could tell that there was some damage done to the Holy Land. But well, it couldn't be helped. I just needed to be thankful for the relativity. District 13. What about the Beast People? Then, I asked that as well since I was worried for Miss Shaw's homeland, but I couldn't get a detailed response. That district is a little different, so I don't really know, but that side probably isn't any different. Really, I see. Miss Shaw bit her lip. Even though they were people she hated, she seemed worried about her family. Yandel, it looks like we've got all the information we need here, so how about we move first? Move. Just in case. If we get surrounded here, even we'd have a difficult time. Following Amelia's advice, we first decided to leave the area. The report was made without a problem, sure, but we could still be discovered by someone else. Then clean up everyone other than him. Don't leave a single trace of them. Amelia glanced at Subordinate G. What about him? We'll take him alive with us. Subordinate G immediately stood up at my answer. I believed you, Lord Baron. I knew you would keep your promise. Don't make me laugh. Amelia let out a dry laugh in disbelief. I mean, she knew that I was a fake barbarian who didn't care about any oaths like that. Still, I can't just ignore it when Aner is here as well. Of course, the biggest reason was that I still had more information I wanted to get out of this guy. PSHH. With Versil's magic and Amelia's adventuring gear, the traces of the corpses were erased. We then moved as stealthily as possible. Since the entirety of District 7 was taken over by the Norkins, we needed a hideout to stay in for the time being. How about that house we lived in the past? I don't think it's too far from here. Following Erwin's suggestion, we quickly moved to the mansion we'd once taken out a loan for. The fences were tall and there was a basement as well, so it was a pretty good location for us in many ways. However, in the city-turned-battlefield, there was no way the mansion would have been safe. And no, my house of memories. I wanted to get enough money to buy it back in the future. After arriving at the building while avoiding other patrols, we saw that the second floor had collapsed from what looked to be flame magic. The surrounding area was heavily charred as well. Still, it's not too bad. It just looks like this on the outside. The first floor is fine. Plus, with how it looks and all, we'll be able to use it to hide for a while. The fences are destroyed in some places, but with the way the posts are angled, they won't be able to get a look inside. Amelia gave a passing grade for the building, and we carefully stepped into it. Arian, we're going to have a meeting, so put that guy in the basement. Yes, Arian immediately went to lock Subordinate G in the basement. Sunlight won't reach this place, but you'll get your meals on time. Probably. He seemed really excited for some reason. Chapter 624, District 7, 2. After putting Subordinate G in the basement, we closed all the curtains and sat in the dark living room, then took a moment to freely share our thoughts. The situation is bad. Versil was the first to speak. Soon, they'll realize that the patrol that found us has disappeared. When that happens, they'll officially start searching the area. It's only a matter of time until they find us here. Just waiting in this house was definitely too dangerous. Even we would have a hard time if we got surrounded. It was the same feeling I got back during the Ice Rock expedition. The high-ranking plunderers of Nork, including Orcules, weren't to be underestimated. Since they continued on to clearing the 8th floor after that, they should have gotten much stronger since then too. I nodded, agreeing with Versil's assessment. Don't worry, I'm not planning on hiding here forever either. We need to quickly find a way to get out of here. That's a relief to hear. With District 7 having been taken over by Nork, we needed to escape. Our conversation naturally flowed with that goal as the main point. Aren't they occupying not just District 7, but District 13 as well? It would be difficult for them to manage that wide castle wall by themselves. So you want us to find an opening in their formation and go through it? That's right. If we can get over the walls, then that's where we'll find our allies, right? Erwin suggested we force our way through their encirclement. How about we use the sewers? The paths are narrow, so even if we get caught, we might be able to fight them. Miss Shaw spoke of another path, How about we don't try anything annoying and just hide? If we hide here for a few days, the palace forces might be able to come save us. Aner suggested just bunkering down due to her decreased aggression levels. Ian, tell us your ideas as well. Don't just stay quiet. Pardon me. I'm not asking you to get a right answer out of you. Just speak your mind and share what you would do if it were up to you. Don't feel pressured either. If I had the strength to, I would have gone to save the people. The people. Yes, most of the adventurers of District 7 have been taken as hostages. And Navigator Orion gave quite an unexpected answer as well. As our attention fell on him, Orion became startled and started to babble. Oh, of course, I'm far from a hero like that. Please ignore what I said. However, it's not a bad idea. Orion's idea seemed to have struck a chord with Amelia as she looked at me while saying, Yandel, maybe this is an opportunity. They don't know that we exist. They're only aware of the forces of the palace situated beyond the walls. So you're saying we should use this opportunity to attack them from the inside? That's right. If we succeed, it'll be a great accomplishment. 2 cities of Revision and then some were taken over by a foreign adversary. You might even receive recognition greater than the nobles who stopped the heretical duke during the Iron Wall Rebellion. What Amelia said held some truth as well. In the long history of Raftonia, there were only a handful of incidents as huge as this. If we succeeded, we would receive a myriad of rewards, and I could even aim for a promotion to mid-noble rank. My standing in the non-human noble alliance of Melbeth would increase greatly as well. We'll need to get a bit more information on this. Ian, go grab the guy from the basement. I fell into deep contemplation. After being freed from where he was locked in the basement, Subordinate G gave us the whole truth as if he were really on our side. Thanks to that, we were able to learn more about the current state of District 7. The adventurers are imprisoned all over the district in small groups. The adventurers, who possess multiple times more combat power than ordinary citizens, and who usually worked as the guards of the city, were being held in 3 major spots: the underground prison of the Adventurers Guild branches, the underground prison of the Temples of the Three Gods Church, and the underground prisons of the Public Peace Agency of District 7. Really, those 3 covered the bases, but there were actually dozens of locations where they were being held. There were multiple temples and Adventurers Guild branches in District 7, and the Public Peace Agency also had multiple lower-level branches as well. Since so many adventurers were taken hostage, this was the only way to imprison all of them. However, it was still too early to say if this was good or bad for us. Since they are also spread out, it might be easier for us to save any specific one of them. But on the other hand, it was obvious that our intrusion would be noticed after hitting only a few locations. No matter how fast we moved, we couldn't do anything about the distance between the prisons. But the upside is our forces will grow stronger every time we visit one. Pardon. Subordinate G stuttered. Are you perhaps planning on saving them? Why are you curious about that? In any case, the next piece of information we received was the routes of the patrols, including the number of soldiers stationed on the walls. Well, it wasn't like a low-ranking soldier like him could tell us everything in detail. Oh, and the civilians would be grouped up near the walls. I heard they were holding on by slowly freeing them whenever the pressure from the palace increases too much. Still, there was a difference between not knowing something and knowing at least a bit about something. Alright, then go back to your home, my home. Ian will guide you. After putting Subordinate G back in the basement, we resumed our meeting. From your expression, I can already tell that you've made your decision, can you really? Somewhat. So, what will you do? I could tell that this was more of a rhetorical question, so I didn't drag it out and immediately answered her. We'll save the hostages and escape the city together. Plan? Amelia asked curtly. I answered without a hint of hesitation. We'll have to think about that now. Everyone, together. I only made that decision because I concluded that it was doable. I hadn't made a detailed plan yet. Plus, the more the merrier when it came to strategizing details like that. Alright, then let's begin. With that, our plan-setting meeting was underway. We spent time deciding which prisons to attack first and which routes to use, and we discussed if it would be best to go through the castle wall for our escape or if we wanted to use the sewers. And if we chose the walls, then which part of the walls to take. Eventually, the plan started to take shape. But, in the silence of a short pause in our discussion, Miss Shaw carefully spoke up. Isn't it a little odd? She mumbled to herself. At that, Erwan asked with a displeased tone. Odd? I mean, what do the people from Nork want? There are a few things I just don't get. Isn't what they want obvious? They just want to steal what is ours, and they want themselves to become the masters of the world. That's true, but this is too reckless. Miss Shaw quickly continued, saying, they should know that no matter how long they resist using these hostages, they were only delaying their defeat. Then why did they invade us? Erwan couldn't give an easy answer to that question. To be honest, everyone here had questioned what Miss Shaw brought up at least once after coming here. With their current structure, Nork could never win. Even if they had 10 times the number of hostages with them, the palace wasn't afraid to spill blood if need be. And there's no way that Nork doesn't know that. The invasion could only end with their defeat. So then, why did the Norkans do something so foolish? Did they just not think that far ahead? No, the probability of that was close to zero. It's also odd that they aimed for 2 districts at once. They're so unstable that holding just one district would be difficult, and there's difference between District 7 and District 13, so it's even more difficult to defend their territories. That's right. So why did they do this? Are they aiming to do something indifferent? I don't know yet, but it's clear that they've got a plan in motion. Yet, at this point, it made more sense that they were moving with a hidden goal. Then what about them taking those hostages? They need the time to carry out their plan. Then we'll need to move as quickly as possible. We don't know what the situation will come to and what they'll do if we give them the time. Really, 7 heads were better than 1. As we continued to hash out points, we realized that we were also on a time limit. We couldn't know for sure how much time we had, but everyone at least understood that we would need to move quickly. Then our plan of attack is set. Did everyone memorize everything? No, I'm not. You're fine, Aner. You can just sit next to Versil. Oh, really? Yet, I never expected you to memorize this anyway. The best course of action was to just put Aner next to someone smart. Then our preparations are complete. Let's get going. We finished our preparations and were about to set off when Aner spoke up. Bjorn, the basement. What about that guy in the basement? You swore that you would save him. I sighed. Why was she so good at remembering useless things like this? Maybe she had a gene that made her never forget any oaths even though she couldn't remember other things properly. I couldn't break my oaths in front of Aner without problems arising, not when she didn't know I was a player. However, the situation obviously didn't turn into a huge problem this time either. What's the problem? Didn't I save him? Then do I need to keep him around, continue feeding him, and take care of him forever? Not really. Then it's fine. Leave him be. He'll do fine on his own. And if he starves to death, then that's his fate. Oh, really? Aner, stop saying useless things and stand next to Versil. That is your place. Got it. Alright. With that, Aner was convinced. Creak. Boom. Alright, let's go. After leaving the damaged building, we moved as stealthily as possible to avoid the patrols. Based on their movement, our presence hadn't been revealed yet. This way, Amelia was designated as our guide. She was our resident expert for things like stealth and infiltration. We stopped when she told us to stop and moved when she told us to move, and eventually, we arrived at our destination exactly at the time we estimated during our planning. Just like that guy said, there aren't that many guards here. We were at the Great Temple of Reatlas I had visited often. It was the starting point of our rescue campaign today. After scouting the area from the second floor of the building opposite it on the street, we officially put our plan into action. Well, I said that, but all I had to do was wait. We'll be back soon. Amelia and Michelle had stealth skills, and Erwin was capable of ranged assassinations. Those 3 special operations members left the building as a group. A short while later, we received a signal. As we came down from the building and approached the main gate of the temple, we could see the ones who had been defending it had collapsed. PSHH. After using Amelia's adventuring gear to remove any traces of them, we entered the Great Temple. Stab. Crunch. Shwoo. We followed after Amelia and continued with the operation. However, a long tail was bound to be stepped on. Looks like we got found out, right? Erwin mumbled. Amelia furrowed her brow and nodded. It seems so, considering how noisy it's become now. So she said, but I couldn't hear anything with my ears. But that didn't mean I could dismiss her statement. Then how did we get discovered? Who knows? There are plenty of ways, and people with mystical abilities everywhere. Ask questions later. Let's increase our pace. Sure, damn. I honestly wished we could have finished our business here quietly and had some time left over. The palace. The palace forces are here. As we went underground to where the prisons were, the soldiers that had been crawling around the temple appeared and attacked us. Killing them all before descending the steps could have been a method we took, but that would have taken us too long. Yandel, we'll deal with this place, so keep going. Alright. After leaving my allies to deal with those on the surface, I quickly headed down. The underground prison was more spacious than the building above. The prison warden role must be taken on by shifts one by one because I only found one person down in the prison. Don't come closer. The warden seemed to have heard the news from above as well, as he charged at me with his weapon. Crunch! I merely crushed his head with a swing of my hammer. The adventurers who were trapped seemed to also realize the situation. A rescue team. Why is there only one person? Wait, he looks familiar. Baron Yandel. It's Baron Yandel. The giant is here. The cheers echoed throughout the underground were loud enough to hurt my ears, but I took it in stride. Yet, it was great to hear that they at least had the energy to shout. I should use the opportunity to raise my favorability with them. Wait for me. I, Bjorn, son of Yandel, am here to save you. Yet, wahoo. After declaring myself their savior, I approached the dead warden and reached for the keys on his belt. He doesn't have any keys? That was a little unexpected, but I didn't panic. No problem was impossible to solve in the world. If one had enough strength, that was, creak. I gathered some of my strength, and the steel bars bent like spoons. Thank you, thank you. Did the palace send you, your lordship? I heard that you went missing. The trapped adventurers walked between the bent bars and each asked a question. Although it was good to see them act friendly with me, I didn't have the time to kindly answer all their questions. Right. I'll explain everything later, so hold out your hands. Oh, yes. I first undid the shackles on the adventurer's wrists with my bare hands like I was cracking open nuts. Since they were magic tools designed to seal essences, their physical durability was pretty low. Once you're free, hurry above ground and help the ones outside. Don't block the way. Up. Do you perhaps know where my equipment is? Go ask that outside. I don't know either. Okay. I solved all the problems with my strength without having to go on an annoying quest to find the keys, so it didn't take long to free all the adventurers. Below us, the priests and wizards are imprisoned on the second underground floor. Oh, so there was a second floor. I did wonder why there were only ordinary adventurers here. I, Bjorn, son of Yondel, have come to save you all. And so, I went down to the second underground floor to gain their favorability again before beginning my rescue operation. After I saved everyone and returned to the surface, I saw they had dealt with their problems there too. You've worked hard, mister. You guys worked harder. It's fine. More importantly, priest. Is there any priest here of archbishop rank or above? The more the merrier. I summoned the priests among the saved adventurers. Fortunately, due to our location, there were at least a dozen priests of archbishop rank and above. Were you perhaps hurt anywhere? Nothing like that. We need your help for the next phase of the plan. Ah, I see. We'll help you with everything we have. But, what do you need us to do? Pray for us. And by praying, you mean? Hearing the dumbfounded reactions of the priests, I replied with a grin. I want to erase my essence. Right now. Yet, to do something great, we first needed to get stronger. The essence of orc hero that seeped into your soul was removed. Strength has decreased by -70. Dexterity has decreased by -35. Aggression has decreased by -40. Physical resistance has decreased by -20. The essence of has seeped deep into your soul. Chapter 625, District 7, 3. Erasing essences. Although it was a skill that any priest who is archbishop rank or higher must possess, there was one additional condition to be met before they could remove an essence. It was a feat only possible inside a temple. It was for that very reason that many Norkans ended up turning into trash characters after eating the wrong essence. They needed to risk their lives if they wanted to open up a slot, even more so if their face was widely known. With that, I staggered a little, sighing as I returned the blue short sword I received from the priest. The emptiness I felt every time I erased an essence was too heavy to ignore. It was difficult to explain, not just the feeling of having my stats decreased, but it feels like a portion of my soul was cut away. That was the closest comparison I could make. I could understand why this world called empty soul power. Figuring I might feel better if I filled the empty slot with something else, I quickly took out a magic vial from my subspace. Arbit and Umdal plus the giantization of the orc hero, all combined into one custom essence. After taking out the stopper, I tossed it back into my mouth as if drinking a potion. It left me wondering then, if I got this while playing the game, what would the name of the custom monster pop up as? The essence of has seeped deep into your soul. Well, they wouldn't just put up a few question marks and call it a day, right? With no way to find out, I stopped thinking about useless things and focused on the changes happening to my body. There was a concept called taming an essence among adventurers. Something about how if one focused deeply on the changes happening to their body when consuming an essence, one would become more proficient with the new abilities from the get-go. Strength has increased by +100. Flames that made me feel I could lift anything embedded themselves in my body. Considering just the base strength increase, it probably wasn't at the level of an ogre's, though. Jumping power has increased by +120. The muscles in my thighs strengthened. Physical resistance has increased by +80. My tough skin became even tougher. Hearing has increased by +60. And the sounds permeating through the air became clearer. No matter how much I focused, these were the only changes I could sense right off the bat. Not to say that was all there was to it, of course. Dark resistance has increased by +40. Soul power has increased by +50. Natural regeneration has increased by +80. Endurance has increased by +60. Bone strength has increased by +60. Absorption has increased by +60. Pure stats-wise, Ogre was pretty high on the list of essences, but when taking into account all stats on the whole, nothing could compete with Arbit. The trade-off was that Arbit's skills were terrible. However, that didn't apply to me since I used the underground floor system to extract only the stats. I sighed, and after getting used to the changes in my stats, I carefully opened my subspace. I had stored all the numbered items I had been using there, specifically because of the passive skill of Umdal. Soul Connection. The piece of equipment you first obtain becomes soul-bound and obtains additional abilities. It worked on the first piece of equipment you obtained after getting the skill. Although that was the description of the skill in the game, the passive was only activated on numbered items, and you can't change which one it activates later if you connect to the wrong one. Since I could only connect one item, I needed to be very careful when handling Umdal's essence. If I had eaten the essence while in my full loadout, it would randomly pick one of them. With that, I reached into the subspace and imagined the item I wanted to take out in detail, and held tightly onto that object. No. 87. Carol's Demon Grinder is obviously not it. The Demon Grinder was a high-quality weapon, so selecting it would definitely make it stronger. But it's not worth spending an entire passive slot for it. Countless passives worked with a shield barbarian. I would have taken one of those passives instead of this one in my build order, but only if I didn't have this one as well. You have equipped No. 3. Wall of Aegis. General item level has increased by plus 18,600. I chose the strongest shield, the one I would only have been able to obtain much later. Call of the Soul. No. 3. Wall of Aegis becomes permanently bound to the character. Bound items cannot be destroyed. All effects of the bound item are increased by 10%. When defeating monsters, the bound item will also receive separate experience points, and after it reaches a certain level, it will obtain a unique effect. This shield could now grow. Soul Connection was a core skill I always picked up when I built my shield dwarf, which utilized synergies between numbered items. Naturally, I had done quite a bit of research for that build, and I understood most of the unique effects of the high-ranking equipment. The unique effect is given when it reaches level 9. Of course, the skill was pretty good even without unlocking the item's unique effect. The effectiveness of the gear would increase by 10% per level. Still, it's a bit of a waste that I doubled up on the indestructibility effect. But honestly, since most of the high-ranking numbered items were indestructible, to begin with, it wasn't all that bad of a concession. The binding effect, too, couldn't be seen as a downside either since I never planned on selling the shield. Giantization. After checking that the active skill was also activated properly, I took a look around. It seemed that everyone else was finishing up with theirs as well. It wasn't just me who had to reformat a few things. After all, the essence of has seeped into Amelia Rain Wales' soul. The essence of has seeped into Mistra Karlstein's soul. The essence of has seeped into Erwan Fornaxi de Terge's soul. The three sisters had their custom essences applied to them. The essence of has seeped into Aner Fenelon's soul. The essence of has seeped into Aner Fenelon's soul. Aner slotted in 2 custom essences, erasing the essence of Smug and Vitlin and losing Mandaloil and Wildness control in the process. The change was instantaneous. I think the combined aggression value of the 2 essences was around 100. Theoretically, that should be able to perfectly cover the aggression lost from eating the essence of Hypramagent. It was not too difficult at all to recognize that Aner had returned to normal. Baelah. Yet, that was what a barbarian battle cry sounded like. I looked at her with pride as she roared loud enough to echo throughout the entire temple, and Amelia took the opportunity to approach me. How is your new essence? Do you like it? I asked. We'll talk about that later. We need to proceed to the next step before any more time passes. You know, you could show some joy at your new essence, even if you didn't want to roar like Aner. Got it. She sighed. I like it. Don't look so sad. Oh, really? In any case, since I agreed that we didn't have a lot of time, I immediately proceeded to the next step. Everyone, attention. Before I took these guys to attack another prison, I needed to do something first. This is a historic moment, I declared. Everyone noticed that a speech was about to be given. They all shut their mouths and looked at me. None of them found it boring. In fact, most looked on with excitement in their eyes. Raftonia is currently under attack. Those dirty rat bastards who lived in the sewers have dared to lust after our city. I learned this during my life as a barbarian. Apparently, I had a knack for speeches. I was pretty sure Amelia said I was born for it or something. And now, we were lucky to be living here. Lucky. Among the many districts of the city, aren't we unlucky for it to have been ours? Question marks appeared over the heads of the audience as I continued my speech. They were all valid questions. However, that was why. Now, right as the mood was about to fall, I barreled ahead with my speech. No, this is a blessing for us. We were given an opportunity to save the city and achieve a great accomplishment that has never been seen before. I didn't need to explain. These guys were adventurers to their cores. I knew better than anyone else what they wanted. Also, I make this promise to you here and now. When everything is over, I, Bjorn, son of Yondel, will dare to declare it in front of the palace, that it wasn't my accomplishment alone, that the city was saved with your blood, sweat, and tears as well. I raised my fist high, and cheers erupted as if they had been waiting for the signal. Yeah. Was it because I was now famous? Or was it because I had gotten used to it after so long? Whatever the case, I got the feeling that shouting like this was becoming easier and easier. Anyway, after putting on this performance, no one should doubt my intentions later. Unlike the heated speech I gave, I looked coldly at the audience before raising my voice again. However, the adventurers closed their mouths again in anticipation of the rest of my speech. The enemy is strong. The rats have grown big by stealing from our homes, and we will need to spill our blood if we want to rout them out. Even as I gave words of warning, the adventurers only took this danger as a new opportunity. It doesn't matter. Kill them all. Well, that wasn't all bad, but I needed to get to my point. Ahem. I understand your courage and spirit. However, as a noble of Raftonia, as a warrior and an adventurer, and as one who loves the city more than anyone, I hope that you do not bleed more than necessary. I pray that you return alive to the arms of your family. This speech was just a setup for what I did next. With that, I, Bjorn, son of Yondel, have decided. I will now distribute essences to you all. You know the saying of more the merrier? This was exactly that, when I declared that I would freely distribute the essences, the expressions on the adventurers' faces changed. An understandable reaction, given that what I was doing was incomprehensible. Why did that barbarian say something so absurd after saying something so cool? The reactions of my allies weren't much different either. If you're saying you're distributing the essences, are you talking about the ones we got from basement floor 1? Why give out those precious? Only Amelia stayed calm. She knew. Freely giving these out would give me an even bigger gain in the end. It may be obvious, but it wasn't just to decrease the number of essences that would go to our dormant enemy, the palace. Think about it. If we distribute the essences here, who would be able to guess how many we have left? In other words, I would hand out the bad essences to the adventurers and hold on to the precious ones to eat later. The palace had no way of knowing that we distributed only the low-quality ones. It might be trashy for me to say this, but it's inevitable for casualties to exist in war. How would they investigate it? How would they know if someone who died had passed on with a good or bad essence? My motive was clear as well. How could they fault me if I were to say that I gave them out for the good of the city? Yet, things are bound to disappear here and there during a war. This was what we called tax evasion, like those Asian stores that only accept cash. Anyway, that wasn't important. Here, all of you, come here. Don't push. There are enough essences to go around. I began to officially distribute the essences. Chapter 626, District 7, 4. After the surprise attack to reclaim the Great Temple of the Reactless Church, our first target, we moved through our planned routes to save the adventurers who were imprisoned across the many facilities of the city. You are giving us essences. That's right. You need to become stronger to increase our chances of saving this city. Here, take it. Every time we completed a rescue operation, we distributed essences. I didn't just give whatever to whomever, of course. I only gave one essence to the highest-ranking adventurers we saved. I needed to do this to keep some appearances up with the palace. It wasn't as though we had that many essences from basement floor 1 either. Alright, then that's the end of the essence distribution. After freeing the District 7 Public Peace Agency branch, the fourth operation on our route, we used up all the essences we had for distribution. So, Ariam began. Shouldn't we at least record which essence we gave to whom? He and my other allies who still couldn't understand my tax evasion scheme were concerned about my shocking actions, though the worry came belatedly. Since this is the property of the palace, they'll definitely try to investigate this even though we did this with a good motive. Well, that was true. But so what? Most people who made mistakes like this could look very suspicious, though. Nah, what's the point in recording things like that? That's tedious. I was a barbarian. It wasn't odd for me to handle things as a barbarian would. If it's too tedious for you, then I can go now and ask the others to start a record. It's fine. I boomed. We're already busy. Are you going to spend your time checking up on all those little things one by one? Still, I sighed. Really, this guy? I was thankful that he was worried for me. Arian, I told you it's fine, I said sternly, lowering my voice. Arian caught himself and closed his mouth. It seemed that he had finally realized I had hidden intentions. But it doesn't look like he knows exactly what I'm trying to do. I guess it wasn't surprising since even Amelia of all people was shocked to all hell when I first told her of the plan. She said something about how I was the only person in the world who would try something so reckless against the palace. Bjorn, so when are we moving to our next spot? I want to fight again. Rada. I was getting ready to set out soon anyway, but Einar couldn't wait even that long and came to hurry me up. Maybe I should have only put half as much aggression in? After recovering her aggression, Einar seemed to be embarrassed about that dark period in her past, considering how she was being much more proactive than she ever was before. It gave me the feeling that she could have been at the level of a normal person if I only put half as much aggression into her essence. Nah, then she wouldn't be a spear barbarian, just a spear woman. This was how a barbarian should be. To be honest, as a barbarian lord, I was glad to see Einar recover her active self. I even changed Einar's position as a result. Originally, she was to stay next to Versil and protect the rear. Roar, Einar, Baal, La. But now, she was following after me and destroying everything on the front lines and even using her new skills as well. Einar Fenelon has cast Indomitable Soul. Physical stats will greatly increase for a set duration. All status conditions that restrict actions are decreased by 80%. Her newly acquired battle buff allowed Einar to plow through the battlefield like a chariot. Although it wasn't a skill that gave her CC immunity or a cleansing effect, the 80% resistance practically made her unstoppable. Einar Fenelon has cast Focus Strike. However, she wasn't able to put the core skill of the spear barbarian, focus strike, to effective use. When the next attack deals damage, the effects of all piercing type skills will be applied. The only piercing skill she had was trident, after all. That was why I advised her not to use it too much so she could save her mana, but Aner didn't seem to want to listen to me. How could she hold back when her spear glowed bright like that? As soon as the city problem is dealt with, I'll need to and buy some attack skills to feed her. If we could get just 3 piercing skills for her, focus strike would function on a level greater than a rank 5 skill. Even then, the true worth of this skill lay elsewhere. I guess in a sense, this skill is also a switch type. The condition for focus strike was that it utilized piercing type skills. Because of that, she could utilize skills of other classes that could only be used with bows or ranged weapons. It was also why focus strike became the core skill of the spear barbarian build. In any case, irrelevant to the inefficiencies of her current focus strike, Aner continued to rampage around the battlefield, reminiscent of when she was called the Wild Sword. Actually, she put on an even greater show than that. With the upgrades she received, her base stats had become incredibly high. Aner Fenelon has used an attack skill for the 10th time. Passive skill War Machine temporarily greatly decreases the damage taken. Aner Fenelon has failed to defend. Passive skill Perseverance slightly increases all resistances, and thanks to getting 2 defensive passives, her battle stability had greatly improved. Stab. Her damage increased significantly as well. She may have been better at fighting against hordes of weaker enemies in the past, but her single target damage was incomparable at this point. Since the Verdurous Giant Spear was the peak of spear-type weapons, just stabbing at things allowed the weapon to pierce through most armor and shields. Since when did Wild Sword start using spears? But it looks like she's stronger with it than when she used the sword. The Divine Spear. The Divine Spear has appeared. When she heard the adventurers make a fuss while giving her a new title, Aner asked me, "Bjorn, what's a Divine Spear?" "It's someone who's good with a spear." "Whoa, I'm a Divine Spear." Aner now had a new title. Aner Fenelon's fame stat has increased by +1. 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 Aner Fenelon's fame stat has. After we returned from the underground floor, we received a lot of attention from the adventurers who followed us, although most of them didn't leave as big of an impact as Aner did. "What's that shield?" "I don't know, but I can tell it's not any ordinary piece of equipment." From what I can tell, the Giants' women have also become stronger. It wasn't just me either. Amelia, Miss Shaw, and Erwin had become much stronger with their new essences and were praised by the adventurers. I don't know what sort of adventuring he did there, but the giant has wings on his back now. What's the point in getting surprised now? He's an adventurer who has left his name on the Stone of Honor. Even when that man dies, he will be remembered as a legend of this city. It was a little embarrassing, but he wasn't completely wrong either. Through this adventure, we gain power to progress even further. We would need to deal with our current predicament before I could think of any of that, of course. It's empty here as well. We reached the underground prison of the Adventurers Guild's western branch, the 9th destination on our route. However, when we arrived, the underground prison had already been emptied. Looks like us defeating them handily in the last battle left a mark. The other facilities should be looking similar to this. From the 3rd facility onward, the Norkans became aware of our presence and readied quite a bit to fight back, leading to fierce battles. However, after the 7th facility, their forces became weaker and weaker to the point where the ones who should be guarding the prisons and the ones who should be in them were both gone when we arrived. It wasn't unexpected by any means. No matter how much of a mess we made here, the Norkans' main concern was still the palace forces from beyond the walls. They needed to focus the majority of their forces around the walls just in case, and if they pulled too many people our way to suppress us, the palace would probably notice that something was happening in the district. Simply put, they could neither ignore us nor try to overpower us at once. Tisk, looks like it's going to be difficult to get the palace's help. Honestly, there was a best-case scenario I was hoping would occur as we went about our plan. It was for palace soldiers to push through using the opening we created. The news of the basement floor 1 expedition's return would have already been relayed to the palace. They would know that we were in District 7, and I hoped they would notice something was up when they saw the Norkan soldiers being moved away from the castle walls. We'll need to progress to the next step of the plan, I determined. However, you couldn't expect everything to go your way in life. It was something I had confronted countless times in my years. All I could do here was to make my decisions quickly. By next step of the plan, I've already told everyone, so why do you ask like you don't know? We will use our current strength to break through the wall and leave the district. I shared this bit of information with my clan members during the planning process. It looked like, however, I had perhaps forgotten to tell the adventurers who were just freed. What do you mean? From what I heard, the walls are crawling with those Nork bastards. The adventurers who overheard me grew unsettled. Will it work with just us? We don't even have proper gear on us. I know that you think this is a good plan, but I can't help but be a little wary and express to you my concern about this move. Honestly, I had a lot of ways I could persuade these guys. We were strong enough to at least attempt it. Also, if we struck first and the palace soldiers got wind of it, there was a very high chance they would support us. No matter how injured we got, we would be healed if we could just get over the wall, and so on. If I could just smooth out their fears with words like that, they would be convinced and follow me. Shut up. I don't know why you adults are whining so much, pardon. Looking at the stunned adventurers, I spoke directly to them. Those who are afraid can stay behind. Then isn't that problem solved, What are you confused about? Did you think I was going to try and persuade you or something? They probably did expect it, seeing how they became speechless. Hey, I ain't your dad. Set off. Without the need for any longer conversations, I stood at the front and started moving, and that was enough. Hey, are you going to stay behind? Are you nuts? We need to follow him. The Baron must have a plan if he's acting like this. I trust in the Baron. From what I could tell, I saved 20 minutes with that. Since District 7 was practically my home, it wasn't difficult to find the paths to move quickly through this ruined city. We could see the tall walls even from here, anyway. However, the problem was that the closer we got to the walls, the forces of Nork who noticed us began to approach us. Looks like there are at least 20 times more of them than us. The problem is that this isn't all of them. There will be more if we waste time here. It wasn't just that their numbers were greater. The Norkin squad who came to stop us had a level of aura to them, and one of them was someone I was quite familiar with. Looks like you ended up crawling back to life even from that place, Bjorn Yandel. It would have been better if you could have just died there. I smirked at the one who called out to me from afar. This guy was still the same as ever. Chapter 627, District 7, 5. The Corpse Collector, Abed Necropedo, a member of the criminal organization Orcules, who coveted elitism, and a member of the Round Table, which had now dissolved. He wasn't the only familiar face here. The Wailing Witch, the Black Wizard, Lyran Vivian, an old warrior wearing dark red armor. That man must be. The Blood Knight gained infamy after killing a palace knight captain and escaping long ago. Alongside those I fought against on the Dark Continent were also criminals there whom I only knew through rumors and hearsay, confirmed by their appearances. There were a few I had never seen before too, of course. Although I had been in researching and studying the members of Orcules, there were still a few people on whom I drew blanks. Are they new? That was the sense I got for some reason. But still, they didn't feel like fledglings to me at all. No, more than likely, they were difficult opponents to face. Nork had invested a fair bit of its resources into nurturing the next generation after taking over the 8th floor for themselves. I had even fought against a few of their finest during the Ice Rock expedition, so I knew their strengths well. One point of relief was that the captain who possessed the tricky floor essence was nowhere to be seen. However, as soon as we came face to face with them, Erwan's eyes beamed with killing intent. To be honest, I was worried that she would do something reckless. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Despite that, her voice was calm, perhaps to reassure me, and her killing intent lessened in intensity. It had been a while since that day, after all. Or maybe, it was the result of the many things she had experienced since then. In the end, Erwan now seemed able to maturely control her emotions. Even if it's not today, I'll kill them all one day, so it's fine. Well, it certainly didn't seem like her emotions had faded much. Still, what a good turn of events. And honestly, it wasn't as if I was any different from her. The palace looked worse at a passing glance because they offended me, but from pure resentment alone, these guys took the cake. Dragon Slayer, Regal Vagus, that guy, too, had been a member of Orcules. A quiet standoff continued as the air grew thick with tension. Then, I took a step forward. I mean, look at how many people were here for us. Since a sizable force had left the walls, those palace soldiers should have realized what was going on at some point if I had given them time. Have you already given up? That's not fun at all. Can you at least say something? I cut off his haughty words as I said, it's been a while, so now you use that slick mouth of toy collector. To be honest, I wanted to just charge in without thinking as I did against the lighthouse keeper on the Dark Continent, but there were too many factors to consider here. Our main goal was to escape. If this guy made up his mind to flee, then chasing after him would waste all my time. I need to pick up a movement option soon. With that, I shelved my idea of beating this guy up. Toy collector. He burst in a move to pretend the personal attack didn't affect him at all. Well, that's not too far off. I will treat you like a toy after I kill you. Raising his voice, of course, did nothing to help him look mature. How about you go and look for a new essence as well? If you look around the world long enough, you should be able to get one that increases the size of your. Enough. Stop making fun of this man. As I went to say something even more hurtful, a man stopped me. However, considering how Clown, who had a pretty big ego, didn't say anything to the interjection, I could tell this man held quite a high position. Who is he? Amelia, who was standing directly behind me, noticed my puzzlement and whispered in my ear, he's Roland Banizant, the vice captain of Orcules. I didn't notice him immediately due to his unassuming appearance, but he was quite the famous guy. Demon Eyes, Roland Banizant. He was the high-ranking ability user who one-shot beheaded the previous vice captain and took the number 2 spot 10 years ago. Is it true that this guy killed the previous vice captain? I whispered back. Yes, he's the one who eliminated the previous vice captain as soon as they were found to be communicating with the palace. I see. Anyway, that lessened my worry a little. If the vice captain was in District 7, it probably meant that the captain was in District 13, which meant I wouldn't be meeting the captain today. Of course, that didn't mean that the vice captain was an easy opponent. Yandel, if possible, I advise that you don't converse with Edper. At that moment, I sensed a wave of mana swell between me and him, cutting off the sound of whatever Amelia was trying to say. It's not voice control magic, so it was a skill. I gestured to Amelia to not worry before turning to speak with the vice captain. It seems that woman introduced me, so I will spare my breath, he noted. Bjorn, son of Yandel, I have an offer for you. An offer. When I hinted that I would at least hear him out, the vice captain immediately got to the point. A storm will soon come that will devour everything, and a hull-ridden ship won't ever be able to endure that storm. Are you saying the palace is that hull-ridden ship? Of course. If not, why would we be doing something like this? Abandon that sinking ship and join us. I was a little disappointed at the vice captain's offer. Too predictable, maybe? I had been genuinely curious about what sort of offer he would make me. Could I take some time to think? The vice captain smirked. So you refuse? No. How did you get that from what I said? I just said I wanted to think about it. You are an enemy of interest for us. That is why we investigated you quite thoroughly. For you, isn't it asking for time to think just a strategy to buy time? Oh, what the hell was with this bastard? Those piercing words left me speechless. However, I had to admit he wasn't pulling them from nowhere. It was just how baseball players would research the behavior of pitchers. The guy had investigated my behavioral patterns as well. Even so, I said, you didn't investigate shit. I mean, if you investigated properly, wouldn't you already know what my answer will be? The vice captain didn't react, not even as I mocked him. He just asked back with the same tone as before. So, what is your answer? I refuse. Your reason? Dunno. I just didn't feel like it. I didn't want to talk about my thought process, so I just brushed off his questions. However, it seemed that he had an idea as well. So it's true that you treasure the lives of your allies as your own. He spoke with a calm certainty. Ryle Warbdwaki, I heard the death of that man has affected you greatly. What was this bastard trying to say? However, it was Dragonslayer who killed that man, and he did so of his own accord. And I heard that while chasing after you, he died after clashing with the Order of the Rose. That sounded a little insulting. Maybe you didn't know? It's top secret, even within the palace. It sounded like he was trying to convince me of something, and from what I heard, you were too busy running away. And yet, it also sounded like a threat. But, aren't you curious? Why the Order of the Rose was there? For him to be able to say all this, how much did he know? Since I didn't know if he was being truthful or not, I found it difficult to determine if his goal was to convince me or to threaten me. No, maybe he's just saying all this to try and see how much I know. I maintained my best poker face. At that moment, the skill was cancelled, and the background noise returned to me. Unlike other barbarians, you are intelligent. You will certainly find an answer to that at some point, the vice captain said loudly enough for everyone to hear. That is why we will let you go today. Only then did I realize why he requested to have a discussion with me. He wanted to convince me with a very heavy-handed method. At that, go now. We will not stop you. This guy was a completely different type of person from all the enemies I had faced before. I should have just charged him as soon as I saw him. The well had been poisoned. The vice captain dished out an order, and a path opened up to the wall like the parting of the Red Sea. It didn't end with it either. If this situation is still too uncomfortable for you, we will take ourselves elsewhere. He even offered to disappear from our sights. I couldn't understand what had just happened, but after calmly collecting my thoughts, I came to a conclusion. What conversation did he have with the Baron? He opened a path for us after just a few words of conversation. Aren't they just going to attack us from behind after tricking us? But didn't he also just offer to disappear completely? We were ruined. Just like how a diplomat of ancient times could stop an army with a few words, the few words spoken by this man had completely driven me into a corner. Unlike other barbarians, you are intelligent. You will certainly find an answer to that at some point. It was for that very reason that he had said those last few vague words and let everyone hear it. If we crossed the wall at this point without anyone getting hurt, I would stand to lose the most. The palace would suspect me, and the people would grow suspicious of me. They would believe that I made some sort of deal with the Norkans, for them to let us through for free. Before, I was able to use my noble status as a shield to stop others from freely looking into my affairs, but this would lead to a high-level investigation into me. Not just me, but my allies as well. And if that happened, it's over. I could see the inevitable ending, and it gripped my heart like a vice. Badump. The vice captain probably didn't know if I knew of the Order of the Rose. That was probably why he tried to check using this method. If the investigation uncovered my knowledge of them, the palace would deal with me in his stead. If I said I didn't know, the palace would become hostile toward me. From his perspective, it was a win-win situation. What do I do? Do I need to push forward and just give out the order to charge them? While I contemplated my options, he continued to speak, grinning all the while. It seems you are having a hard time deciding with all these people here. We will be leaving. Then, wow, so he was going to be like that until the end. Wait, first, I stopped him as I quickly gathered my thoughts. There was one gap in this guy's plan. I understood that just letting us reach the walls was beneficial for them, but they did all this just for that? To be honest, I still couldn't understand it. Why were they giving up District 7 so easily like this? Was I really worth that much from their perspective? What were they expecting from me? Then, I realized, a possibility flashed through my mind like a bolt of lightning. What if instead of me having some incredible worth, it was the exact opposite? For example, if it wasn't that I was worth so much to them, but that District 7 was worth so little, then, these guys weren't interested in District 7 in the first place. If I thought about it under that assumption, it made some sense. Then was their real goal District 13? Although I couldn't be sure, my gut feeling was telling me District 13 should be no different from District 7 to them. With that, there was only one other target. How long are you going to think? Bifrin. Yeah, that was the answer. I grinned. I knew what I needed to do. Chapter 628, Abandoned City, 1. I had discussed this once before with my allies. It's also odd that they aimed for 2 districts at once. They're so unstable that holding just one district would be difficult, and there's Bifrin between District 7 and District 13, so it's even more difficult to defend their territories. That's right. So why did they do this? Are they aiming to do something in Bifrin? While we didn't know the details, we surmised a hidden purpose behind their actions. Now, that guess was confirmed to be true. The vice captain couldn't hide his shock as soon as I mentioned Bifrin, but tried to cover it up by saying, well, I don't know what you are talking. It was too late for him to try and bury his secret again. My hypothesis had already been confirmed. I don't think you'll need to open the path for us. I interrupted him. I mean, the answer was already out in the open, right? We'll be going to Bifrin. I didn't know what these guys were planning to do at Bifrin, but I at least knew that doing the opposite of what my enemy wanted was sometimes good enough. Given how he was suddenly taking the time to think after what I said, once more realized that there wasn't much difference between talking and fighting. What just happened proved it. If I hadn't aimed for a critical opening at an unexpected time, I wouldn't have been able to get that sort of reaction out of him. The silence continued. Why are you going to Bifrin? I think you've got the wrong idea here. He didn't misdirect by dishing out such excuses. He only looked at me from afar and said nothing. It seemed he was running it through his mind over and over without speaking rashly. Still, it was far too late. We're going to leave now. I grinned. Are you still not going to stop us? The vice captain spoke lowly. I heard you were intelligent, but I never expected this. I mean, that was how I felt as well. I only knew that he was the second in command of Orcules. I never once heard that he was a strategist of this scale. So, what's your answer? I asked brazenly. The vice captain snorted. Do as you wish. You want to go to Bifrin? Then go there. We won't stop you. He's bluffing, right? That was my initial suspicion, but I couldn't be sure. I always needed to keep all possibilities in mind. And honestly, all he did was get a little flustered at the mention of Bifrin. It actually might not matter to them whether or not we went there. Another bout of mental warfare here. My head hurt. Although we hadn't had any physical altercations yet, I could tell from our conversation that this guy was considerably powerful. At some point, the vice captain had collected himself, as his voice was calm when he said, "It is your choice. What will you do?" What? Did he think he regained the initiative or something? Yet somehow, when the floor was given back to me, I found myself hesitating to make a final call with how complicated things had started to feel. I hope you make the right decision, he taunted. You have the fate of many on your shoulders. Barbarians didn't get decision paralysis. They were the race that acted without hesitation if they deemed that action necessary no matter how difficult something was, and they were used to making choices in situations where they didn't have any choice, to begin with. Why do you keep talking? Stop chirping in my ear. The vice captain narrowed his eyes at my words, not understanding what I meant. I spoke frankly to him in response. What decision? Didn't I already tell you? We're going to Bifrin. That guy probably didn't realize that the moment he tried to agitate me in front of the other people, the choice to go over the walls disappeared. Yet, how could I go there in this situation? For starters, I was an evil spirit. Then during the Ice Rock expedition, I had killed the Order of the Rose and feigned ignorance, and I had even tried to evade taxes by distributing the wealth of the palace. If I gave the palace any excuse whatsoever to investigate me, I would be in even greater danger than I would be going to Bifrin right now. Anyway, good to hear you won't stop us. Stay safe out there. We will see each other soon. With a shrug, I asked, you're not going back on your word, are you? The vice captain answered nonchalantly, not at all. I keep every word I speak. Oh, looks like you're more manly than you look. More than I look? Haha. Picking up on small things like that makes you less of a man. Anyway, could you get out of my sight now? I want to go to Biffin now, but it'll be annoying if you guys just stand there. The vice captain paused at my low tone before replying, all forces, move back to the walls. A murmur swept through the forces of Nork that were stationed opposite us as if they didn't understand why the vice captain would order such a thing, but they didn't go against them. They're going. As I watched them leave for the castle walls, I recalled the final expression on the vice captain's face before he fully turned around. He'd worn what looked like a smirk, either to mock me or express joy. Are we really going to Biffin? Amelia asked me with a worried voice, perhaps because she had seen the very same thing. Versal also made her worry known. Is this the right choice? I think you're being lured there. What lure? I could tell from this final expression. Letting go of lingering hesitation, I turned my back to the walls. What are you all doing? Follow me. We will head to Biffin. I would know when I got there, just what was hidden there, and just why he hated the idea of us going to see it. Vice Captain of Orcules, Roland Banizant, looked below the empty walls and let out a dry laugh. He really went. A woman wearing provocative clothes approached him. Mr. Vice Captain, is it okay? We let them go without doing anything. Lyran Vivian. Although she was once a promising pupil of the Magic Tower, she conducted multiple experiments into forbidden magic and became a dark wizard. It was said that she was a brutal and cruel person even before she stepped onto the path of becoming a black wizard, and from Roland's perspective, he couldn't tell if her personality had become less or more extreme, including her trait of joking. You got flustered because he really just left, right? When he didn't respond, she said, aha, you looked flustered. You always act so smart, but looks like even you didn't expect him to actually leave. Banizant found people like her distasteful. No, his feelings were closer to hatred, but she's still useful. He put on a kind smile as he looked at the woman. Haha, how can a person know everything in the world? However, given how you are talking, it seems you expected that outcome, Miss Vivian. No, how could I expect that? He made that decision even when you gave him the option of letting him leave for the city. But shouldn't we at least chase after him even now? Won't we be in big trouble if he goes to Biffin and something goes wrong? Banizant nodded with a bitter expression. Although she gave off a ditzy vibe, Vivian was not a dull woman. Just as she said, letting someone unpredictable like Bjorn into Biffin was definitely not a good idea for them. But chasing after him now will be even more dangerous. If we vacate the walls, the palace will notice. It is not yet time to give them District 7. That's true, but wasn't it still too much to say you'd let them go without doing anything? Banizant only smiled calmly at Vivian's prickly tone. That's true. I am also regretting that decision. You're making it sound like I'm bullying you. I'm just curious, you know, why our smart Mr. Vice Captain made that decision. With how insistent she was in getting an answer, Banizant had no choice but to give it to her. Miss Vivian, most people wouldn't be able to make such a reckless decision in that situation, even more so with so much on the line. He wasn't saying this to brush off the situation. He had met countless people and points of decision in his life, though, to be precise, he had observed them. It was the reason behind his title of Demon Eyes. Most people thought he was named such because of an ability, but it just happened to match up at some point. In truth, he didn't have such abilities when he first got that title. He had just been capable of inferring the thoughts of others since a young age. Well, then our Mr. Vice Captain isn't really that smart. Even with his serious answer, Vivian only mocked him, and Banizant made his displeasure known by furrowing his brow. She recognized that she had crossed the line as well. I mean, you said that's what most people would do. But Bjorn Yandel isn't like most people, right? With that quick add-on, Vivian shrugged and left the area, and Banizant let out a small chuckle. Not like most people. He learned about Bjorn Yandel when the barbarian received that baronet title after his contribution to the Goblin Forest battle. At that time, he'd thought Bjorn was simply exceptional and left it there. Someone who had merely lucked into an accomplishment, not anyone Banizant needed to be wary about. But what about now? In the end, Bjorn Yandel ended up as quite the powerful individual in the kingdom. I don't even know how many times it has been anymore. For some reason, he always clashed with Bjorn Yandel, even back during the Dragon's Lair, Regal Vegas's time as well. After hearing that the one he found in the labyrinth after he regained his memories was Bjorn Yandel, Banizant was astonished. That was before he obtained his fame and received a noble title. So this is an ill-fated relationship. Although he didn't believe in superstitions, he could feel it. Bjorn Yandel would continue to become a huge hindrance to him. I'll need to report back to the captain first. After collecting his thoughts, he used a communication technique to relay the news to the captain who was in District 13. With the report complete, he looked at the empty walls and recalled his conversation with the Dragon's Lair. You want me to tell you about Bjorn Yandel? As an adventurer growing at an incredible pace, he asked the Dragon Slayer about all sorts of information after he regained his memories. Among them, there were things like this as well, Vice Captain. One more thing. When he heard it back then, he'd taken it as a random piece of advice. If possible, I advise that you do not talk with him. But now, he could understand it a little. As soon as you start talking with him, things will suddenly start going his way. Before you can even realize it, he could now grasp the reason the Dragon Slayer would say something like that. Chapter 629, Abandoned City, 2, District 14, Prison Camp Bifron. Originally, it was a city district of Revision, but it was now a prohibited area that didn't even have a dimension square anymore. It was also one of the candidates for our escape route. There was a way to get to District 4 by first traveling through Bifron, but the protection magic circle being used in Bifron makes it difficult to cross the wall using ordinary means. That's fine. If you use the secret entrance in the sewers, you can enter even while the protection magic circle is still operating. Something like that exists. Yet, I was once banished for 20 days and stumbled across it. Amelia was the one who told me about the passage. Oh, then, I remember. I was really worried about you. Despite having secured passage into Bifron, that route wasn't our final choice. There were countless soldiers even in the sewers. After all, because of that, I concluded it would be better to aim for the walls. If we were going through the sewers, we wouldn't need to go to Bifron in the first place when we could just head straight to the city. Most importantly, there was something wrong with Bifron. We are going to Bifron, I'm not that keen on going there. We don't even have antidotes with us. I needed troops to carry out my escape plan, but most adventurers were uncomfortable going to Bifron. To be fair, I would react the same way if I were told to enter a radioactive area without a hazmat suit. And I can't tell them that the witch's poison isn't present right now either. Although I knew that nothing was amiss beyond the walls, I couldn't tell them that. There was a stark difference between a circulating rumor and an official confirmation straight from a noble's mouth. Well, technically it's not like there isn't any poison whatsoever there. Every day, someone from Bifron got sick because of the witch's poison and died. If things were truly normal outside the walls, then how could this be? The palace is probably feeding them poison or something similar. Anyway, the plan to go through Bifron was rejected for those reasons. However, our situation changed since then. After letting out my battle cry, I ran down the sewers. The low ceiling prevented me from using giantization and thus, my full strength, but it didn't bother me too much. I wasn't the only one hindered by the terrain. Boom. Our enemies needed to be wary of the tunnels collapsing just as we did, so they couldn't use any destructive magic or abilities. Plus, since we were in an enclosed space, I didn't need to worry about being attacked by dozens of people at once. For a shield barbarian who was pretty close to perfect build, I could handle that much at least. But still, they were merciless. Didn't you say you wouldn't stop us from going to Bifron? Did that promise only hold for that small group of soldiers on the walls? Or was it because they couldn't communicate clearly that the message wasn't relayed properly to us? Whatever the case, the soldiers stationed in the sewers attacked us as soon as we entered. Don't stop me and step aside. Stay back. I stood at the front alone and forged the path ahead toward the hidden entrance, but we still had injuries on our side. The layout down here was similar to the first floor crystal cave. The sewer tunnels tangled in on themselves like an anthill, meaning that attacks came from both the front and the back. There were bound to be some injuries. Not to mention, not everyone was at an elite level. Unlike the group at Ice Rock, there were low-ranking adventurers active on the third floor and below, and they were finding it difficult to survive with their own strength. The sudden urge to calm myself with a smoke break struck me, even though I'd never smoked before in my life. How many people died? Sacrifices were inevitable in this savage world. I knew that better than anyone, and yet, my heart was always heavy whenever I needed to make decisions like this. The Norkans were the bad guys. I did nothing wrong. Even as I told myself that, I couldn't help but think, if I had just gone through the wall when they opened the way for us, the people here wouldn't have died. I didn't regret making the decision itself, of course. Instead, I steeled myself, determined to work harder in the future. All I needed was to get stronger. If I were, then I wouldn't have needed to give anything up here. I used my shoulder to push forward with my shield. I had repeated this maneuver multiple times against multiple adversities, yet something about it felt a little different now. This time, it was far too easy. What the hell? Go back. As long as I had the Wall of Aegis, there was no way for them to stop me in this one-way passage. How could they stop a barbarian that just charged forward because he couldn't take damage? Yandel, stop. I only stopped when I heard Amelia call out to me. We're here. I didn't even realize we had arrived. Things got easier once we reached the secret entrance that led to Bifron. There weren't any soldiers waiting for us in the secret passage, and they had apparently given up on chasing us. Seeing no one come behind us, thanks to that, we could slow down and move at a slightly more leisurely pace. How much damage have we taken? Versil gave me a report, as she was in charge of the general management of our forces. While she didn't know the exact number of casualties, she did give an important piece of information. It seems that the adventurers of rank 7 and below took the most damage. I made them stand by in a relatively safe place. I see. Still, thanks to you opening up the way, we were able to minimize our injuries. Just the estimated number left a bitter taste in my mouth. I should have been used to it, but maybe I too was getting old. Those numbers didn't look like simple numbers anymore. Yandel, what are you thinking about? Nothing. In any case, after using the secret passageway to travel for a while, we were able to enter the sewers of Bifrin. Yandel, it's a person. As soon as we entered the area, we encountered another person. Thankfully, he wasn't a soldier of Nork. Boss. And surprisingly, he was someone I knew as well. Boss? Wait, are you? As I reached out and grabbed his head, the mask fell off and the familiar jellyfish haircut revealed itself. Jingjing. Why? Yes, it's me. Jinkizerfeljane, your loyal right hand, boss. I didn't know if he was my right hand or if that was his real name. What I did know was that this was the guy who did everything I told him to when I stayed in Bifrin a few years ago, and that it was good to see him. So what are you doing alone here? I prompted. Well, I sensed that something bad was going on, so I was looking for a way to escape Bifrin. He knew that the secret passage existed thanks to me. I taught it to him, telling him I could return any moment. Since I'd been so busy, I never ended up returning. Given the circumstances, it seemed that he remembered the entrance and had been looking for it himself. Did you abandon your subordinates and escape by yourself? As I narrowed my eyes with disdain, Jingjing waved his hands and made excuses. No, not at all. I've changed a lot since then. Was that so? Well, it did look like he lost more hair than the last time I saw him. And what could I do by surviving alone in the first place? How many days would I have left to live? After finding the passage, I was thinking of going outside and checking on the news. So that's how you changed. Then how else would I have? It's fine. I've got a few questions for you, so just answer me. Since I found a native in the sewers, I quickly checked on the situation of the city. I had half assumed the Norkans had invaded this place as well. Nork, you say? Oh, are they the ones making all that ruckus? Jingjing didn't even know that the incident that the Norkans had caused. Did the palace not tell them anything? Well, there was a bit of commotion. The soldiers locked the doors of the inspection office, and after they told us to stand by, we didn't hear from them. However, I could hear a lot of fighting from the wall, so the citizens were very uneasy. That was too pitiful, even for Bifrin. If a war broke, shouldn't you at least tell the residents? I see. So you weren't trying to escape, but trying to check on the news from the outside. Yes, I didn't know that was going on outside. And Nork invading us. How bad of a situation are we in? District 7 and District 13 have been taken over by them, and we've just barely escaped District 7. Jingjing's jaw dropped. That 2 city districts had already been taken over, but I didn't have the time to let him recover from the shock. Follow me for now. We'll talk on the way. We kept moving while I got information from Jingjing. I asked if any suspicious people had appeared recently and about any changes to the city after I left. Bifrin? First, the resources we get from the distribution center are being distributed fairly to everyone as you instructed. No difference between adults and children. Good work. The mood's changed a lot as well. Whenever something is left over at the distribution center, everyone goes to the guards to ask to trade it for a book. You trade it for books. Yes, and even if it's not books, we teach the children all the skills we can without reserve. Why? We need to at least help the children live in the city, right? Although we don't have many days left to live. I stopped walking and turned to face him. What's your name? Jinkizerfeljane. Jinkizerfeljane. He flinched. It was the first time I had ever called him by name. You've changed a lot as well. Jingjing only gave a self-deprecating smile. Many years have passed, you know. That's right. Yes, I can tell just by looking at you, boss. I heard that you became a baron not long ago. Here. This is the way to the square. After going up to the surface with the help of the native, a familiar yet seemingly different Bifrin greeted me. This place has changed a lot too. I guess I could say it became cleaner. Even this defunct dimension square looked in total disrepair when I came here in the past. It's thanks to everyone's efforts. I could easily tell that he was the one who put in the most effort. Mr. Feljane. Wow, it's Mr. Feljane. Mr. Hut. The children playing in the square greeted Jingjing as soon as they saw him. Well, that was only because they hadn't yet noticed me and the hundreds of adventurers standing behind. Don't worry. This man here is Bjorn, son of Yandel, that giant baron. Whoa, really? It's the giant baron. Giant baron. Wow. For some reason, the children became even more excited when they heard my name. To be honest, this wasn't new for me. The children of the city liked big things and adventurers. After earning myself a bit of fame, I had many such eyes on me. Giant baron. Thank you. However, it was probably my first time hearing something like that. Thanks, I mumbled. Jingjing responded with a bashful expression. I've told the children many stories about you, boss, telling them that you're the hero who saved the city. You did something useless. The children need hope, and it's not wrong to call you that, right? The reason Biffin's changed like this is all thanks to you, boss. I cleared my throat. The only thing that had changed about him was that he got good at flattery, despite being pretty bad at it in the past. We'll stop here. Since we arrived at our destination, we reorganized our inventory. We laid the injured in the square to let the priest heal them, and I asked the ones who could move to take a look at our surroundings. Fel Jane, follow me. I took only Jingjing to the District 4 inspection office. Unlike District 13 and District 7, I thought that maybe I would be able to use this one to contact the city. There's no one here. How did this happen? No matter how much I shouted and banged on the door, there was no reaction from inside. I thought maybe they were ignoring me because they thought I was a native of Biffin, so I even stated my name and title, but the result was the same. It's already been a while since the inspection office here closed, so I know that the inspection office has closed. Then why? Because the situation called for it. Even though the District 4 inspection office was closed, I figured they might have someone stationed here given the circumstances. I sighed. Things had gotten more complicated. I thought that maybe after coming here, I could use this inspection office to leave for a safer city district, or make contact with the palace and hope for a better situation, but I had completely missed that aspect. There are too many things I can't understand. Why was the palace only stationed on that side? If I were the one calling the shots, I would have opened the District 4 inspection office before supplying soldiers directly into Biffin to push the front lines of District 7 and District 13. And what about the Norkins? I couldn't understand what they were doing either. After taking over District 7, they didn't station anyone in Biffin. It was as if they were sure the palace wouldn't invade from this direction. However, as my questions grew, one thing became clear. There was a secret hidden here in Biffin that I didn't know about. Tap. I was going to figure that out now. Chapter 630, Abandoned City, 3. Biffin was an abandoned city. Although it had once been the 14th district of Revision and even a residential district with a dimension square, the protective magic circle that defended against the witch's poison had broken down long ago, and the entire area became defunct, and it became a prison camp. The palace found it a waste to abandon an entire city district, so they created a new, separate District 14 and named it Biffin to use it for a different goal. Dreamers who dreamed of revolution, thinkers who held progressive ideals, or perhaps those dissatisfied with how the city was being run, and so on. These oppositional figures were all locked up in Biffin, and in doing so, the palace gained more than a mere hanging ever could. But given the circumstances, the palace is probably uneasy about them. That much was proven when the Norkins left the city walls. The witch's poison that should have instantly melted their flesh was nowhere to be found. Well, ordinary citizens had a hard time accessing such information, so it was taken as an odd rumor more than anything else. I sighed. That was all I knew about Biffin at the moment. So then, what made Biffin so important in this conflict? Did the city hold some political importance for the palace? Were the Norkins trying to use that? The more I thought about it, the more I came to dismiss my initial assumption. It didn't make sense. If Biffin was important, the palace would have sent soldiers or other forces to protect it. It wasn't as if the palace was made up of morons. There was no way they couldn't think of something that I had. I'll find something if I keep looking into it. With that thought, I left the inspection office and continued to investigate Biffin. We formed a search party to look through multiple areas of the city and asked the citizens if there were any legends or stories passed around. Shwa. We even climbed up the castle walls I couldn't check before because of the soldiers. My allies ended up coming with me. Whoa, it's different from the outside I imagined as a child. I thought it was just covered in darkness. Yet, it looks peaceful for some reason. The outside world we could see from the towering walls could only be described as a masterpiece. Dense forests, mountains, and valleys hinted at an even grander natural view beyond the horizon in the distance. Mister, should we just jump down from here? What? It's just, Erwin faltered. I feel like nothing will matter if we go outside. The Norkins, or the palace, or, it didn't even cross my mind to admonish her. To be honest, I felt a similar impulse when I saw the world beyond the walls. What would happen if we just left? If I wasn't going to return to my original world anyway, maybe this was an option I should consider. If I took it, I wouldn't need to struggle to reach the gate of the abyss or always be on edge, trying my best to become stronger for fear that the palace would do something to me. Maybe all the sacrifices I would need to make to keep progressing would all disappear. Yet even as those thoughts welled in my mind, I slowly shook my head against them. It probably won't work. The protection magic circle is still active. What? But I definitely heard that Biffin's magic circle is broken. Why would you trust what the palace said? I told her to fire an arrow out, and Erwin looked a little nervous as she drew her bow. The fired arrow made an audible clack as it clattered against something in the air before falling to the ground. It's still there, I reiterated. Yet, despite her disappointment, Erwin turned to me with a straight face and asked, but shouldn't we be able to crack it if I fire a bit harder? You can try, but it probably won't work. The protective magic formation is the legacy of the last great sage Gabrielius. That, and though I hadn't said it aloud, there was no guarantee that I'd be able to live the life I wanted just by venturing outside the walls. I mean, think about it. Why did those Norkans return to the city after going beyond the walls? There had to be a reason for it, and running away just isn't my style. After living as a barbarian for so long, I had become like them in body and spirit. I didn't want us to run away and live in hiding like fugitives. No, if that's how it's going to be, I'd rather just go and tear it all down. Go and place myself in a position where I didn't need to run away and hide. If I went and destroyed everything to become king, I wouldn't need to go off and build a home in the middle of nowhere, right? Whether or not that was realistic was another problem entirely. I mean, I guess it's not completely impossible. If I could have those thoughts, maybe I really was just a barbarian now. It was the second day since we rushed toward the city of Biffren without much of a plan. During our investigation, I stumbled across an old acquaintance. You've grown. Hello, Lord Baron. It was the young kid around 10 years old whom I'd met on the day I was exiled to Biffren, the one who courageously approached me and asked for 100 stones in exchange for him guiding me around the city. That child had become a young man. I wouldn't have recognized him if you hadn't approached me first to greet me. You were around 11 back then, right? I asked. You still remember that? And you also told me you needed to be 14 to get your qualification certificate. Yes, that's right. So why are you still here? He smirked and shrugged. I failed to prove my worth. I see. I'd say I lacked the time since I definitely didn't lack the effort. So are you planning to try again? You really don't know. You're only allowed one chance to prove your worth. If you fail to leave then, you can't ever leave. I found it hard to find my words because of how calm he was about the whole thing. I suppose I felt a little bad for him, right? I could honestly tell him that. That's a shame. No. Now, I think failing back then was for the best. When I looked at him questioningly, he explained, I'm helping other kids pass the qualification test, so that they, at least, can leave. Don't you think that's unfair? He just smiled in response, then made to leave, thanking me for remembering him when he just came up to say a quick hello. He needed to teach the younger kids. I stopped him there and asked if he had heard about any rumors or mysterious places in Biffren just to be sure, but he only told me he didn't know, so there really isn't anything. As our inquiries continued, I became more impatient. I had expected something to pop up when we began to search the city in earnest. Versil, what about our communications with the outside? Still hard to get through. Yes, it's not easy. From how the protective magic circle is acting, I have to say it's closer to a dimensional severance phenomenon. I see. Our only option is to communicate using physical methods, but no matter how much we wave a flag from atop the walls, they're not seeing us, and for some reason, the residences near the walls are completely empty as well. I can't see anyone on the streets either. It's as if they've all evacuated. An evacuation. As more time passed, I grew more and more curious about the situation outside the walls than inside. Was there no way to get news of their situation? If the community hadn't shut down, I could have at least waited while preparing for that. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed without much gain, and the adventurers who had followed after me into Biffren began to get used to the place. Since they couldn't sleep at the square, they slept in the homes of the residents. In exchange, they helped fix the worn-down buildings, gave them items from the outer districts, had the priests heal the sick, and so on. With these continued exchanges, the adventurers went from treating the residents like plague patients to slowly accepting them as regular people. As someone who had ruled Biffren at one point, it was great to see. Badump. However, I began to feel even more uneasy the longer the peace lasted. Our inquiries continued to produce nothing. Even then, neither the palace nor the Norkans were doing anything to hinder us, and it just left my mind reeling with more absurd possibilities as time went on. I climbed out of bed and put on my clothes. My body felt sore, and since I couldn't sleep even when I closed my eyes, I went outside for a walk. Although Biffren had cleaned itself relatively well, the streets at night were a far cry from what you'd find in the other districts. First and foremost, it was really dark, as was characteristic of Biffren nights due to the scarcity of resources in the region. Still, it's nice that it's calm and quiet. As I continued to walk through the night, I arrived at the outer wall. I didn't plan on coming here. I thought about turning back, but curiosity gripped me. What would it look like to see the outside looking down from the castle wall in the night? I climbed up the wall. The night air blew with cool, swooshing winds. However, the scenery beyond the walls was completely different from what I expected. I can't see anything. Below me lay only darkness. Somehow, it felt like if I kept looking down at it, something would jump out from the darkness and drag me down. The sky's black as well. Perhaps I'd chosen the wrong night for sightseeing. There weren't that many stars in the sky either. I took in the winds for a bit before turning around to head back home. Then suddenly, I sensed a presence behind me. Even with my dull barbarian senses, there was no mistaking it. I whipped around to see a mysterious, ghost-like figure covered in a cloak standing on the castle wall. A message for Baron To. I didn't need to ask who they were. The wind happened to blow strongly past us. Beyond the flapping hood, I spied a lightweight armor, a short sword attached to their belt, and then, a womanly physique. What business does the Order of the Rose have with me? I asked, testing the waters. The woman took out a scroll from her cloak and rolled it open. A royal decree. Huh, in the middle of the night? The contents of the royal decree, delivered to me without ceremony by a member of the Order of the Rose in the middle of this moonless night, were quite simple. So the District 4 inspection office will be temporarily opened, and we need to use it to escape. I summarized. My mission was only to deliver the message to you. So stiff. Although I said it as a joke, the woman didn't react, instead opting to remain silent. She must be the type to not say anything unrelated to her work. Not to say I was stonewalled here. Still, I protested. Isn't your mission to properly convey the word of the king? So answer me. The scroll says to go to the inspection office with myself and the resident adventurers of District 7. What do you wish to ask? Do we not have to bring the residents of Bifron with us? Correct. Why is that? You ask an odd question. They have not been granted permission to enter the living areas. And what if I tell you I'm taking them with me? There is no point suggesting such a thing. As stated, they are not permitted, so I would be stopped no matter what. The problem this time was that my opponent wasn't someone I could muscle through. Or are you perhaps suggesting treason against the palace? She probed. Not at all. I just asked out of curiosity. That is fine. Take the adventurers of District 7 and head to the inspection office by the declared time. Why is the District 4 inspection office still closed? I asked, trying to get in as many questions as I could. You could have used Bifron to attack District 7 and District 13. However, getting any real answers out of her proved difficult. I do not know. When did you learn we were in Bifron? I do not know. It looks like Nork is trying to use Bifron to do something. Does the palace know what that is? I do not know. Do you know anything? I insulted her out of frustration, but the woman only smirked. I didn't falter and pressed on. Then what is your name? You should at least know your name, right? I do not know. Wow, she was pretty dead set on this. Sensing that she wasn't a mere small fry, I tried to provoke her even more. What happens if we don't go to the inspection office by the declared time? Not to say I would go against the royal decree. Anything could happen. Something might stop us on the way. The woman didn't react much to that either, instead just taking a moment to think. She then pointed to the night sky. Do you see that star? Yeah, if you look down at us from there, even we would look small. Even you, Lord Baron, the one they call a giant. What was this woman trying to say? I furrowed my brow, actively putting my confusion on display, but honestly, I had a rough sense of it. She was probably just letting me know that I was a tiny existence from the perspective of the palace. There is only one thing you need to know, Lord Baron. Do not go against a royal decree and arrive at the inspection office with your people by the declared time. Most people would have stayed quiet and accepted those words, but I tilted my head like a barbarian. And what happens if we can't? Just like how she wasn't a good conversation target, I wasn't such an accepting conversation partner either. Maybe she got tired of my persistence as well, or maybe she was amused. The woman stared at me for a second before answering with a cold tone. You must, if only for your own sake. It was a sentence that didn't tell me much and saddled me with a heavy burden. However, what she said tipped me off to something, though I didn't have any proof of it whatsoever. You lot, are you planning on blowing Bifron to high heavens? For some reason, these predictions of mine usually came true. Chapter 631, Abandoned City, 4. After she heard my question, the woman, this mysterious member of the Order of the Rose whose name I didn't even know, vanished like a ghost without giving me a chance to hold her here. It was probably obvious, but I didn't get a chance to hear any answer from her this time either. Badump. Even so, my warrior's heart instinctively sensed the danger and began to beat wildly. Was my guess true, or was I just flat out wrong? There was no telling, not now. However, if the palace was planning on blowing Bifron to smithereens, one question needed to be answered. Nork. Did Nork know about the plan? Considering that they didn't station any soldiers on the walls connected to Bifron, I got the distinct sense that they knew something. What are the two of them aiming for? It felt like my head, at least, was going to explode. However, I persevered, determined to analyze the situation without stopping. Sometime later, I groaned. I didn't know. I thought I might be able to come up with something if I just took a moment to myself. I finally started making my way down from the castle walls that were bellowing with the night winds. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of time. The deadline given to me by the member of the Order of the Rose was fast approaching. 12 hours. How did that make any sense? Tomorrow at noon, with the sun high in the sky, one of the city districts would blow up. Well, the explosion was still just a guess on my part, since I didn't have the time. After getting down a fair bit away from the ramparts, I jumped off and straight to the ground. Boom. It was a little loud when I landed. Well, I need to wake everyone up anyway. What else could we do but vacate the premises when the landlord was telling us to leave? We needed to quickly pack everything up and take only the things we needed to take. No matter how I thought about it, I couldn't help but feel that something was hidden and different that I didn't know about. But at this point, let's give up. We didn't learn anything even after days of investigation. If we had uncovered even a hint or trace of anything, I wouldn't have made this decision, but I didn't have a choice anymore. We needed to leave different under the orders of the palace. However, that came with its own problem. You ask an odd question. They have not been granted permission to enter the living areas. That was what the member of the Order of the Rose said when she delivered the royal decree to me. Only those from District 7 were allowed to evacuate, and we couldn't take the residents of Bifrin with us. This once abandoned city would be abandoned once more. This is easy enough. It wasn't too difficult to find the solution to this problem. After getting down from the castle walls, I immediately headed toward Jingjing's house. B-boss, what business do you have at this hour? Gather the residents of Bifrin right now. Don't miss a single one. Sorry, I don't have time, so I'll explain everything when everyone's gathered here. Quickly, and tell them not to pack anything that isn't necessary. He seemed to recognize the severity of the situation even though he didn't fully understand why. Are we leaving? Yes, I'll round up everyone. How much time do we have? Before 9 in the morning, but the earlier the better. I'll get everyone from my side, so you take the residents of Bifrin. Yes. After telling Jingjing, who had been rudely awakened from sleep, the plan and the deadline, he quickly put on a coat before running off. Next came my allies. A member of the Order of the Rose came to you. Yes, they're apparently opening the District 4 inspection office around midday, and told us to use that window to escape. Nothing else. Oh, she did tell me that I can't take the residents of Bifrin with me, and since it's you, I doubt you're just going to comply with that. No, I told her I understood. Don't worry, I have a plan, I said, then asked them to gather the adventurers from District 7. Sometime later, as I waited in the dimension square that I designated as our gathering spot, the adventurers and residents who heard the news slowly began to trickle in. I heard that something urgent was happening. Does anyone know what's happening? Mr. Feljane said we needed to leave and quickly. Since they didn't get a proper explanation, the people in the square were quite uneasy. However, rather than calming them down by explaining everything, we just proceeded with the preparations we needed to do before midday. Rather than wasting time sorting out everyone's worries, the more effective solution would be to get at the root of the problem, right? Paper. Gather all the clean paper you can. Anyone who can write, come here. In any case, since we had a lot to prepare, I wasn't enough by myself, so I gathered all the people I could use and put them to work. But since writing was a prerequisite, Aner was excluded from this. Aner, didn't you say you were learning how to read and write for 3 years now? Haha, Miss Shah, learning never ends. Aner still only knew how to read. To be honest, I couldn't understand how she could read but not write. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The time quickly passed, and around the time the sun started to peek itself over the walls, everyone had gathered in the square. Everyone, gather here. The Baron has something he wishes to say. It was finally time to tell everyone what was happening. To be honest, I could have told them earlier, but there was no reason for me to repeat the same thing twice. We didn't even need to prepare a platform. After using giantization, I looked at the crowd of over 1,000 people and got straight to the point to grab everyone's attention. I won't talk long. I was contacted by the palace last night. The palace contacted you. Can we leave this place? As expected, the crowd's reaction was pretty intense. It was truly bizarre. Every time I did a speech like this, it was too easy to get the reaction I wanted out of them. Is it like this for other people as well? I didn't know, but I needed to focus on giving my speech. That's right. The palace has told me they will open the District 4 inspection office and we can use that to leave to the city. Hooah. Whir. However, I boomed, cutting through the noise. Since I told everyone the main point, it was time to give them the twist. Bad news needed to be given first to make the good news that followed sound even better. That damn palace said we couldn't all leave together. My words cut through the cheers of the crowd as silence settled over the square. Thousands of faces looked at me with confusion and shock. A resident of Bifrin who ended up meeting eyes with me asked me a question. We can't all leave together? What do you mean? Just as I said, the palace said they would only accept the residents of District 7. Then are we excluded? That's right. They told me the residents of Bifrin can't come with us. We didn't even need the name tags. Just by looking at the expression of the people filing the square, we could tell who was a resident of Bifrin and who was an adventurer of District 7. The residents of Bifrin went wide-eyed when I announced their death sentence, while the adventurers of District 7 lost their words and could only stand there in silence. A clear line of separation was formed in the crowd. Then why did you call us here? Someone shouted angrily from among the crowd. If you're going to leave us behind, why did you call us here? The words no longer held any respect. Well, I could sympathize. Someone pushed to the edge of their life was bound to react like that. I smirked, downplaying the situation. That's because I'm going to take you with me. The eyes of the angry man became blank with confusion. Are you deaf? And no, not that. But you said the palace won't accept us. Oh, that? It was only natural for these guys to be confused. In this peculiar city, going against the word of the palace was something they couldn't even imagine. Bifrin was filled with a people whose lives were spared by following the will of the palace. That's true. And I said I will take you with me. But, aren't you a baron? A baron? Yes, I am. What of it? The man raised his head and looked at me with shaking eyes. Why? Why are you doing all this for us? Honestly, that was pretty interesting. I had the same thought. No matter how one looked at it, what I was trying to do now was something that wouldn't look good to the palace. It would make my life in a noble society more difficult in the future too. Then why did I make this decision? Why was I able to come to this conclusion so easily? Thinking about it, the reason was simple. Because I want to. Pardon. Why? Are you saying I can't? And no, that's not what I meant. Anyway, that's the end of that. If we want to leave on time, we need to finish our preparations, follow the instructions and finish the documents. That is all. That was the end of my announcement, and the residents were guided by my allies and signed their documents. That was close. Around the time that ended, the doors of the inspection office opened at the promised time. The doors of the inspection office that had been closed for so long slowly opened with a loud creak. The crowd gathered in front, waiting. There was a collective gulp as they eyed the entrance with nervous expectation. As they did, a knight order wearing the insignia of the palace on their chests clanged out in their metal armor and formed a path at the entrance of the inspection office. It was as if they were waiting for someone to come out behind them. As someone's coming out, a voice cried. Then, a woman appeared at the doors of the inspection office from behind the knights. Step, step. She was wearing the same uniform as the knights in front of her. However, it was obvious at a glance that she was of a higher station than them. This was because she was the Order of the Rose member I saw yesterday. The woman scanned the people gathered in front of the inspection office before landing on me, more people than expected. She looked at me as if to ask what scheme I had cooked up. However, I didn't have any reason to back down. I mean, I wasn't doing anything illegal. Is there a problem with the number of people here? I asked nonchalantly. The woman shook her head without any reaction. No, those who are not qualified to pass won't be able to anyway. It was pretty chilling to see her react so calmly even in a situation she probably never expected. That order didn't have any simple women among its ranks. Still, those words were what I wanted her to say. To be fair, I smiled. Then that's good. No one not allowed to pass will be passing here today. She furrowed her brow with genuine confusion this time. What do you mean, Lord Baron? Rather than answer her, I handed her a document. Her words failed her. What? Haha. She probably never expected. What is this? Oh, so she still didn't understand what these documents were. Well, even I wouldn't have been able to cook up this solution if I hadn't gone around looking in Biffin for every rumor and story just to uncover something that might exist. There was exactly one method for the residents of Biffin to be granted exit, other than to receive the proof of worth when they were 14. I made my victorious grin obvious as I kindly explained to the woman what these documents were. It's an employment contract. Employment contract. To put it simply, these people are now servants of the Yondell clan. Oh, and they didn't have monthly wages. Chapter 632, Reconstruction, 1. Servants. The nameless member of the Order of the Rose let out a baffled laugh. Do you really believe this makes sense, Lord Baron? Thinking back, I had heard that question a lot in my life as a barbarian, and my answer always remained the same. What doesn't make sense about it? I asked while picking out my ears with my pinky. The female knight furrowed her brow. Over 10,000 people. 8,712 to be exact, what difference does that make? Even the great nobles of the city have ever taken in such a large number of servants. Not in the past, and not now. Oh, really? I smiled as if genuinely glad as I shouted, then I will be the first. Would I be able to write this on the stone of honor as well? I mumbled as much to myself loud enough for everyone to hear, but that cold-faced woman completely ignored my mumbling. Are you thinking of building a private military, Baron Yondell? She asked with sharp precision like a veteran swordswoman aiming for a weak point would. It was a sensitive question that I couldn't just calmly brush over. Private military? Why not? If I said that, my words would immediately get twisted and be interpreted in many different ways. In the worst-case scenario, I could be framed for planning a revolt. I needed to cut this off before it could grow. Not at all. I'm not planning on making any private military force. I swear upon my name and my honor as a warrior. Of course, this woman didn't even pretend she was listening to me. Rather than swear, explain it to us. Why do you need such a large number of servants? Hey, don't be so stiff. I clicked my tongue before deciding to answer her question. Well, isn't having more servants better? I also like it when people are around and things feel lively. And just because you like being in crowds, you are going to take in 9,000 servants. 8,712 servants, not 9,000. Then quickly, I continued, and it's not just because I want people around. I really do need them all. For example, this kinda Ilmosi. Oh, she's written as an assistant chef. Lord Baron, do you truly think we would believe such a statement? Well, not exactly. I knew that these were excuses that no one would believe in. But, so what? Believe it or not, why should you even care? I don't understand why you're stopping us anyway. Did you talk about only doing what the king ordered yesterday? They became my servants and obtained the right to leave, so why are you stopping us? As I openly pushed against her, the member of the Order of the Rose couldn't refute anything. It was about time I applied some pressure. Human woman, tell me this. If you're capable of it, make the decision yourself. In a lowered pitch, I said, and if not, don't. It was the advice of a barbarian, telling her to act like the tool she was. Even after hearing that, the knight's expression didn't change. However, she seemed to have at least taken the advice. In the awkward silence where the knight standing in front of the inspection office looked at me with sidelong glances, the woman finally broke her silence. Baron, you will regret today's decision. I was wondering what she was going to say. Unfortunately for her, I was used to that at this point too. Everyone always talked about how I would regret my choices whenever things didn't go their way. Oh, were you not a knight, but a fortune teller? I said innocently, agitating her even to the end. The woman glared at me with anger in her eyes before ordering the knights, let everyone through. That was one obstacle down. District 4, where the market city Camelby resided, had many shops and many people milling about. However, the District 4 we arrived at after coming through the inspection office was different from what I would have expected. The shops were all closed, and there wasn't a single person outside. Human woman, what's happening here? District 4 has been temporarily shut down for the safety of its residents. Would other districts have been shut down? Only District 4 has been shut down. Those words made me doubt my ears for a second. What? What she just said didn't make sense. District 3 was in contact with District 13, which had been taken over by Nork, and District 5 was directly next to District 7, yet neither of them was shut down. Only District 4, which is in contact with Different, got shut down? For safety reasons? Although it wasn't easy to accept, I didn't have the opportunity to ask for more details. You can hear the rest from the Prime Minister. Just as you said, I am not a person who can make these decisions myself. Prime Minister? Are we going to the Prime Minister right now? Correct. No matter what I asked after, the only other thing she would tell me was to go and ask the Prime Minister himself, so I ended the conversation there. After that, we formed a camp for the residents of Bifrin and the adventurers of District 7 in the square of District 4. She told us that it would take time to decide how we would be treated and that we needed to stay here until then. It's my first time seeing the free square empty like this in my life. Well, judging by the reactions of the others, they didn't seem to be dissatisfied with how the palace was treating them. Perhaps they were thinking this was the obvious treatment? Come here, Lord Baron. The Prime Minister is waiting for you. I'll be back. Emily, Versil, you two will be in charge here. With the situation in the square settled, I followed the Order of the Rose member. We arrived at a luxury mansion not too far from the square. The Prime Minister will contact you soon. Wait here for a moment. Perhaps I should have expected it. When we walked into the room, we found a communication crystal in the room rather than the presence of the Prime Minister himself. BZZT. After the female knight left, I was left alone in the room. Not long after, the magic crystal vibrated, and as I pressed the accept button, a familiar face appeared on the crystal. It has been a while, Baron Yondell. So it has. Marquis Syrian. Before we converse about our main topic, do understand that I wasn't able to meet you face to face. It is difficult for me to leave my station due to the war. Difficult? Don't make me laugh. How long would it take him to get here from Karnan? This man could also use the military magic circles as he pleased. I couldn't even snort at the shamelessness, but the words I spoke were different from what I felt. I understand, and it's not something I care much about, so don't worry. That's a relief to hear. So, did the expedition group sent to the underground floor all return? They have all safely returned to the city, and have finished their expedition report. We realized that you would be in District 7 thanks to them as well. I see. I usually didn't like having long preambles before the main topic, but I didn't mind this one. I decided to continue with the small talk since to obtain information. Then how did you know we were in Bifrin? We heard from our secret agents sent to District 7. You declared in front of everyone that you were going to Bifrin. Why did you do that? From what I heard, the enemy said they would allow you to pass without issue. Since this was a question I had expected, I answered without hesitation. How could I believe that they'd let us go? And from our conversation, I found out they're trying to use Bifrin to do something suspicious. Something suspicious? Did you perhaps learn something about that place? I've investigated it for a few days, but I unfortunately wasn't able to find anything. I see. In any case, since you are the one to tell me this, your lordship, I will inform the Strategy Council that the forces of Nork are planning something related to Bifrin. Oh, excellent. A moment of silence passed, and I used it to carefully transition into something I was curious about. How is Saintard doing? Sir Saintard is also safe. Due to his special ability, he woke up in that place without a problem, and we heard everything from him as well. Okay, so the village chief had returned alive as well. It would have been nice if something had gone wrong and he just ended up dead. On the topic of Sir Saintard, the Prime Minister continued, I heard that after he ended up in that state, you were the one to lead the expedition group. It somehow ended up like that. We all needed to make it out alive anyway. Good. Well done. You have contributed a great achievement. Oh, then can I get a promotion in my noble title? It is too early to discuss that. Although you will be awarded for your achievements during the expedition in the future, we are currently at war. Put another way, our rewards for our achievements would be given after we fought off the Norcan invasion. It was a plausible explanation. I didn't say much to push against it. Anyway, I think we got all the small talk out of the way. It was time to get to the main topic. However, the moment I went to say something, the Prime Minister beat me to it. By the way, from what I heard, you took in the residents of Bifron as your servants. Since this grandpa who liked getting straight to the point was talking in such a roundabout way, my actions probably did catch his attention a little. Have you thought about sending them back? He asked slyly. Send them back? Did I perhaps do something illegal? No, you haven't, but, from our position, it's not that welcoming to see them all come outside like that. You should know as well since you're a noble. Right, I would know since I was a noble. To dissect his words, he was hinting that I should let go of any personal feelings and work for the benefit of the palace since I was now a noble. Well, if I heard that before, I might have changed my mind, but it's too late now. I've already accepted them as my servants, so what can I do? You can kick them out again. Sorry, but I find it difficult to tell others off, so I don't think that'll be possible. The Prime Minister let out a baffled laugh at my answer. Do you? You know, I'm pretty sensitive and introverted. In any case, since it's not illegal, then it's not a problem. Stop talking about it. It's already been done. Your lordship, I am telling you this because I worry for you. Would worry. This guy would be the first to jump up in joy if I ended up dying. Thanks for your concern, but I'll take care of myself. He didn't respond. So, what are you thinking of doing with Bifron now? If dealing with the residents of Bifron was the Prime Minister's main topic, this was mine. What was the palace hoping to do with Bifron? I cannot leak military secrets like that, but it isn't something I need to hide from a baron like you, and it seems that you have suspected it somewhat as well. If you say I've suspected it already. That's right, he confirmed. We are going to blow up the entirety of Bifron, the moment the forces of Nork go into that area, that is. Although he was speaking with a calm tone, what he was saying was cold and brutal. Even though they were planning on blowing up Bifron, he had just told me to send back the residents of Bifron. What do these guys think a person's life is? I constantly thought that this was a brutal world, yet from an outsider's perspective, I was probably not so different from these guys. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Wait, were you planning on luring the Norcans there? I asked in surprise. Do you know what they are trying to do in Bifron? We don't know either. However, we expected they would flee to Bifron if we kept up our pressure. Although the Marquis told me he didn't know, I wasn't planning on just naively taking his word for it. From what I saw in the movement of the soldiers, neither the palace nor the Norcans were moving in a normal way. A secret he can't tell me. My curiosity only grew. In any case, that was the reason. The Marquis dismissed. That was also the reason that we tried to quickly extract you from Bifron the moment we heard you were there as well. To be honest, I couldn't understand that part. If I were in the Marquis's position, I would have blown me up with the Norcans and dismissed my life as collateral damage. Just why did they go out of their way to save me? Thankfully, that question was resolved a little bit with the following piece of conversation. Right, now that I think about it, I haven't told you this yet. I heard you have most of the goods obtained during the underground floor expedition, correct? I did. I confirmed in the past tense. You did. The Marquis tilted his head in confusion. However, he seemed to decide that it was a simple miscommunication as he continued. Leave the goods you obtained during the expedition in the room before you leave. They are all important pieces of the palace's property and will also be used to reward you later. I lowered my head. The loot we obtained from the underground floor. I never expected them to save me just for that. Why did you suddenly lower your head? Because I wasn't confident I could control my expressions if I met eyes with him. My apologies, Lord Marquis. I already used them all. Chapter 633, Reconstruction, 2. As I kept my head lowered after my apology, the Marquis asked me, apologies? For what? I didn't answer. Tell me. I truly do not understand. I got the feeling that showing him would be faster than telling him, so I began to take out the items I obtained during the basement floor 1 expedition. I then slowly piled them up in the room. Why did you suddenly stop? He demanded at a certain point. That's all. What do you mean? From what the reports said, you should have at least had over 100 magic vials with essences in them. Right, that, I did. Only then did the Marquis become speechless, realizing why I had been talking in the past tense. However, it appeared that he was at least curious about the reason. How did this happen? Lord Marquis, it seems that you are the type of person who pays more attention to the process than the outcome. I am saying this because you could be in a lot of trouble. Do not answer with jokes. Alright, then that was the extent of my messing around. I gave him the long-winded excuse I had prepared beforehand. Although I talked for quite a long time, uncharacteristic of a barbarian, my tirade could be summarized into one line. You needed to increase your strength to escape the city, and that is why you handed out the essences to the adventurers of District 7? All those precious essences. Yes, my goodness, this is beyond baffling. What's baffling about it? If we failed in our escape and got captured by our enemies, the essences would have been taken by them anyway. Then not quite under my breath, I muttered, yeah, isn't this better than having them fall into the hands of our enemy? I watched as the Marquis clutched at his sword through the magic crystal as if he had been struck by a bout of dizziness. This problem will need to be brought up again in the next palatial meeting. You have indeed saved the adventurers of District 7, your lordship. We'll need to discuss which between your achievements and your losses is greater. To summarize, they needed to investigate if what I told the Marquis was true or not. Well, even if they did investigate, they would just confirm my actions. So please don't cause any more incidents and stay still until the situation is resolved, he pleaded. His last words seemed to be not a formality, but a genuine comment for me. Got it. I'll stay put, so don't worry about me, it is the response I wanted, yet I find myself even more uneasy. That might be because you have a small heart, Lord Marquis. He looked dumbfounded. Was that the time to agree with him and try to console him? Since that wasn't a field I was proficient in, I pulled out a different topic of conversation. Oh, so what will happen to the adventurers and my servants in the district square right now? Are you going to keep them there? Though I'm sure it is uncomfortable, you'll need to stay there for the time being. The situation should settle in the next few days. Next few days? From the way he said it, he truly seemed to believe that everything would resolve itself by then. That didn't mean that I didn't believe it myself, of course. Since the second in command of the palace was saying it, he probably had some evidence to back up his beliefs. Got it. Then we'll stay there and wait for news. With that, our conversation ended and I immediately returned to the square. As I spent my days living with the people on the streets, time quickly passed. Did you all hear? It seems that the soldiers of the palace pressured the Norkans and most of the hostages have been freed. One day, I heard that the forces of Nork in District 7 and District 13 are being pushed by the soldiers of the palace. 2 days. District 13 has been completely liberated from their control. 3 days. Those damned dogs were pushed away from District 7 as well. I heard that they fled to Bifron. Yet, 4 days. Although the battle lines were pushed every day, we didn't hear any explosions from the side of Bifron. Rumble. But then, the 5th day came. What? Look at that. We were able to see it. Although I didn't know what the palace's plan was. Bifron's protective magic barrier turned black. It was clear that something had gone wrong. The final citadel of Raftonia. This huge city-state had the last sage's legacy, the protective magic circle, encompassing all its districts. Since the witch's poison was a lie, I had doubted the existence of the protective magic circle as well, but it does exist. With the arrow fired by Erwin not long ago, we confirmed the magic circle's existence. Because it was transparent, it wasn't visible to the naked eye, but the barrier firmly blanketed the entire city and separated it from the outside world. At this point, I don't know if it's protective or imprisoning. Whatever the case, that wasn't important right now. What's going on? Does anybody know? Is it because of the witch's poison? With a ground rumbling, the protective magic barrier surrounding Bifron was dyed black. It was how I imagined an alien invasion might appear when forming a barrier around a select area to cut it off from the outside world. There was a chance that this was the palace's original plan. Yet, Yandel, the movements of the army aren't normal. I got a feeling that wasn't the case. Wait here, I ordered. I'll go look into it. Sensing that something was wrong, I requested a meeting with the Prime Minister, but it was refused because he was busy, and it took me a few more days to finally get in contact with him. You look gaunt. The Prime Minister, who I was seeing for the first time in a bit, seemed to have lived a busy life as he looked a few kilograms thinner. Looks like things didn't go well. I questioned, the details are military secrets, so I cannot tell you, but you could say that. No, at least tell me a little bit. Look at how Bifron's ended up, you'll be able to hear about it when things settle down a little. You are also a noble of Raftonia. Still, to tell you one thing, the forces of Nork won't be exiting that area for the time being. That's a relief. To be honest, I thought I was going to go wild with curiosity to know what was happening, but I got the feeling that he wouldn't tell me anything no matter how much I asked, so I decided to give up for now. Then what will happen to us? I demanded. Do we need to keep staying here? You won't need to anymore. District 4 will also return to normal operations starting tomorrow. Then are we free to move around again? That's right. District 7 should be open right now, so you can go there if you wish. What about my servants from Bifron? Are there problems with them too? We had a deep discussion about that problem as well, but we decided to overlook it for the time being. However, that is only while you have them as your servants. And what happens when they stop being my servants? They will be executed. We cannot send them back to Bifron at present. Execution as soon as they stopped being my servants. Although they proposed such an extreme condition, considering how conservative the palace usually was, we were let off easily this time. Well, they probably had their own ideas as well. And since they will be living within the city now, they will also need to start paying taxes. I guess I should have seen that coming. How much do they need to pay? Their rate is the same as regular citizens. The underage will be exempt from taxes just the same. That was a bit of relief to hear, if not for the final bit added at the end. The Marquis said, seeming to realize something. Also, the residents of Bifron cannot take on jobs that require military training. I'll tell you this just in case you misunderstand, but that includes being an adventurer. To put it simply, I couldn't even get the talented ones to become adventurers to manage the rest of them. Could I give you a piece of advice as someone who has been in the position of Prime Minister for a long time? Go on, reduce them, as much as possible. I went silent. What's the point in having those useless people around? It was the type of advice I expected to receive from the Prime Minister. The city itself tended to treat those who couldn't pay taxes as useless and worthless, and the Marquis was the one who managed the overall finances of the state. The residents of Bifron would only look like trash in his eyes. Oh, thanks for the advice. I'll let it pass through one ear and out the other. The barbarian heart, however, wouldn't allow such nonsense to settle. After that, we exchanged a few more words before the Prime Minister left, saying he was busy. That was the end of our conversation. After returning to the square, I summoned the adventurers of District 7 and the residents of Bifron and headed into the destroyed District 7. In the end, we returned here like this. We ran to Bifron before living as refugees in District 4 before finally returning to District 7. They really messed this place up. It seemed that the news of the palace soldiers driving them out was true. The district looked incomparably more destroyed than when we first left it. The main road was turned to rubble as the collapsed buildings to its sides were marred with blood splatters and battle scars. The tents the soldiers had used weren't even packed up and were still set up. New. My shop. My shop. Mother. Here. Over here. You're safe. We encountered the residents of District 7, who could finally return after the district was opened up. Well then, we'll be going. Me too. I need to check if my home is still safe or not. Thank you for saving us. I will never forget this until the day I die, Lord Baron. With that, the District 7 adventurers slowly broke off and went their own ways, and I was left alone with my allies and the 8,712 residents of Bifron. Yandel, where are you going? I'm going to the Holy Land. I see. You do need to check how things are going there, Amelia said, understanding my position. In actuality, though, the reason I was heading to the Holy Land was completely different from what she expected. It was true that I was worried for them, but we need to find a place to sleep for today. If we couldn't find a place to sleep, we could just sleep on the streets of District 7, but I figured if we were going to do that, it would be better to sleep out in the open in the Holy Land. Well, that should have been the case, at least. Lord Jorn, as soon as I arrived at the Holy Land, I regretted coming. Why did you only return now? It's been a while. Shavanamor, have you been well? Let go of me first. I won't let go. What if you don't come back for months again if I let go? No, never. It seemed that Shavan, the administrator of our tribe, had been battered by work alone for the last few months, and even had maxed out her stress due to the invasion by Nork. Amelia used her professional voice and pulled her hand off of me. Let go of his hand, and we can talk after. Okay. Shavan seemed to regain her senses. If this was a boss battle, she was currently maxed out on stun. From my experience, that was the time to quickly put in my apologies. Shavan, I'm sorry, I really didn't know I would take this long to return. I understand the situation as well. I was quite worried myself. I'm sorry for worrying you. When the conversation seemed to be going in a more friendly direction, she suddenly cut me off. But what's with those people behind you? Shavan's eyes had landed on the 8,712 people standing awkwardly behind me. This was a problem. What should I say? Well, let's change the topic for now. So, how is the Holy Land? From what I can see, a lot has changed. While you were away, we completed about a quarter of our Holy Land development. Thanks to that, we have a lot of money as well. Oh, that's great to hear. I did notice how the roads were paved and the buildings were lined up well on the way here. So, who are those people? They are the residents of Bifron. They became our Yandel clan servants. All of them. At those eyes that asked what crap I was spewing, even I couldn't help but become quieter. There was a situation. Shavan was lost for words, as she became a little uneasy before carefully asking me this question. So why did you bring them here? Those servants. They don't have anywhere to stay, so I'm thinking of letting them stay in the Holy Land for the time being. Wow, I see. Shavan nodded sarcastically as she asked, Then what about the land those people will use? The food they will eat? What about our budget? About that. The financial minister would need to take care of that. So to translate it into the language here, the head administrator can take care of that, head administrator. Shavin Amor tilted her head in confusion, as if to ask if a position like that existed in the clan. I tapped her shoulder as I said, yeah, head administrator, you just got promoted. Chapter 634, Reconstruction, 3. Let's talk about Boss A. After assigning you a burdensome task, he disappeared for half a year, and when that boss finally returned, he brought back 8,712 times the work for you to do. How would you, as the subordinate, feel? Shavin Amor, standing before me, was struggling with this exact dilemma. Her hands were shaking. Her eyes were filled with rage as they glared at me. Killing intent? How could a normal civilian exude this much killing intent? It came as a genuine surprise to me. So, I think I'm going to quit. Before she could finish that word, I quickly cut her off. Shavin, calm down for a moment. If you aren't here, our clan will be destroyed. If it's going to be destroyed just because I leave, then doesn't it deserve to be destroyed? Oh, she technically wasn't wrong. Think about our relationship, right? I reasoned. Haven't I treated you well? Then are you saying I haven't done well for you? No, that's not what Family culture was one of the characteristics of a small to mid-sized business. However, I decided to give up trying to appeal to her loyalty. I knew better than anyone what a small business needed to do to resolve its human resources shortage. Talks of morality weren't the tool to hold on to people trying to leave the family. Double. Yet, I will pay you double the salary you are being paid now. At the prospect of an explosive increase in her salary, the cold and hardened expression of Shavin slowly started to crack. Did you really think something like that would be enough too? It was time to continue my combo attack, not just for the future. She shot me a dubious look. I'll even count the time you spent alone here, working for the Holy Land while I was away, and double the pay for that time as well. The promise of a bonus made my soon-to-leave subordinate's eyes flash open. She seemed tempted by the deal, as she couldn't immediately give me an answer. Then, I could tell from her expression that I had resolved this situation. I didn't press her further and instead silently waited for an answer from her. Do it. Her voice was as quiet as an insect's. What? I asked. I'll do it. That head administrator position or whatever. Shavin shouted like someone pushed to the edge of all logic before her face flushed red in embarrassment. She rushed to make an excuse, tacking on, well, you know, I'm at the age when I need to prepare for marriage, you see. The reason came as a complete surprise to me. Oh, at the age to prepare? Aren't you well past that? From what I knew, she was going to be 40 in a few years. Maybe that would fly in the modern era, where the martial age was always being pushed back, but for this culture and society, she was definitely too. That's true, Amelia interjected, choosing that moment to nod in agreement. It's about that time for you. I was glad I didn't say anything. Head administrator, Shavin Amor. As one who obtained the highest positional authority of administration today, she displayed that she was truly fit for the role. We have land that was set for auctioning off next year. Since it's just there, waiting, we might as well house that many people. It will be a little crowded, however. As if she had never planned on quitting in the first place, Shavin quickly moved the 8,712 refugees like she had planned for this from the start. The roofs over their heads will be the problem, but since we have a few materials prepared already, we should be able to whip up something to deal with that problem. You can build something for them that quickly? I mean, it's still a lot of people. Will it really be possible? Of course. You've been away for a while now, so you might not know, but barbarians are born to be laborers. I'm starting to think they're better at that than being warriors. What? As the chieftain of the barbarians, I felt slightly offended, but when I saw the results, I couldn't help but agree. Baal, as if each were trying to prove themselves worth 100 warriors apiece, the barbarian warriors let out their battle cries while propping up huge logs by themselves. In the middle there, you need to put it there to make the house strong, like our muscles. On top of that, since it was a trend in the Holy Land to build one's own home, they were pretty skilled at construction as well. Well, it still wasn't as impressive as the dwarves. There, it's crooked. I can't be bothered, just put it up. Alright. Such was the limit of one's birthright, perhaps. With their masterwork mindset, the details created by the dwarves using their acclaimed metallurgic engineering and construction techniques were still impossible to replicate. It's fast, right? Yet, however, when all the barbarians of the Holy Land worked together, the speed of construction was second to none. At the pace they were going, I estimated that all the shacks needed for the refugees would be completed in just a few days. Well, with their quality, I don't think the houses will last a year. Still, thanks to that, I realized something. Barbarians are cost efficient. The cost efficiency wasn't just good, either. It was fantastic. Very easy to acquire manpower. Bodily stats that allowed for one person to work the job of many people at once. And most importantly, they don't complain. Even when they weren't paid much, they just accepted and rolled with it. There was no point in getting offended over Shavan's comment about how they were born to be laborers workers. That didn't even begin to describe how good they were. Surely, the barbarian warriors were the greatest workers of this era. Yandel. As chills ran over me at this discovery, someone called me from behind. It was a familiar voice. Rottmiller. It's been a while. I wanted to come find you earlier, but it seemed that you were busy. Why are you in the Holy Land? I asked because I was genuinely curious, but Rottmiller just looked back at me with a confused expression as if I had asked him something nonsensical. Yandel, it's because of you. You asked me to teach the young warriors of the Holy Land my exploration skills. That was true. Honestly, I was just sorry, I said sheepishly. A lot of things have happened recently, so I forgot about it. It's understandable. You don't have to apologize. You came across your fair share of major events yet again. Thanks for saying that. In any case, have you been staying in the Holy Land since that day? Yes, unless I had something specific I needed to do in the city. Teaching the young warriors brought me some satisfaction as well, and the job actually suits me quite well. Oh, really? I'm not just saying that, either. I'm serious. Thanks to the skills I taught them, they returned alive from the labyrinth, and whenever they hand me a stonebird as thanks, my heart feels full. But then, Rottmiller suddenly trailed off before he cleared his throat with an embarrassed expression. Ahem. In any case, I've been living a decent life, so you don't have to worry about me. I see. And these days, after my obligations are fulfilled, I have some energy to spare, so I'm helping with the administration. The administration. Ms. Emor was having a difficult time. I can't really let such a young friend take on such a difficult responsibility by herself. Shavan Emor, young. Did you not know? She's about 2 years younger than me. Of course, age isn't that important. Even though she is 2 years younger, she has accomplished much more than I have. As he said that, Rottmiller let out a sort of self-deprecating chuckle. I watched the breath leave him, and then like a bolt from the blue, realization struck me. Was the reason Shavan is preparing for marriage? Despite my curiosity, I held back from doing anything tactless like asking him what their relationship was. The two of them could sort that out themselves. They weren't children. Right, Rottmiller said. Yandel, do you happen to know what happened in Bifrin? Although no one is making it obvious, everyone is quite worried. I'll tell you that when I hear about it later. I don't know much right now myself. I see. Rottmiller and I chatted about a few other things for around 30 more minutes before Shavan came to find me. Mr. Bjorn. Mr. Rottmiller, you were here as well. Good to see you, Ms. Emor. I completed the survey operation you requested yesterday and was on my way back when I met Yandel here. We got to talking for a bit. Really? So you're already done with the survey? There's no reason to delay it. I know very well that you are busy too, Ms. Emor. Yes, I'm always grateful, Mr. Rottmiller. Shavan hid a ladylike smile behind her hand as she spoke with Rottmiller. It really seems like there is something going on here. Although my intuition as a warrior was saying so, it wasn't something I needed to care about, so I changed the topic. Shavan, so why were you looking for me? Look at me, getting distracted. A few letters came for you in the morning. 3 of them, at that. 3 of them. When I took the letters from Shavan and checked them, I noticed they all came from different sources. One is from the palace, the other is from Melbeth, and the last, I couldn't tell. What was this? As I stood there, thinking it over for a moment, Shavan explained, that seal means this is an official document of the races. With the period we are in, there is a high possibility it's a notice about the races summit. The races summit. That reminded me. There was supposed to be an event where the leaders of each of the 6 races gathered to have a meeting. I should have gone to one of them by now, but because I was locked on the underground floor against my will, I ended up missing out on it. Did the meetings open while I was gone as well? I asked. From what I know, it hasn't. I heard it's tradition to hold a meeting only when all its members can participate. I see. With that question resolved, I went through the other letters and read through them. Thankfully, all of them were for official matters, and could be summarized like so. 1. Notice of an invitation to attend the palatial meeting. 2. Melbeth regular meeting attendance request. 3. Race's summit letter of consent. Maybe it was because I was both a chieftain and a baron. When I received letters like this, I felt like a high-ranking politician. Honestly, that expression probably wasn't too far from the truth. Well, after checking the senders of the letters and their contents, Shavan let out an exclamation of awe before mumbling something in my direction. You really do look like someone important with all these things here. It sounded like a compliment, but I sensed an undercurrent of something hiding beneath. What did you say? No, it's nothing, she quickly denied. It's just amazing that someone who gets letters like this is standing in front of me. Sure, I granted, feeling a little embarrassed before focusing back on the contents of the letters. So, what are you going to do? Shavan asked. What do you mean? 3 different places sent you 3 pretty similar letters. Are you going to attend all of them? I should. They're all official matters. Then which one are you going to go first? Oh, that? Unfortunately, That wasn't something I had control over. Let's see. The fastest one. I held up one of the letters. This one is the earliest. The Non-Human Noble Alliance. It was the invitation to Melbeth's regular meetings. Since it had been a long while since I had last been in the city, there were many things I needed to get done. However, if I had to single out one of those things to resolve first and foremost, it was this one. Although it wasn't a quest that was originally on my schedule. Use the refugees living in the barbarian Holy Land and earn money. All the refugees ended up becoming my servants. And under the palatial law, the servants of the noble house couldn't work another job to earn money either. Well, I probably could keep it a secret and make them work elsewhere, but as things stood, I needed to lay low so I wouldn't be investigated. I couldn't risk getting all 8,712 people a second job to work without getting caught. I need to make money to cover their tax expense for next year. That was the biggest hurdle. If I were a great noble within industry, I could send them to work in my business to earn money, but I didn't have anything like that. What can I do? Surprisingly, the solution to that thread of problems revealed itself in the regular meeting of Melbeth. The next topic of discussion is the reconstruction of District 7 and District 13. As you all know, the palace has declared it will select 3 noble businesses to handle the reconstruction. As there are a lot of gains to be had, many noble houses will try to take the contract, and our Melbeth is also planning on sending a noble house to support. With that, I propose we allow the house of Count Goldberg, with his many different construction businesses, to serve as our liaison for this contract. Unless any house wishes to object, we will immediately go to vote. I uncrossed my arms and immediately stood up. I object. I needed my house to be the one to go. Chapter 635, Reconstruction, 4. Once I stood and declared my objection as if I had been waiting for that very moment, I received the attention of the leaders of each house present in the meeting. You object. Even Viscount Black, the one who arranged the meeting location and was hosting the meeting itself, trailed off in shock. I could understand where they were coming from. After proving to the other members that I was alive and earning myself a lot of attention and scrutiny, I didn't pay much attention to the meeting and, instead, went to sleep in the corner. Everyone would be wondering what I was up to with this motion. What's with the response? I said in mock defense. I only spoke up because you asked you if we had any objections. Is there a problem? No, that's not the case. We, Melbeth, respect the voice of all houses. Then that's good. Since I got permission from the host, I declared my intentions without hesitation. Count Goldberg isn't the best person to manage the construction this time. Pardon. Now the other houses joined the Viscount in astonishment at my apparent blockheadedness. I mean, their reactions were to be expected. Count Goldberg was the only count among the 32 houses here and also the de facto deputy leader of Melbeth. That alone was enough to have him represent Melbeth, and since he had many construction-related businesses to his name, I had to agree that he was the best suited for this position as well. Viscount Black began. Then are you perhaps of the opinion that we shouldn't include ourselves in this construction order? No, we must join it, I argued. This is an opportunity to get a lot of money, so we can't just sit by and do nothing. Then the reason you objected to the motion, it's simple. Although House Goldberg isn't a bad choice, there is a much better option available to us. A much better option. And who would that be? The Viscount asked with genuine confusion. I declared loud and proud while pointing to myself with my thumb. It's my Yondell barony. Why was no one saying anything? Shouldn't they be asking why I was so confident right about now? In the end, I couldn't help but do my own PR move. However, with how I was going about it, it started to feel more like I was a student campaigning to become class president. If House Yondell joins the construction effort, all the barbarian warriors join in too. Although you may not know, we barbarians are greater workers than the dwarves. Even though I was trying my best to sell my side, the flow of conversation was broken by someone's snort. I looked around to see who it was, only to find a dwarf sitting on his chair twirling his beard. It was my opponent for this lot, Count Goldberg. Why are you laughing? My apologies. I am not trying to insult the barbarians. It's just a little funny. What about it is funny? I asked pointedly with a cold voice. Count Goldberg seemed flustered for a split second before he hit it with a smirk. He then stared me down with a confident expression. Whether it's the field of construction or anything else, there is no way the barbarians can be better than the dwarves. No. Look at this damn racist. I saw red for a second. However, knowing that the first to get angry would be the loser, I barely kept my cool as I said, Can't be better? Can't you tell just by our heights? No dwarf can ever come close to a barbarian. Dwarves were sensitive about their short height. They always rationalized it away by directing attention toward their purported other talents, but the very attempt to rationalize it away already meant that they themselves considered it a weakness. He went silent for a moment before trying to laugh it off. If height were everything, why are you the only barbarian to have ever become a noble? Although he was smiling calmly, I could tell that his pride had taken quite a hit, so it was time to damage it a little more. Oh, interesting. So if you've been living and eating well for a long time now, then why are you still so short? Haha. Oh, do you sometimes do this too, Lord Count? I still get confused between dwarves and goblins. They both have the same height, right? I guess you might not know because you've never been in the labyrinth. Do you know just how similar you and the goblins are? Oh, Baron Yondell, a voice interjected. Please calm down. Calm down? I think the person who needs to calm down is that count over there. Look how his beard is trembling. Which reminds me, why do the dwarves always grow out their beards? It's not like you'll get taller the longer your beards get. The count slammed the table with his fist and got up from his seat, finally erupting from his silent, shivering anger. I will not overlook this rudeness any longer. Of course, even when standing, he didn't get that much taller. This is why we need to confiscate shares from all the dwarves, I thought with a click of my tongue. I asked the table-flipping dwarf as nonchalantly as possible. So what if you won't overlook it? What are you going to do? Challenge me to a duel? It may be obvious, but there was only one answer the dwarf could give to my powerful taunt. How barbaric. He could only avoid it by insulting me. But that only amused me more. Why? Isn't that why you guys brought me on? So that I can fight the other nobles whenever they ignore us. Even then, I rejected you. I'm pretty sure the vote back then was unanimous. That's because we've already talked it out beforehand. Oh, then are you the type who can't even speak your mind if your opinion differs from the group's? I mean, with how small you are, you must have no guts either. Baron Yondell, someone shouted with the heat of a raging bull. As I went to insult the count one more time, it was someone even I couldn't afford to openly ignore. It was the grandpa who was in the position of leader of Melbeth, Takuo beat. He was a black bear and held the title of Viscount. Although I hadn't had many conversations with him, I had a pretty decent impression of him, my mind's eye picturing his ever-present smile and his always polite way of addressing me. From what I heard from the Rabbit Baroness, he was well regarded among all the Melbeth members too. I heard that he had never let his anger show before. It's no joke, seeing him get angry after he sat there in the corner, smiling away the entire time. Even Count Goldberg flinched as the leader let out his enraged roar. The Viscount then continued to shout while looking at all of us. Never forget why we gather here. We can only survive if we stick together. Wow, he had a powerful voice. I mean, I figured it was because he was a black bear. His size was comparable to mine. After all, a difference in opinion? That's fine. However, I will not sit by and watch as you squabble amongst ourselves. Understood. Count Goldberg was slow to respond. I seem to have gotten overexcited. My apologies, your lordship. Why aren't you answering? Baron Yondell, I will be careful. When I also conceded ground, the leader's anger dissipated, snuffed out as if it had never been before. A peaceful smile returned to his face. Then could I continue with what I was saying? I asked innocently. And by continue, I was cut off because someone interrupted before. I was explaining why we needed to choose my Yondell barony. Yes, so you were. Please, continue. I then continued my explanation like someone who had prepared a slideshow presentation. I explained how they were the best workers. I talked about their efficiency and cost, and I also mentioned the 8,712 residents of Bifron I could employ. So you're saying the barbarian warriors can build houses that well? The houses aren't as detailed or sturdy as the ones the dwarves can make, but they're quick with it. As I gave a bit of humbled praise to the dwarves, I glanced at Count Goldberg to see him clear his throat with flushed cheeks. It certainly didn't look like it minded the praise. Our operating speed is not slow either. However, since he felt the need to throw that bit in, I could tell that he was the type who just hated losing. Even so, I think that for this reconstruction effort, the palace is looking for a speedy recovery over a larger area. That makes sense. That's why I suggested that I should be the representative for the contract. There is definitely some logic to that. After the briefing ended, the members were split in their reactions. A few people seemed persuaded by my presentation, but they still doubted whether I was telling the truth. But all you've brought us is your words, Baron Yondell. We haven't seen their proficiency in construction yet. Then how about we do a contest? Bring the dwarves and barbarians together, and make them build. You'll then give them marks based on the results, and if I lose, I will concede this position without protest. The host looked a little surprised when I suggested the contest be held in a pub or other public spot. Then he turned to look at Count Goldberg. They were waiting for an answer from him. However, as seen before, and as seen with his height, this guy wasn't mature enough even as the adult he was. Alright, let's compete. Thus, the contest was set. After the contest was agreed upon by both parties, the members of the meeting all naturally glanced at one person. It was the leader of the meeting, still sitting in the corner. How would the leader react to our suggested contest after we had a shouting match not long ago? Although everyone was worried, his reaction was more refreshing than expected. Sure, this is much better. I will secure a place to hold this contest and contact you later. But do promise that the loser of the contest will recognize the winner when all is said and done. I will swear on my warrior's honor, and I will also swear on my hammer. Alright, then that problem was dealt with. Now that one of the early topics had taken up so much time, the host, Viscount Mariblack, quickly resumed the meeting. Then we'll end the discussion for the reconstruction with that and proceed with the next topic. The reconstruction contract wasn't an important point for these guys. I mean, it was just for earning money, right? Only a new house like mine needed to care that much about finances. These nobles had been around for a few hundred years, a few thousand for a few of them. They all had enough money. Our next topic will be an open discussion about the Norcan invasion and the state of Bifron. When the new topic was announced, the expression of all the house heads hardened as they sat up in their seats. They looked much more serious compared to when we were discussing choosing a representative for the construction contract. We hope to share information freely with each other, discuss circumstances that others may not be aware of, and come to a few conclusions that are helpful for all through this discussion. A few house heads who had remained silent since the beginning of the meeting spoke up with passionate voices and shared their opinions. There is a snippet going around that the palace knew about the invasion. I obtained this from a trustworthy informant. I'll just say that this information hasn't been confirmed yet, but there's talk that the Norcans have messed with a protective magic circle in Bifron. Oh, how could those bastards touch the legacy of the great sage? As this part of the meeting didn't have a set endpoint, the discussion continued for a while, and naturally, I received a lot of questions. Do you happen to know anything more, Baron Yondell? That's right. Weren't you the closest among us when the incident occurred? You are the only person who went to District 7 in Bifron. They looked at me expectantly, but unfortunately, I didn't know much either. I knew that the movement of the Norcans and the palace was suspicious, but I couldn't really say that here without any evidence to back it up. I don't know either. The house heads looked disappointed at my honest answer. However, they seemed to accept it somewhat either way. I see. Well, there was no way for even you to know something, Lord Baron. The palatial meeting this time will definitely discuss this. We can only wait for information from that side, but we'll only be able to hear the small things in the end. The most important pieces of information will never reach us. In the end, they'll again monopolize the benefits that could be gathered from this incident. For some reason, the mood suddenly turned for the worse. Everyone had a dark expression on their face. At that, I couldn't help but tilt my head a little. Oh, if it's about that, I could tell you about it in a few days. The house heads met my confusion with their own. What do you mean, Baron Yondell? One asked. Just as I said. Haha, just as you said? Well, you speak as if you received an invitation to the meeting. I did. Since it wasn't something I needed to hide, I confidently said it aloud. However, it seemed the members here couldn't ignore those words. A moment of silence passed before the place erupted with shouts. What? Lord Baron, is that true? My goodness, someone from Melbeth was invited to the palatial meeting. It suddenly turned into a ruckus. Is this the first time in 600 years? Someone breathed. How had these guys not been able to do anything for the last few hundred years? I was honestly baffled. Your lordship, Lord Baron, tell us, just how did you receive the invitation? The underground floor. Is it because of your expedition into basement floor 1? No, perhaps it was due to his accomplishment of saving the adventurers of District 7. My naturally competitive nature as a warrior was telling me this. Lord Baron, say something. Thirsty, I'm suddenly thirsty. Is there anything here to drink? It was now my turn. Chapter 636, Reconstruction, 5. The palatial meeting was a meeting comprised of the city's most influential nobles and the highest-ranking military personnel. It oversaw the direction of the city going forward. In essence, the meeting could be called the core of noble authority. It may be obvious, but joining in on one of these meetings was incredibly difficult. It was one of the reasons that Countess Rana Peperick received so much attention in noble society. Never before had a noble house with so little footing in society been invited to the palatial meeting so soon after its titling. To be fair, the Prime Minister had backed her in the end. But anyway, I didn't realize that not a single person from Melbeth was invited to the meeting. Honestly, with 32 houses gathered in Melbeth, I thought they would have at least one seat, but it seemed it wasn't so. Maybe it was another case of subtle racial discrimination. Either way, it was currently working in my favor. The room fell silent when I declared that I was thirsty. No one had a clue how to respond. While everyone sat twiddling their thumbs, one noble in the corner spoke up. Lad, could you go outside and tell them to brew tea for us? Tell them to put a lot of ice in it to cool it as quickly as possible. He was making sure I was aware he was the one who gave the order. With that, the situation settled immediately. The one who made that call was the leader of Melbeth. Pardon? Yes, your lordship. One of the barons sitting next to the leader went out of the meeting room and gave an order to the servants before returning. Hand it to him over there, the baron ordered. I didn't know how they trained their servants, but one returned in the blink of an eye with tea. The ice inside clinked as he set it down in front of me. It was the iced tea of this era, though there was a definite difference from the sweet, modern version I drank in the internet cafes. It's not bad. As I took a big gulp and enjoyed its refreshing temperature and scent, the leader took it upon himself to ask me, "All right, then could you now tell us?" You say that, but I don't even know what you want me to say. Then how about this? Lord Baron, is it true that you received an invitation to the palatial meeting? It is. I was resting in the Holy Land when I got this letter not long ago. Since it had come to this, I even took out the summons and showed it to the members present. Astonishment overcame them all anew. Of course, not one of them here would think that I was lying or anything like that. It's true. The palace's seal is on it. Your seat is one of the ones on the end, but still, they must have felt the shock once more when they saw the proof with their own eyes. So, is that all you wanted to ask? As I worded any other questions, in a way a barbarian would say it, the leader of the meeting took a moment to digest his surprise before carefully asking the next question. Did you, perhaps, decide to work together with the palace now, Lord Baron? That's an odd question. What do you mean, work together with them now? Aren't we all subjects of the palace? The words were completely and utterly empty. However, there was nothing else I could say about that. The leader seemed to recognize his mistake as well, as he quickly changed the question. Then I will ask again. I understand that this may be a rude question. It's fine, so just ask me. After the city had recovered, what promise did you receive from the palace when you met with them privately? Even a dull barbarian like me could realize what the leader was worried about. He was worried about losing manpower, uneasy about the prospect that I would abandon Melbeth and join the mainstream, the palace. I wouldn't say he needed to be so openly worried about it, though. Hesitating, I asked, why do you think I did? You acted as if you had during this meeting. You wanted to receive the rewards for the reconstruction contract, and when we asked you about the information regarding basement floor 1, you said you would tell us later. Oh, that? I guess it would look like that from their perspective. I wasn't planning on leaving Melbeth to settle down somewhere else. I liked the vibe and nature of this group, and the fact that this was a meeting of non-humans who were discriminated against by others worked in my favor as well. However, the reason I didn't share information about the underground floor was that I didn't know what type of deal the palace would propose later. I think there's been a misunderstanding, so I will say this. I did not make any promises or deals with the palace. Then the palatial meeting. I don't know. I received it without any prior warning. It was the truth. Before I got the summons, I didn't have any private calls with the Marquis or anything along those lines. Thankfully, the leader seemed to believe me. I see. Did that answer your question? It did. I was worried at first, but it now seems that the palace has finally admitted it. Admitted what? That you are already a resident key to maintaining the condition of the city, Lord Baron. The leader's eyes burned fiercely as he said it. I could see a level of passion that I hadn't seen before. I could also sense a bit of possessiveness, as if you were saying he would never let me go. It's a bit overwhelming, but logically, this was a very positive turn of events. The other 31 houses of Melbeth staunchly supported me. That was the final goal I could strive for in Melbeth. I see, I said instead. The passion in the leader's eyes instantly cooled. That is the end of my questioning. Viscount Mariblack, you may proceed with the meeting. Pardon? Yes, understood. With that, the host continued the meeting, and everyone shared their opinions while keeping me and the leader in mind. However, even as they did, the leader didn't say anything more until the meeting's end. What is it? Is this a push and pull tactic or something? After being on the receiving end of that intense gaze, I felt a little awkward, given the situation. It didn't take long for me to realize that the leader had just been holding back those emotions. However, then, I truly thank all the house heads here for attending the meeting. With that, this meeting will conclude. The meeting had ended and I was about to leave as well. Lord Baron, could you stay behind for a moment? When I shot a look of question at the leader, he offered, the tea of Viscount Mariblack is quite nice. It was noble speak for let's stay and talk. Well, sure, I agreed, staying behind. The other nobles also noticed what was going on and left without saying much. The tea will be sent to you when it is ready. Please take your time. Even Viscount Mariblack, the host of today's meeting, left us alone to have a quiet moment to ourselves. Baron Yondell, that fierce light in the leader's eyes returned. They were so full of energy and passion that it didn't fit his graying age. However, even while making those emotions known, his voice remained calm. What do you think about Melbeth, Baron Yondell? So he was starting light. I think it's a good place, I said lightly and kind. The people are fine too. Even when you clashed with Count Goldberg, conflicts are bound to happen when people meet other people. Everyone lives like that. Something like that happening doesn't mean I now hate the Count or anything like that. That's relieving to hear. Since he had tested the waters a little, it was now my turn to test him. Your lordship, what about you? What do you think about Melbeth? It was as if he never expected me to ask that question. Haha, what do I think of Melbeth, you ask? He took a moment to think about how to respond before answering so candidly that it left even me, a barbarian, a little blindsided. I think that they are a bunch of rabble-rousers. What? It was a shocking choice of words, all the more unbelievable for having come from the leader of Melbeth himself. Why? He challenged. Did you want me to say something positive? Something like how we can do anything just as we have done before, or we are stronger than all else if we work together? Not really, but I didn't expect you to answer so honestly. In truth, you are the first I am sharing my inner thoughts with. Baron Yondell, these are words that must never be spoken to another. The leader's face, which always had a gentle smile on it, looked shadowed today for some reason. It seemed that he had been under a lot of stress. So what do you mean that we're rabble-rousers? What else is there to say? Even after thousands of years, the number of non-human noble houses hasn't increased, and the orthodox houses continue to increase their foothold on power. Although the ones who remain and who have nowhere to go have gathered together as one, we haven't truly become one either. The leader expelled those words as if to vent his suppressed feelings. Most importantly, do you know the biggest difference between us and other groups? He continued. It is that we do not have a uniting core to truly bring the members together. If it's that, aren't you as the leader filing that role? Do you truly believe that, Lord Baron? Well, he did seem to be in some position of respect. But if this Gramps proposed a vision for the group to work toward, I got the feeling that the other 31 houses wouldn't readily follow after him. When I just stayed silent, he smirked. With things as they are, even if the individual houses strengthen their ties and the individuals within them grow more powerful, it doesn't change the fact that we are an unorganized mess, because we don't have a central, uniting core. That's right. No matter how many corn kernels you had, you could never get popcorn unless heat was applied. I began to understand what the leader was trying to say. To be honest, our Melbeth is too small of a nest to take you in properly, Baron Yondell, I think you're the only person who thinks like that. Haha, everyone subconsciously knows it. They just refuse to accept it because it conflicts with their own priorities. But I don't even have land right now. It's too early to think like that. However, you possess more servants than any other person in this city. From what I can see, you are not a bird looking for a nest, Baron Yondell. You are a bird who builds his own nest. The leader continued with words of praise. You are the chieftain of an entire race, and a baron as well. You are also one of the most famous adventurers in the city, and from what the rumors suggest, you are a skilled individual who could go head-to-head with the strongest in the world. He technically hadn't said anything wrong yet, but I believe that you are underestimating yourself too much, Lord Baron. Without their noble ranks, who among the 31 houses here could compete with you? I got it, so stop complimenting me. Just say what you want to say. I also understand that it is laughable for me to say this to a baron who had joined Melbeth only a short while ago. However, if I lose this opportunity, we will spend another few thousand years waiting around without purpose. The leader directed those blazing eyes at me. Lord Baron, become the core of our Melbeth. Although it had come earlier than I expected, this was the final goal I wanted to achieve. Better a snake's head than a dragon's tail, and I would try and ascend from this snake into a true dragon. It was the reason I had ignored the offers of the other forces and joined Melbeth too. However, before I agreed, there was one thing I needed to ask first. So, your lordship, what's your goal? What do you want to accomplish after expanding Melbeth? This was an important question that needed to be answered first whenever you were dealing with others. What did the other person want? The leader let out a defeated chuckle before answering without even taking the time to think. My hope is that I can one day look down at those human nobles and say this, befitting the weak race you are, don't act up. This Gramps was more aggressive than I realized. After opening up to me about his extreme and radical opinions, the leader offered me a few pieces of advice. If you agree to my suggestion, our Melbeth and our well-beat Viscountcy will advocate for and support you with our full might. I want to hear what you mean by advocate for and support with your full might, including letting the Yondell barony take on this reconstruction contract. We will help in acquiring land for your noble house and the construction of your mansion. And, if we ever need to vote for something, the 31 houses of Melbeth will all vote with you. Outside of that, if there is anything that is obstructing your work, we will all work together to eliminate it from your path. Oh, that was pretty good. However, there is a condition. Well, I did wonder why he was being so generous. I did my best to hide my disappointment and asked, what is this condition? Speak. It doesn't matter who it is. My mind went blank as soon as I heard what he said next. But get married to someone and quickly have a son. I never expected that to be the condition. Chapter 637, Political Schemes. 1. Get married and have a son. As soon as I heard the condition, my composure broke. In hindsight, however, I definitely should have expected such a condition from the leader Gramps. Baron Yondell, what you have accomplished in the last few years is something no other hero could even attempt to emulate. That is something neither I nor anyone else can deny. However, after taking a short pause, the leader flicked his finger. It wouldn't be so strange a thing for that legacy to disappear at a moment's notice. House Yondell didn't have a successor yet. To put it simply, as soon as I died, my barony would turn into a fallen noble house. Even I could see how that would play out. I didn't even have any relatives at all, let alone children. If something bad were to happen to you, the Yondell barony would vanish with you that day. Most of your belongings would be repossessed by the national treasury as well. That would certainly be the primary problem the old leader needed to be wary of before he lent me his full and proper support. Something like the bare minimum level of risk assessment he needed to take on. His plan would fall apart as soon as something untoward happened to me, but if the barony could remain, From the perspective of Melbeth, which only needed a certain minimum number of houses to sustain itself, it was a loss they could afford. What if I say I'm not planning on getting married anytime soon? Then I will regretfully have to retract my offer. If a condition of this level cannot be fulfilled, then not even I will be able to persuade the other houses. I had been prodding him a bit to get an answer, but his response was more clear-cut than I expected. There was no room for negotiation here. However, our house of Viscount Welby will still support you. However, as I stated, we will need to postpone acquiring the full support of the entirety of Melbeth to a later time. Since I needed some time to think, I just responded with a nod. At that, the leader added a few words of assurance. Also, your successor doesn't have to be a barbarian. Due to the nature of Melbeth, we hope that they aren't a human, but I would not dare restrict even that. It is of higher importance that your barony does not go over to the palace in its entirety. To dissect his words, it didn't matter if I married a barbarian or not. Of course, taking a woman of your race as a wife would be the best option. If your firstborn inherits your blood in its full, it will decrease any quarrel for succession when you end up having more children. Maybe it was because this Gramps had lived in noble society until his hair started to gray. Rather than think that he was interfering too much, I found that his advice only made me see him as a rational, unreasonable person. Even so, I said, I will deal with that problem myself. May I interpret that as you taking my suggestion to heart? I'm saying I'll think about it. It was an incredibly evasive response that left me with multiple avenues of escape. Very uncharacteristic of a barbarian. I see. However, the old man seemed to be satisfied even with that as he smiled. If you perhaps do not have anyone suitable, my granddaughter. Look at this, Grandpa. It's fine, I quickly interrupted. If you do not want a beast woman, I could ask after the daughters of other houses for you. I told you it's fine. As I let out a loud sigh, the old leader's eyes flashed with a different light. They weren't eyes of disappointment at having received an answer he didn't want. So you do have someone? Someone who came to mind when I gave you my advice. With that, the leader gave a gentle smile and nodded. That is enough for today. You really couldn't ignore age and experience. And so, our talk about marriage came to a close. With that point addressed, a servant opened the door and entered with tea like they had been waiting. We shifted topics as we enjoyed our drinks. Lord Baron, have you perhaps checked on the state of the Yondell barony being constructed in District 7? I have. It was a terrifying sight just thinking back on it. Seeing how the roofing had been neatly put in place, I could tell the house was just about to be completed, if it had not been destroyed catastrophically in the invasion, of course. Somehow, my move-in date got delayed again. Just when was the Yondell estate finally going to get built? Although hopelessness bit at me, I decided to stay positive about it. If construction had finished according to the original layout, the house would have been pretty cramped as things were now. Since it has come to this, how about you buy up some of the neighboring land as well? Your house has increased in size by a certain margin. After all, I probably will have to do that. But didn't you offer to buy me land because you knew I needed it? Haha, it is not easy to read your mind, Baron Yondell. I only wanted to make sure. Just ask me directly next time. That's easier for the both of us. Oh, if you say so. How much more land do you want? With our current standing, we should be able to buy the land at a considerably more reasonable price. We then shared a bit more small talk and discussed smaller matters to pass the time. Please inform me as soon as you come to a decision. If we want you to have a grand marriage ceremony, it will require a fair bit of preparation. After wrapping up my private discussion with the leader, I went outside and took the carriage back to the Holy Land. I was spaced out looking out the window the entire time. Marriage. It was something I had never thought about before. No, I did actually think about it a few times, but I quickly dismissed the thought, judging it wasn't appropriate for the moment. Of course, there was exactly one time when I had truly considered it, but it ultimately didn't end well. I sighed, feeling a headache coming on. It wasn't like my chest felt tight, but I couldn't help but keep sighing. It was as if I were looking at a huge mountain I knew I would need to climb at some point. Marriage, marriage, marriage. That one word the old leader had dropped on me so suddenly echoed in circles through my mind. Clank. Even while sitting in the shaking carriage, it's the chieftain. The chieftain has returned. Even when I arrived at the Holy Land and was greeted with cheers from the warriors, the residents of Biffren have started settling, and we haven't had any other problems arise. However, I felt that leaving so much manpower alone would be a waste, so I was thinking of employing them in some of the many projects in the Holy Land. Will that be alright? Even when I was receiving the report from the head administrator in my office, and he, Mister, please drink this as well. Thanks, how is it? I've put in a lot more lemon juice this time. Does it suit your tastes? It's good. Your expression says otherwise. Did something bad happen at a meeting? No. Even while I was sharing a meal with my allies, that one word continued to prick my mind like a splinter, and I couldn't focus on the conversation. Marriage. Just what was I supposed to do with that? Should I go for it, or not? I wasn't planning on getting into political marriage or anything like that, yet the thought continued to plague me. If I wasn't planning on returning to Earth anyway, if I was planning on staying in this world and living in it, wouldn't I end up marrying someone in the future? And seeing my child, my grandchild, living a loving life with my family? Yeah, something like that, doesn't sound too bad. I ended up saying those words out loud without realizing it. When I regained my senses, an uncomfortable silence had settled over the room. Everyone was staring at me. Someone was frozen in a daze with their spoon hanging in the air, while another had dropped theirs. Hic. Another let out a hiccup as if they had choked on something, oh. Another swallowed their food and let out an exclamation I couldn't parse. Bjorn Yandel. I hummed, still distracted, what did you just say? It felt as if the resume button on reality had been pressed. Marriage. You talked about marriage. Questions filled the eyes that were looking at me. You even said it sounds good. I belatedly realized I had been talking to myself, so I had nothing I could say to defend myself. Arian carefully spoke up from where he sat next to me. It definitely is time for you to find a partner. In fact, the entire city was confused about why you weren't getting married. However, the fact that you suddenly mentioned the topic, did you find someone whom you want to be your wife? As the direct question echoed out in the room, everyone sitting at the table gulped. Well, I could understand why. No matter what happened with the world at large, in the present moment, everyone here was close-knit and our lives were intertwined. Since it's come to this, I may as well come out with it. I put down the spoon I had been holding, then quietly took a few deep breaths before revealing the offer I received from Melbeth. To be honest, there wasn't much to talk about. Get married and quickly have a son, then the entirety of Melbeth would mobilize to help House Yandel. The spouse didn't have to be a barbarian. It was an offer that could be summarized into those few points. However, what took more than a few lines to summarize was the reactions of my allies. So that's what happened, the old man just said something silly. So, what are you going to do, mister? I guess if you just need a partner in the end. Oh, a son of Bjorn. He's definitely going to be super talented. I will raise him to become a great warrior. Aner, what do you mean by that? Yes, I can't just ignore what you said. You will raise Mister's son. What's the problem? Bjorn's son is practically my son. No, the problem is, stop. I don't think she meant it in that way. Chaos wasn't enough to describe what was going on. However, the situation calmed due to an unforeseen variable throwing itself into the mix, though. Rather than calm, it was more that there was a short pause. So, did you accept the offer? When Amelia asked me that directly, the room fell quiet once more. Even a lecturer well-versed in public speaking would find it difficult to talk here with the amount of focus being put on me. I gave a bitter smile and answered honestly again. I said I would think about it. Think about it. Yeah, think about it, but why? Why did you say that? The oddness of the question nearly made me do a double take. I mean, it wasn't as if barbarians could reproduce through mitosis. Because I'll need the other person's agreement too. That one sentence I let out in frustration made the table fall quiet again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The moment of silence stretched out. Then are you saying you will be asking for someone's consent? Arian asked. Oh, well, it might just be my misunderstanding. But what you just said, it sounds as if you've already decided who the other person will be. I sprang up from my seat. My life as a warrior had taught me this. An intelligent warrior made decisions on their own battlefield. Being full got me sleepy. I announced, pardon, I will now go to sleep. As any barbarian would, I charged toward the safety of my room, and once inside, I immediately locked the door and rolled myself into the blanket. Only then did I feel a bit calmer. I was a little embarrassed about showing my allies the side of me running away in supposed panic, but it couldn't be helped. A warrior was someone who fought through any hardship. I was a barbarian who upheld honesty as a virtue. Yes, but I was also a barbarian upon whose soul the Confucian mindset had been etched. How could I possibly say it? So you do have someone? Someone who came to mind when I gave you my advice. Yet, I could never say it to anyone. Don't lose focus, Hansu. It wasn't just one person who came to mind. Chapter 638, Political Schemes, 2. My life was in no way something for me to be ashamed of. Not to say I had it all figured out and righteously overcame all my adversities like the heroes in fairy tales. I always did my best, but there were always things I wished I had done better. I had my faults and weaknesses like anyone else, and I was never afraid to own up to that fact. Yet today, I was embarrassed about myself. Why did multiple people come to mind when I heard the leader's offer? Have I lost it? I couldn't understand myself either. I thought about it for a long time while covering myself with my blanket. Mr. Karlstein. Well, it was only natural that I would think about her. She was the first person to give me affection after I came over to this world and wasn't able to approach anyone. Erwin Fornaxi Tertia. However, Erwin's case was a little different. Although a part of me had always felt sorry for her, the emotion I felt for her was completely different from what a man might feel for a woman. However, I knew the feelings she had for me. As soon as marriage came up as a topic, she was bound to come to mind. Relationships were just like that sometimes. Some preferred those that love them rather than the one they love. Amelia Rainwales. Ironically, Amelia, my once enemy during her time as a plunderer, ended up becoming the most trustworthy person I knew. Someone who was always reliable no matter the situation. And on this topic, she honestly had a cute side as well. The real problem was, why didn't it end with just those three? Raven, Hyeon Biol, Rana, and Aner. No, she's just a friend. Compared to the three frontrunners, the thoughts about these women were short and sweet, but they did pass through my mind when the offer was made. Just like a teenage boy who imagined a fulfilled life with any girl who graced him with a smile, I ended up imagining my married life with each one of them. Surprisingly enough, I felt that a life of joy and happiness would await me no matter who I chose. Have I actually lost it? I couldn't wrap my head around it. I just didn't want to part ways with any of them. Since I was a noble, that sort of indulgence wasn't anything illegal, but I didn't want to be the one making that call. But then, why did I still think of so many of them at once? After thinking it over for a very long time, I found an answer that felt the most correct. Maybe this is natural. For now, I didn't have anyone I truly had feelings for. After what happened with Miss Shaw, I suppressed these emotions as much as I could. So when the talk of marriage suddenly came up, of course, I would think about the people closest to me. And these were all the women around me, right? Yet, I'm not the weird one here. Although it might seem like I was rationalizing here, my determination to hold on to that conclusion steadied my heart a little. Snore, snore. I ended up falling asleep and waking up the next day. I snuck out of the new building, built where the chieftain's tent used to be, without anyone noticing. You're up early. Oh, haha. I was thinking about going on a walk. As my eyes awkwardly darted away to look around us, Amelia let out a dry chuckle. Don't worry, no one else is around right now. They all said they would wait for you, but I convinced them to go back. Oh, really? You'll need to give them a proper answer at some point. Everyone is curious what decision you will make. Amelia seemed to have been waiting just to say that to me, as she coolly turned around to leave immediately after. Then again, cool wasn't the best word to describe her. And, I don't know where you're headed today, but don't come back too late. And contact me if you're going to stay out. The way she interrupted her stylish exit by saying that made her seem more like a nagging mother. To be fair, it was another one of her charms. I just had turned up talking about marriage at the dinner table. This was why people needed to be careful about what they said. Death and life truly were decided by a wag of the tongue. It's the chieftain. The chieftain is leaving for the city. Open the gates. I just wanted to go for a walk, but I somehow ended up arriving at the gates and ended up heading toward District 7 when they opened for me. Since the reconstruction efforts hadn't officially begun yet, District 7 still looked war-torn and destroyed. The residents were lying in front of their destroyed homes with only blankets to shield them from the elements, but they stood as soon as they saw me. Giant. It's the giant. What? The Baron is here. Baron Yandel. Perhaps it was thanks to my reputation as a hero. Most people here would have quickly made themselves scarce in fear if it were any other noble passing through, but they reacted differently to me. Of course, it wasn't all good for me. Although it was nice to see the people come and give me words of thanks and blessings when I passed them, not all reacted that way. Please help my family. Our shop was destroyed, and at this rate, the taxes for next year. Some asked for pity and begged me to help them. Lord Baron, your lordship, what will happen to our District 7 from now on? What about Bifron? What happened with Bifron? I heard that the palace will abandon District 7. Is that true? Some questioned me as if hounding me for information. Please say something. While others still asked me questions and expected direct immediate answers as if they were entitled to them. It's not like I don't understand how they are feeling. They'd found themselves in dire circumstances and had to be suffering day in and day out. The lack of proper news on top of that was probably making them feel frustrated. And so I answered, Baron Yandel, don't believe in weird rumors. District 7 will soon be reconstructed. Lord Baron, take this and hold on for a little longer. I will work hard to get more relief supplies for you. Your lordship. The barrier of Bifron? Why are you so afraid? Do not worry. This city will never collapse. Rather than get angry at them, I said words of encouragement and gave them the hope they wanted to hear as I walked down the street. Will she be here? Since I was here anyway, I decided to visit the magic tower. I had received a few letters back in the Holy Land from this place as well. Thanks to receiving an extended vacation from the palace after the expedition, Raven was carrying out her own personal investigation in the research lab here. The letters were asking me to visit her as soon as possible. This isn't an impregnable fortress at all. I ended up smirking when I arrived at the magic tower. I heard that in the long history of its standing, it had never once been invaded by intruders, but that precedent had been broken twice in the last few years. Once by me, and once by Nork. Honestly, rather than being impregnable, it's just well situated. Still, compared to the damage it sustained on the outside at its entrance, the interior had supposedly fared reasonably better. I heard that as soon as the invasion began, they bought time by using barrier magic before taking all their research data and equipment and teleporting out with the high-ranking officials and leaders of District 7. Other than the teleport magic circle being destroyed, they said that everything else was safe. The Norkans also seemed to have noticed that they'd left with everything valuable. They only ended up destroying the magic circles the palace could use and hadn't touched anything else. Why are you standing around in front of the door? You should have just come in and waited for me if you were here. Raven appeared behind me, catching me where I had been waiting after arriving at the research lab. At least walk around to announce your presence or something, I said snarkily. What are you talking about? Huh? What did I say about talking like that to a baron? Shorty, why are you picking a fight as soon as we meet? Did something piss you off on the way here? When I didn't respond, she asked, wait, did something actually piss you off? No, I wasn't technically lying. Rather than pissing me off, the attention of the residents had both mentally and physically drained me a little. After a moment, Raven said, come in for now. We'll talk inside. By the way, where are you coming from? I assumed you would be inside since you've been talking about how busy you are. I didn't go far. I just visited someone I know to borrow something. Borrow what? It's research equipment. Do you want me to explain it to you? No, it's fine. After entering the research lab and sitting down, I could see that Raven's research lab had changed quite a bit from before as well. It's a total mess, right? She acknowledged. Because of what happened, the magic tower is in chaos. My master took most of the things out while I wasn't here, but quite a few things were missing when I looked around for them. I see. Well, since I took plenty of things to the research station in Kernan, there wasn't much left here to begin with. Should I get you something to drink? You're still a baron and all that. Water's fine. I gulped down water out of a 1.8-liter flask in Raven's lab as we talked. A lot of time had already passed since we came out from basement floor 1, and a pretty big incident had happened after that as well. How did something like that happen to you immediately after returning? She questioned. As I summarized what happened to me after I returned to the city, Raven listened with great interest before making comments in between with a baffled expression. Honestly, whenever I think about it, it's like you're involved in all the major events happening in the world. Although it was tragic, I couldn't retort at all. To be honest, since she knew most of the things that happened to me, I didn't think she would even agree if I tried to refute or claim. Why is the world hellbent on hurting me? Was Hansu a curse name? By the way, Raven began in a serious tone when I tried to contemplate that question. I'm a bit disappointed. I mean, I heard that you gave all the essences you got during the underground floor expedition to the ordinary adventurers. Just by researching them, I would have been able to dominate the academic awards for at least the next few years. Right, about that. I'm saying this just in case you've got the wrong idea, but I'm not trying to blame you, Mr. Yondell. Honestly, when I heard you made that decision, I thought it was really just like you to do that. That threw me for a loop. Just like me. For a moment, I wondered if she had seen through to my true intentions just from that information alone, but that wasn't the case. You did it for the good of the city and to save its residents, right? I can't really say it was an intelligent decision, but no matter what other people say, Raven glanced to the side with a flustered expression. Well, I think it was manly. It was a look I had never gotten from Raven for as long as we had been together. It was something close to respect and awe. Oh, really? I stuttered. Yes, but, you know, with how serious Raven looked throughout all this, I couldn't even think about joking like I normally would and ended up immediately correcting her misunderstanding. Well, don't feel too bad about it. Yes, you're right. You did it for a good cause. Maybe just thinking about how it could have benefited me might seem shallow from your perspective. No, nothing like that. How could I tell her this? I looked at Raven, who was waiting for me to continue before confessing. To be honest. Yes, go on. I've kept the useful ones. Pardon. The question was asked after a long moment of silence. You've kept them. She echoed. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Since I've given out a lot of essences, the palace won't be able to really look into me at this rate. No matter how I thought about it, it was such a great plan. While I was praising myself in my heart, Raven's jaw dropped. Then, she slowly began to speak, like someone who denied the reality presented to them. You've messed with the property of the palace. Yeah, are you nuts? I understood that I had earned that sort of response from her, but I couldn't help but tilt my head. Why are you acting like this is the first time I've done this? What's the problem? We had already stashed something away once before back on the underground floor, after all, and weren't you happy back then too? I pressed. You even gave it a cool name like Flower Crown of Anguish. This is different. No, why are you even being open with me about doing something like that in the first place? Well now, look at how she was trying to back out. Although I was a little saddened by her reaction, thankfully, I knew of a good way of dealing with wizards. That's because I didn't want to hide anything from. That won't work anymore, really. Maybe because she was a studious person, but she was quick on the uptake. Anyway, don't tell anyone, I warned. I mean, if either this or that gets out, won't you be executed either way? No, not at all. That one is fine if we both stay quiet, but the scale on this one is too big. That was true. So, about that, don't you want to research them? Yes. Raven squirmed like a puppy who didn't know what to do with the snack in front of her, before her shoulders shrunk down as she said in a quiet mumble, I do. Yeah, that's what I thought. Chapter 639, Political Schemes, 3. In truth, most of the research into the newly discovered essences was done while we were still on basement floor 1, but I still handed most of the essences I had to Raven. The way I saw it, all wizards were obsessive. Although figuring out the unknown brought them joy, they also enjoyed the mere process of research itself. It was like how people chewed gum. Some people spat it out as soon as all the flavor was gone, but others just enjoyed the very act of chewing and would chew on the tasteless gum for the entire day. Then, I'll do my best to research them. I didn't so much expect that more experimentation would unearth something new. Rather, I decided to just give them to Raven so she could manage and store them, and it'd be nice if she did get to discover something new along the way. Speaking of, by the way, what did you mean in that letter? You said you had something to show to me. Right, I completely forgot about that. Raven realized, it's the essence of Hypramagent that Ms. Ainer obtained during the expedition. The passive ability that we didn't have all the information on. I think I know what it is now. Oh, really? After coming back to the city, I used the information we obtained back then as a base and compared it to information we already have here, and I found something similar. So what's the passive ability? Raven crossed her arms and set her still small shoulders. Do you know about Ramangsis, the rank 3 monster? She asked it with a pretty confident tone, and I found myself confused. How was she able to look down at me with her short height? Maybe the answer to said question was that her chin was raised as high as humanly possible. It's only natural that you might not know. What was she talking about? So, the Ramangsis. Isn't it a rare monster that appears in the rifts of the 9th floor? Raven's shoulders flinched when I stole her words. I could see the angle of her chin drop down a few notches as well. You knew. Yeah, of course. When I smirked at her cute reaction, Raven jerked her chin up again before saying, still, you only know half of it. You can't find the Ramangsis in the 9th floor rift using ordinary methods. Well, yeah, it's a monster you can only encounter if you use the achievement of Gabrielius that's hidden in the rift. As a socially adept barbarian, I conversed with her while nodding along, but what was this? For some reason, Raven had stopped talking again. The angle of her raised chin also fell quite a bit more than before until she was no longer looking down at me. Mr. Yandel, from that same position, she asked with a careful tone, do you perhaps know what that achievement is? Wondering why she was asking something so obvious, I said yeah. Her eyes shot wide open. Through that, I could obtain one piece of information. Do you? Not. As always, her silence was my answer. It wasn't even funny. You were looking down on me without even knowing that much? I mean, it's natural not to know. How would high-ranking information like that be written in the books? Just information about the abilities of essences fetches a fortune. And even if you scour through the history books to look for people who've had the essence, there would only be. Why are you looking at me like that? I was late in noticing it, but our positions had swapped at some point. I was now the one with crossed arms looking down at her, and Raven was looking down at the ground as if embarrassed. However, even in that state, Raven forced herself to speak as she squeezed out. So, what's the achievement? As expected of a wizard, even in this situation, she was still curious about that. After explaining the hidden secret of the 9th floor rift, Raven explained the passive of Ramangsis as if to repay me for my information. To be honest, I already knew what it was, this social etiquette. But this time, I didn't interrupt her and paid attention to her explanation. Ramangsis's passive ability is called Perfect Pair. You might be able to tell just from its name, but it's a pretty special ability if you look into it. Well, rather than saying Perfect Pair was a special ability, it might be more correct to say it had a special activation condition. First, it is a support ability, just like as we hypothesized, it targets its user and one other person nearby to give them both a very powerful blessing. Oh, but this passive ability can't be activated whenever you want. It's not active normally either. It needs to fulfill a very special condition. What is it? I don't know the specifics, but from what I could find from the records of people who've had it in the past, it activates most often between a man and woman, especially when the two have been together for a very long time. Well, that was to be expected. To have Perfect Pair activated, the one who held the essence needed to have max favorability with one other person. That was why whenever I got the essence, I would go out of my way to get food for an ally and buy her flowers every day to increase the stat. And the essence was one that couldn't be used by the player character. Due to the inner workings of the system, the player wasn't able to gain any favorability with NPCs. But would I be able to use the essence in my current state? My curiosity as a gamer was ignited for the first time in a while, but I wasn't planning on eating Perfect Pair anyway. I didn't have the slot for it in the first place. Besides, efficiency-wise, it was much more beneficial to feed it to an ally and get their favorability up toward me. But that makes me sound like a piece of shit, doesn't it? In any case, I knew the passive now, so it would be a waste to not use it. How should I put it? It was a great skill that was above its ranking if it could just activate, to be sure. But is it even possible to activate it? It was no easy feat to reach 100% favorability within the game, and it was practically impossible between same-sex pairs. If the stat ever got locked around the 90% mark, it could only be raised via lovey-dovey moments, which only had limited availability between different sexes. Still, Aner? I couldn't imagine Aner getting into that sort of relationship with a man whatsoever. They were all just male friends to her, including me. So I'm theorizing that maybe it only activates between a male-female lover's relationship. Hey, I'm doing my best to explain here. What are you thinking about? I was just thinking about how we could activate that ability. That's fair. It was something I would need to spend more time thinking over. It would be a waste to just abandon the skill, but I wasn't going to buy her bread every day and flirt with her just to try and activate perfect pair either. I should just ignore the fact that the skill even exists. With that, I decided to seal away the decision about perfect pair within my mind. The essence was good enough even without the passive skill. Anyway, thanks for that, Raven. Don't worry about it. It's not like I ended up being of any help to you. Still, you figured out that it was a passive ability that requires some hidden condition. That much helps me worry less. I guess that's true. Did she want me to thank her or give her the opportunity to be humble? Whatever the case, with our first topic resolved, we spent some time going over a few more small things. As we did, the conversation drifted to how I should get checked since I was here anyway, and it led to me sitting down in that familiar seat to become a test subject for her. Eventually, when we got hungry, we even went and ate in the cafeteria inside the magic tower. Wow, it's already late. It must be dark outside now. Can't check because there aren't any windows here. By the way, Raven, could I borrow a communication crystal? Who are you trying to contact? I'm going to call the Holy Land. When you get a connection going, tell them this for me. That I'll be sleeping over in your laboratory for research reasons, and that I'll go straight into work tomorrow from here. Raven tilted her head. But I don't have any research left here that needs you. I sighed. She was somehow oddly slow on the uptake for some things. Just do it for me. Sure, it's not a problem on my part. She trailed off before looking at me with eyes brimming with curiosity. But can I ask why you're doing this? Since I didn't want to bring up the topic of marriage and make this even more awkward, I just gave half the truth. I don't want to go home today. Let me sleep over. And I couldn't be bothered getting a room in an inn either. I fell asleep on the roughly laid bedding. Raven, who had a bed in the corner of the research lab, had gotten up first and woke me up the next day by tapping my side with her foot. Wake up. How long are you going to sleep? You won't be able to leave on time at this rate. Didn't you say you had something important you needed to do? Did you sleep well? Yeah, pretty good. The floor was nice and warm. Did you wash up already? Of course. I wash myself as soon as I wake up. Did you think I was going to stay dirty the entire time? Well, every time she traveled outside of the laboratory, she looked disheveled as if she didn't shower for a few days. Maybe she got sensitive to those things after becoming a soldier? Anyway, thanks for letting me sleep over. I'll come visit you later. No, don't come. You've just made me more tired. Tired? Did you fall asleep early yesterday too? That's not what I meant. I need to continue with my research, so how about you leave already? After being kicked out in the morning, I quickly left the magic tower. I then got on a carriage at a nearby platform and headed toward the royal capital of Karnan. Today was the day. Human, dwarf, elf, barbarian, beast person, and dragonian. Today was the races summit where the leaders of the 6 races that made up the huge city of Raftonia gathered together to exchange words and ideas. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've gotten to come. Finally, although it had been a long time since I became the chieftain, this was the first races summit I was attending. The building the meeting was taking place in was a place I had passed by a few times as well. 6 pillars held up the roof, similar in style to those Roman temples. The foreign-looking building had always caught my eye. I have some time left. Since I'd been kicked out early in the morning, I had some time left before the meeting began, so I went into a nearby restaurant and spent the time eating some food. Since it was a Karnan restaurant, the prices were much higher than I expected, so I was a little caught off guard, but what could I do? I was hungry and needed to eat something. Do I have a food budget too? After finishing my meal, I tapped my belly before entering the building where the meeting was taking place. Mr. Bjorn Yandel, have you come alone? Is there a problem with that? No, not at all. Please enter. The others are waiting for you. To note, all the guards guarding the entrance were of all different races, but for some reason, there weren't any barbarians here. Are we supposed to bring our own guards and station them outside? I don't think I heard about anything like that from the previous chieftain. I wondered if that old man really forgot to tell me about something like that, but it wouldn't be out of character for him if he had. Good work. After encouraging the guard standing at the entrance, I entered the room and saw everyone sitting there, the great individuals who represented the 6 races. However, the interesting thing here was that I recognized 2 familiar faces, the head of the Dragonians, Mr. Dragon, and, looks like the beast people sent the Red Cat tribe this time as their representative, the pure blood house of the Red Cat tribe, the house head of Karlstein and Miss Shaw's. I guess he's not technically her biological father? In any case, he was the man in her father's slot of the family tree. It has been a long time. I would never have imagined you would rise to such a position back then. I get it, I said understandably. I've known for a while that you people lack imagination, seems you still hold some hostility toward me. Not at all, and in truth, there was no hostility here. Back then, I was just a brat with nothing to my name. Now, I was important enough that this old man couldn't dare treat me like that anymore. Let's end our private talks there, the representative of the elf said. Bjorn, son of Yandel, could you sit down as well? I slowly took a look around. Although everyone here was of importance and status, I didn't feel pressured. It was because of one very simple thing. Looks like they use the round table here as well. The meeting room was centered around a huge round table. After slowly moving to the empty seat that I guessed was mine, I sat down before putting one hand on my chin while tapping the handrest with my other finger. Although this was my first meeting here, tap, tap, I felt my confidence inexplicably rise. Chapter 640, Political Schemes, 4. Mr. Dragon of the Dragonians, the Karlstein family, head of the beast people. Excluding those 2, it was my first time meeting everyone else. However, it wasn't difficult to identify who they were, even without them introducing themselves. Haha, it somehow ended up that this is the first time we're meeting each other. I've heard a lot about you through Titana. I heard she owed a great debt to you. Not at all. I am the one who is indebted to Kurava. Haha, you are more humble than the rumors suggest. The Dumoka of the dwarves, Malark Izor. Dumoka meant deciding hammer in the ancient language, and it practically meant that he was the chieftain of the dwarves. In any case, I heard that this grandpa wasn't an adventurer. That was one of the interesting things about Malark Izor, including the chieftains gathered here. Most of the chieftains of history started as adventurers, but this grandpa over here was the only one able to rise to his position purely through the trust of his people alone. Even though they say it was trust, it would be more correct just to say he has a keen mind for politics. In this world, the better someone's reputation, the more I needed to be wary of them. It meant he could maintain his station and status without getting angry or letting his emotions get in his way. Such a worry did not apply to that thorny elf. Bjorn, son of Yandel. This meeting had to be postponed multiple times due to your absence. So, I wish to hear the reason you were late today. Oh, that? I came too early, so I went to get food and ended up being late. Food. Why, don't you eat food? The chieftain of the elves was lost for words at my direct counter. Well, I suppose I should call him Lagshan rather than chieftain. Now that I think about it, why do all the races have a name like that except for the barbarians? Why did the barbarians only have a simple chieftain title? Although that question popped up in my mind, I didn't particularly find it important, so I ignored it. Ironically, however, that was how the question was answered. So this is the reason we've just called ourselves chieftains. I mean, what was there to change about it? Chieftain was enough, and it was the most literal title as well. That child. Around the time our mental tug-of-war was coming to an end, the handsome leader of the elves continued, asking, is she well, are you talking about Erwin? Who else would I be talking about? Wow, with how kind he looked, why were his words so prickly? Still, as he was an elder member of our family, I answered kindly this time as well. Don't worry about Erwin, she's living well in our holy land. But what was this response? With those other women, I echoed. I asked so he would explain what he meant by that, and all I got back again was gibberish. That child is special, even among our people, not just because she is a successor by blood. I'll love and care for that child, so, if you dare make even a drop of a tear fall from that child's eyes, you will have to face the consequences. It was like he was threatening me with a declaration built upon the emotions of a bygone war he had yet to get over. However, I didn't get pissed off or anything like that. I might have under different circumstances, but he was saying it for the good of Erwin. I didn't plan on getting miffed because of the way he said it. That won't ever happen, so don't worry, then that's fine. I will leave her to you. I only realized it then, but the reason this guy always acted cold to me was probably because of Erwin, not because I was a barbarian. If he was an elf who hated barbarians, he wouldn't have said anything like I'll leave her to you. With that conversation over, I moved my gaze over to the final person sitting here. It was the seat of the representative of the humans. By the way, in truth, I had been thinking about who he was for a while now, but I really couldn't tell who the human representative was. That was why I just asked directly as a barbarian would. Who are you? It was a rude question, unthinkable in an official meeting like this. However, the human representative just laughed it off. I am Viscount Maxiland. Fortunately, I was able to join the meeting as the representative of the humans. I did remember something about Viscount Maxiland. He was part of the Prime Minister's faction and was someone who acted as, well, not so much his right hand, but along the lines of the Prime Minister's left hand. Ah, I see. It's my first time seeing your face, so I didn't recognize you. We did meet once in the past during your ennoblement ceremony. It was a bit chaotic back then. I understand. Please do not worry yourself over it. After hearing of his identity, I understood why no one here paid any mind to the human representative. Their intent is obvious. The humans had also made their intent clear by making someone of low rank attend the meeting. They weren't planning on leading any discussions. Instead, they would stay quiet and passively listen before leaving the meeting. The Viscount seemed to understand this as well, as he maintained a passive stance and remained quiet, only speaking when prompted. Well then, our seats are filled. Shall we begin our meeting? In any case, my first Races Summit began. The first Races Summit I attended was a little different from what I expected. Deep discussions on a few set topics that were decided together. Hard decisions that would shake the economics and politics of the world. Or perhaps secret conversations about the secrets of the world and their exchanges. None of that happened. Although we were still in the earlier parts of the meeting, the Races Summit I witnessed was just a place for the different leaders to speak to the petty grievances they had for one another and engage in verbal swordplay. I heard the dwarves are purchasing the land of Gnome Tree. Are you perhaps planning on sticking your nose into agriculture as well? Why? Do we need to get the permission of the elves whenever we want to buy land? Then does this mean we and the beast people can begin opening businesses related to metallurgy as well? Oh, and for these minor conflicts, we barbarians were squarely in the outsider position. We didn't have any territory within the city, and since we had none, we didn't need to get involved in any territory disputes. Don't worry, we do not plan to step on your toes. We just bought land in Gnome Tree because we needed to expand our forges. In any case, misunderstandings like those could be overcome with a few words, but there were examples where they couldn't be said. More importantly, isn't it the beast people who crossed the line? What line are you saying we crossed? Oh ho, I heard rumors that you Black Bear tribe folk took in that traitor. Did I perhaps hear wrong? When I heard the details, it seemed that a dwarven smith committed a sin and was exiled from the dwarves but was welcomed into the beast person tribe. I understand where your heart lies, Dumoka. However, we cannot do the work of each and every person that exists beyond ourselves. It also appears that we were indebted to that smith due to past events. Haha, you act like you are simply taking in someone who had nowhere to go. Aren't you instead trying to steal his techniques? So this was what was meant by words that cut like knives. You are the house head. Stop dancing around the issue and exile that bastard again. The dwarven leader stared down the head of House Karlstein with unwavering intensity, but the receiving end of the exchange didn't even blink. And if we do not, well, there's not much we can do. We will also have to take matters into our own hands then. Neither of them showed any sign of backing down. At moments like this, the leaders who weren't part of the conflict needed to step forward to mediate them, ignoring the problem of potential leaks in technique. It is not right on principle for one race to take in an individual that is exiled from another. I agree with the Dumoka. I also agree. After the votes were cast, it was decided that the dwarven would be exiled from the beast people once more. I abstained from the vote. By the way, I mean, what did a dwarven criminal have anything to do with me? It's no fun when they're just talking amongst themselves. The meeting then continued, and I eventually grew bored of being here. As I started to nod off while leaning my chin on my fist, the topic of conversation suddenly turned to me. By the way, how about you, chieftain? It seems you've shown a great interest in construction techniques recently. Since our paths have crossed here, I'd like to hear a bit more about that. This grandpa, he was trying to mess with me. I hold some interest in that as well. Mr. Dragon, in turn, seemed genuinely interested. I heard the Holy Land has changed a great deal. Well, it has changed. We can't live like savages forever. If that is how you think, how about you change the way you speak first? It's tradition at this point. And why should we go out of our way just to make ourselves uncomfortable? It was a cheat-like tradition that allowed us to speak directly and impolitely to anyone, except maybe the king. In any case, everyone seemed curious, so I began to explain how the Holy Land had changed after putting up buildings, and Mr. Dragon's eyes sparkled with interest. I can't truly imagine it just from listening to the way you describe it. You were able to advance so quickly in such a short period of time. Short period? When was the last time you came over? Around 20 years ago. Dragonians had a very different sense for the flow of time than us. Though I didn't let it show, inwardly, I was amazed. The barbarians have learned construction techniques. The dwarven leader laughed as I went to close my talks about my holy land. As a builder myself, I am very pleased. From what I heard, you will be joining the reconstruction efforts of the palace this time. Is that true? It hasn't been confirmed yet. I see. I let out a bitter chuckle. The right to take the contract was something that had only been discussed a few days prior during the Melbeth meeting. I didn't know whether his information network was just that good or if one of us had loose lips. Looks like information just leaks everywhere. Well, I could understand that much. Melbeth itself was a gathering of non-humans. Most of the words spoken there would have gotten back to the chieftains of the other races. The next inquiry, though, was a little unexpected. More importantly, I heard that you were getting married soon, Mr. Dragon asked slyly. I flinched and glanced around, and surprisingly enough, everyone here already seemed to be aware of the topic, not just Mr. Dragon. About that, I said doggedly. The leader of Melbeth only pushed me a little and asked me to get married soon. Well, you are at that age. It wouldn't have been odd for you to have 3 children by this point. What the? How did everyone know about this? It probably wasn't the leader, since he wasn't the type to go blabbering all over the place like this. What a bunch of scary bastards. A chill went down my spine, but I tried to not make it obvious. It was one of the things I learned during my time wearing the lion mask. Acting strong at first was better than looking weak. Or at least, that should have been the case. If you don't have any partners in mind, how about my daughter? I couldn't really school my expression at what Mr. Dragon suggested right after. To be honest, I would have done a spit take if I had been drinking. Your daughter? I haven't told you if it would be my first or my youngest. Oh, that wasn't what I meant. Well, it is you, so it doesn't matter. How does that not matter? The elven leader shouted out of nowhere with a frown on his face. Mr. Dragon rushed to make an excuse. I may have brought about a misunderstanding with that. I truly have only said these words because he is a great man. I had nothing political in mind like alliances or such that not that. Great ancient dragon, did you perhaps forget the promise I made with Bjorn, son of Yondel, not long ago? A promise? Did something like that happen? I told him he would face consequences if even a drop of a tear fell from her eyes, and he accepted it. I even confirmed the promise by saying I would leave her to him. Mr. Dragon tilted his head in genuine confusion. I do remember you saying something in that vein, but what does that have to do with this? An unexpected third party entered the conversation. Hasn't everyone here gotten this confused? My daughter already shares a deep relationship with him. It was Miss Shaw's father. Well, it is true that a rumor like that circulated in the past. How about it? Are those words true? The elven leader and Mr. Dragon both looked at me for answers. My mouth felt dry for some reason, so I reached for the cup on the table and lifted it to my mouth before setting it down without drinking it. It felt like I would choke if I drank it now. Chapter 641, Political Schemes, 5. To think Albernive Karlstein, of all people, would say something like that. How ironic, coming from the family head of the Red Cat tribe. He didn't even have a good father-daughter relationship with Miss Shaw and spent a good amount of time despising me as well. But if this is the moment he's chosen to intervene, well, he must have found some political value in using the situation. Although I knew there was a good chance that was the case, I couldn't quite bring myself to look him in the eye. No, it wasn't just him either. It was difficult to keep my head held high in front of Mr. Dragon and the representative of the elves as well. Go on. Are you speaking the truth? Then are you suggesting that I'm lying? It felt as if I'd been caught in the crossfire of 3 quarreling elders. Mr. Dragon, for his part, was bearable at least. I didn't have a personal connection with his daughters, but the same couldn't be said for the Karlstein family head and the elven representative. I smothered a sigh. Why was I always so uncomfortable when dealing with these two? I would honestly rather lay in a bed of thorns, both physically and mentally. Should I even have come to the meeting? Just as I began to regret attending the race's summit, a saving grace shone its light upon me from a totally unexpected source. How about you all calm down a little, said the head of the dwarves, making his dissatisfaction known even as he tried to calm the waters. I understand the heart of a father to a daughter, but you're making it seem as if this meeting was for matchmaking. They all went silent, and everyone here knows how much of a political faux pas this is. Excluding the humans, our 5 races have avoided deep relationships with each other, and this has allowed us to maintain balance and stability. However, if someone begins to cross the line, then that line would lose all meaning. The old dwarven leader's comment was justified and logically sound. However, Mr. Dragon didn't seem to agree to jump to rebut him. But I believe that line that Dumoko speaks of lost its meaning a long time ago. Our friend here is already the leader of the race and recognized by the crown as a noble. Has something like this ever happened in the past? That is a problem that was resolved back when the palace told us not to make a fuss about it. From what I could tell, the dwarven leader here had gone to make a complaint to the palace as soon as I became a chieftain with a noble title. Well, since he's a dwarf, his heart would be as small as he is tall, so I get it. So of course I'd want to confiscate his good-for-nothing chair even more after his offensive. That is why there is no meaning to maintaining that line anymore, Mr. Dragon argued, interrupting my thoughts. With the intervention of the palace, the balance has already crumbled. I held myself back and continued to take in the conversation for now. I could tell that this was a pretty important topic. The palace has no intention of seeing our 5 races work together in harmony. Many think this way. What say you, Lord Viscount? Mr. Dragon's comment seemed to be pointed at the dwarven leader before he suddenly changed his target to the human representative, Viscount Maxiland. Haha, how could I know the thoughts of the palace? Viscount Maxiland only let out a dry laugh and avoided the question like an eel. It was honestly pretty amazing that he could respond so brazenly when he was the representative of the humans by name only. Are you saying that I'm wrong? Please consider me as if I am not here for this meeting. That may be better for everyone involved. Will that be too difficult? Seeing how strongly he responded on points like this, however, I could tell that this Viscount Maxiland wasn't a pushover either. I mean, that was probably why he was sent here. At that, Mr. Dragon didn't say much and remained quiet. The Viscount gave an apologetic smile after having dismissed him so soundly. Haha, I find myself embarrassed. It's my first time acting in this position. I came here in the hopes of learning, so any excess attention weighs too heavy on me. You hope to learn. That much is enough. You have shown us what the palace thinks of us. The Viscount remained silent, signaling that we would be left to come to our own conclusions, and the conversation finally ended. We then returned to the main topic. The dwarven leader glanced at the Viscount, quietly chuckling away from where he sat in the corner. Ahem. My mind still hasn't changed. It is not right for the chieftain to marry a woman of another race. Balance must be maintained. That is the only way for us non-humans to show our loyalty to the palace. He seemed to want to appeal to the palace even in this situation, as if he wanted to make clear that the dwarves weren't a threat to the palace. Why is this grandpa so timid? Is it because he hasn't been an adventurer? The way the dwarven representative acted was different from the other dwarves I knew, but still, I understood where he was coming from. I knew the pressures that came with a position of responsibility. Of course, that didn't mean I was just going to laugh it off. Then according to you, I need to marry another barbarian. That would be the best outcome, but I am not pushing for it either. Even if you marry a beast woman or an elf, it won't matter in the political sense so long as they are a common woman. In short, it couldn't be Erwan or Miss Shah. A political problem. I was listening at first because I found it amusing, but I could no longer just sit by. Dumoka, I suddenly have a question. Can I ask you? Go on. I looked at the leader of the dwarves acting as my ever so magnanimous senior and just asked him point blank, who are you to tell me to do this or that? Do you think you're better than me? I raised my head and took a look around. Naturally, the angle made it so that the dwarf was beneath my vision. I apologize if it offended you. I was only trying to give you advice. Oh, then I'll give you a piece of advice too. I stared directly at the dwarf who looked clueless as to what was going on. I am the chieftain of the barbarians and a noble of the kingdom of Rafdonia. Also, I am the master of my Nabrita clan. To be honest, he probably knew all this, but most importantly, I am a warrior. But I got the feeling that he didn't really get the full picture. I looked down at the leader of the dwarves, who looked overwhelmed by the presence I exerted, and continued, so you never order me again. Oh, right. It wouldn't really be advice if I ended it there. With that thought in mind, I added one more thing to end the conversation. Unless you wish to fight me. Yet, that was a good piece of advice. The dwarf, who hadn't even gone into the labyrinth once, had nothing he could say, nor could the Karlstein family head, who made me freeze up just with one blast of his killing intent, nor Mr. Dragon, who was the leader of the Dragonians, the strongest race, nor the elf, who was from the race said to receive the love of all the spirits. I got the feeling, understood, I wouldn't lose to any of them. Honestly, thinking about it again, no, I didn't even need to think about it. I continued to stare down the dwarven leader, who seemed shocked at what I said. And isn't it laughable to talk about keeping the balance at this point? The barbarians had been the weakest race until now. Their life expectancies had been abysmally low, and because of that, they always lacked manpower and never had the funds to do anything. The fact that they didn't possess an instinct for politics and industry only worsened their status. I am the first barbarian in Rafdonia's long history to become a noble. Surely it wasn't as if we had been barred from such things just because we were barbarians. It was something I had always thought, something I had jokingly complained about, but those complaints weren't empty words. I remembered the time when I had nothing, when I, Bjorn, son of Yondel, was living the life of a weakling. I have endured countless insults, the prejudice and discrimination the city has against the barbarians, and within the city, our warriors found it impossible to find regular work, and we were forced to fight against the plunderers of the labyrinth that aimed for our lives. At the time, we couldn't even get proper shoes for our young warriors. All we could do was hand them a weapon and enough stonebread to last them 7 days. And the most important thing here, and what did you do then? Did you think you needed to maintain the balance even then? I doubt it. I cut off the dwarven leader's words before he could say anything. I didn't need to hear him say it. If you did, you wouldn't have ignored the request of the former chieftain in previous races summits. I had the wrong idea about him in the past, but the former chieftain hadn't done anything like let the barbarian tribes go and just stand back as they fell to ruin. Although he lacked the ability, he still tried his best. The fact that he asked the people here for help, had come here to get the magic tower to stop experimenting on the hearts of the warriors was proof of that. Only then did the dwarven leader's expression give way to understanding, so that's what it was? The outcome of that day is the reason you hold such hostility toward us. His voice sounded like an adult comforting a child. However, it couldn't be helped back then. We needed to avoid any conflicts between the magic tower and the barbarians, for the benefit of your people. What was this guy talking about? That wasn't what I was trying to say. I think you're misunderstanding something. Of course I know that, just as well as you do, because I wasn't a simple-minded barbarian. After becoming the chieftain, I looked through the records and thoroughly studied our history. I was able to look into the reasons underpinning the happenings behind the scenes. I also know that during the War of Sacred Relics, you supported the elves from the background, and that right before the races summit then, you secretly met up with the wizards of the magic tower, and that the rumor that prevented barbarians from getting regular jobs in the city was spread by the other non-humans a long time ago. I already knew it all. Even then, I don't hold any hostility toward you. I wasn't just saying that. I was serious. I didn't hate them or feel angry about the fact that they betrayed us when we needed help. I just hate it. I hate how hypocritical you are being talking about keeping the balance after all this time. So, I hope you won't say that in front of me anymore. This nonsense about cooperation and balance. After declaring my request, the room went utterly silent. The silence wasn't uncomfortable for me at all. Maybe it was because I was finally able to vent all my thoughts in front of the representatives of each of the races. If anything, their silence was refreshing. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Bjorn, son of Yondel, I understand your intention, the elven representative said, nodding. Mr. Dragon also seemed to be in agreement. I also have no intention of pushing you to marry someone we select, and will support you no matter the choice you make. So then, the Karlstein family had begun, as if to wrap everything up. Who are you going to marry? I was going to throw up. Chapter 642, Political Schemes. 6. I didn't make a habit of sharing my life story with others, but just for today, I pushed through and spoke it out loud. I was certain that I would need to address the issue at some point in the future anyway if I continued to let it be. And for the people here, my story pertained to their not-so-biological daughters and children that they treated like their own daughters. Mr. Karlstein and I are ordinary allies right now. A crease appeared on the Karlstein family head's forehead. He glared at me as if to say, you stole my daughter's chance to get married and are now just ordinary allies. On the other hand, the elven representative's expression brightened. That, of course, didn't last long. Oh, then, that goes for Erwin Fornaxi Tertia too. His expression immediately hardened. Oh, then you currently do not have a partner. Mr. Dragon didn't let go of the opportunity and tried to squeeze in, but I sharply cut him off just like the others. That doesn't mean I plan on becoming your son-in-law. I've never seen Pen or Raven in that way. I understand. Affection is important between a man and a woman. What a shame. Unexpectedly, Mr. Dragon accepted my words pretty easily. He then asked this. Could I perhaps give you a piece of advice? Go on. A person of your status may not require something like a political marriage. You have accomplished a great many things alone. However, he paused at that word to take a sip of his tea before looking directly at me. Paradoxically, that is why no matter who you marry, your marriage will be used to further someone's political goals. Do be wary of that. It was such a natural piece of advice that all the marriage talks we had until now felt like it had built up to this. Maybe Mr. Dragon wanted to tell me that through the reactions of the Karlstein family head and the elven representative, we were in a chaotic era, with the invasion of Nork and the sealing of Bifron. The two of them, who would have both experienced and survived countless events, probably weren't trying to get me to marry their daughters just for their sake. In any case, if you do not have a partner in mind, come and enjoy yourself at the temple from time to time. My youngest daughter wishes to see you. I got the sudden feeling that the reasoning for his advice wasn't what I first expected. Pen is really not on my mind. Oh ho, then her sister is. When I looked at him in bafflement, Mr. Dragon couldn't maintain his serious expression and burst out laughing. Bahoha. I am joking. So all well, don't talk to our friend here about this topic any further. Alright. As Mr. Dragon smiled brightly, I could feel the tension in the room quickly melt away. Is this what they mean by years of experience? Since the oldest person present was acting like that, the family head and the elven representative found it difficult to drag the topic out any more than that. More importantly, I wish to converse more about the recent situation. What do you think? And when he naturally changed the topic to something else, the books were slammed shut on the conversation of my marriage. By the recent situation, you're talking about the Norcan invasion. I paid closer attention to this, hoping to get some new information, but I unfortunately wasn't able to get anything. The situation here wasn't that different from Melbeth's. There is a rumor that there is a wizard of Nork that has inherited the secrets of the great sage. It makes sense for a rumor like that to spread. They did, after all, affect the protection magic circle without the divine object of the palace. but I also heard that the rumor is likely not to be false. Yes, magic of the past teleported tens of thousands of Norkans from the underground fortress. As the conversation continued, I picked up on a few things I didn't hear from Melbeth, but they were only things that were discovered because time had passed. The intel capabilities of the two groups were pretty similar. I mean, Melbeth was created by and for non-human nobles. It was natural for them to know information their leaders would know, and vice versa. Still, I can tell that Mr. Dragon definitely knows something. The other leaders began to sense the same with time and snuck glances at Mr. Dragon, but he just maintained his neutral expression and tried to ignore them. Well, I don't know much either. I will tell you all immediately if I find out something in the future. I was now sure he knew something. Would he tell me if I asked him in secret later? I would have to wait and see. In the meantime, the meeting carried on with more bland and ineffective conversations. This was a great meeting. I will see you next time. Once the meeting had ended, everyone stood from their seats and left the meeting hall. When I reached the entrance, however, I felt a little outmatched for some reason. Great work, Dumoka. Lagshan, the carriage is ready for you. We will guide you to the Holy Land, Lord Karlstein. The guards and servants of the dwarf, elf, beastman, and even the Viscount greeted and attended to them when they left the building. There was even one Dragonian who was here to greet Mr. Dragon. The old, white-haired Dragonian cleared his throat, quickly hiding something he had been fiddling with as soon as he spotted me. He was the one who gave me that ring puzzle in the Dragon Temple to test my intelligence. Intrigued, I asked, "Oh, didn't you say you couldn't get it again?" I tried to look at the puzzle he hid from me, but the old Dragonian startled and turned away. This is different from that one. What's with his grandpa's tone? Oh, maybe he found it difficult to speak casually to me since I was now a noble and a chieftain? Could I take a look at it? I asked more politely. The old Dragonian flinched before looking at Mr. Dragon standing next to him for help. You're acting like I'm bullying you. I can't even say anything anymore. Back then, I didn't feel guilty about anything due to not having any power, but now, I felt like I was just oppressing him with my status. It's fine, I conceded. I won't look at it, so go. Thank you. Thank you? Did I threaten to steal it without realizing it? Then we'll be going as well. Visit the temple when you have time. We will always welcome you. Got it. I nodded, recognizing that he wasn't saying it just to be polite, but instead that it was a request for a private talk later. Mr. Dragon then went away without saying much. Until then. Right, this guy's dragon speech was teleportation. Once again, I was left wondering if there was a race as overpowered as the Dragonians. Alright, then I should get going too. However, when I moved away from the busy entryway, an overwhelming amount of attention was being poured on me from a certain direction. Who's this kid? One of the people brought here by the elves was practically drilling a hole into me with his stare. When we met eyes, the elven man stomped forward with long strides and introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Baron Yondel. I am Beleg Shusha di Terja. The name was both famous and familiar. Ah, so you are, Beleg Shusha di Terja, a high-ranking adventurer among the top-ranking elves. You're Erwin's uncle, I said. One of the few supposed family members Erwin still had. Although this was the first time we were meeting directly, I'd heard a lot of stories about him from Erwin, so I had a good impression of him. Back when the Dragon Slayer lay terror on the Holy Land of the Elves, this man was the one who saved Erwin and her sister. He had helped Erwin many times afterward as well. Good to meet you. I've wanted to meet you at least once in my life. That is true for me as well. I went for a handshake to greet and welcome him. He gripped my hand tight, clenching with an uncomfortable level of strength. Honestly, what was he trying to do here? It had been so long since someone had tried that on me. Though I did wonder how I should respond, I decided just to not do anything and wait. He was someone Erwin was grateful to, and what was there to gain for me here if I overpowered him with my strength? Yeah, this is what being an adult is. I chuckled inwardly and waited. When I did, he slowly relaxed his hand and ended the handshake. Rumors truly are unreliable. What? Did he become overconfident after getting the impression that I was weak? Just as my head began to tilt, he added, your actions are measured and not impulsive, and you do not place importance on meaningless fights. I mean to say that you are much more difficult to trick than they say. He randomly complimented me before bowing his head toward me with a serious expression. With that, I can worry less. I will leave that child in your care. It was honestly shocking. If I had taken the contest of strength seriously, his assessment of me would have been wildly different. However, that shock went away pretty quickly. Then, farewell. He rejoined the group of elves after getting a signal from his representative, and I was overcome with a different complicated emotion. Beleg Shusha di Terja. Why did it feel like I had seen this guy somewhere before? The race's summit was not only less useful than I expected, it also brought with it a frustration that I never anticipated. I didn't do anything, yet I'm exhausted. With that, the only other thing left on my schedule until the next time the labyrinth opened was the palatial meeting happening in 2 days' time. Well, since I had just returned after a long expedition, I was thinking of skipping the next foray into the labyrinth. Unrelated to that, I'm still curious. How is the situation going to be resolved? Experience had taught me that something bad would happen if I entered the labyrinth with things as they stood in the city. After taking a moment to think, I entered the administrative agency office of Kernan and contacted the Holy Land to let them know that since I was in the city anyway, I would stay out for a few more days and attend the palatial meeting before returning home. Boom. With a message sent, I left the building and immediately got on a carriage toward Gnome Tree. I mean, Mr. Dragon might know something about all this. He had even openly invited me to visit whenever. I figured it would be more efficient to have a meeting with Mr. Dragon rather than rest just simply because I was tired. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have just asked him to take me with him when we said goodbye. Still, I fell asleep on the ride over. The carriage arrived at my destination at some point, and nothing of note occurred between me getting off the carriage and entering the Dragon's Holy Land. We welcome your visit, Baron.To. The Dragonian gatekeeper didn't even check my identity before opening the door for me. Maybe Mr. Dragon had said something. Using the road to get here is pretty difficult. After a while of climbing the mountain, I finally reached the Dragon Temple situated at the center of the Dragonian Holy Land. I didn't expect you to come right away. Why? Didn't you say I could visit whenever? Were those empty words? To be honest, I expected you to visit me after you attend the palatial meeting. We don't have long lives like you guys. I need to make the most out of every day. Make the most of every day. That is a good phrase. Anyway, we weren't close enough to share that much small talk, and since we talked about all the small things at the meeting before this anyway, I immediately went to the main topic. Did you have something you wanted to tell me? It felt like you were trying to signal something to me. As I said before, I expected you to come here after the palatial meeting. I was planning on giving you advice if you asked for it after you shared your thoughts then. Is there going to be some sort of problem during the meeting? Not really a problem. You will soon hear of it, so I will tell you now. At last, Mr. Dragon revealed that there were two things of which he had prior knowledge. First is your betrothal, my betrothal. The palace wishes to have you marry a woman of human noble birth. Why was everyone so interested in my dating life?